Kanchi continent. Zhoujia village in a small, dilapidated courtyard. Second brother has eldest brother died. The soft, tender voice was filled with worry. Beside her, a thin little figure quickly shook his head and said, "No, eldest brother won't die." Jose woke up and heard their conversation, vaguely recalling the car accident he had been in. After finally managing to invite the person he liked, who would have thought that right after driving out a huge truck would come flying towards them. Subconsciously, he shielded himself toward Yuan Man. Now he felt pain all over his body, figuring he must have been hit hard, but at least he was still alive. Second brother looked quickly. Eldest brother seems to be waking up. Jose felt his head was the most painful part, struggling to open his eyes, thinking to ask a doctor to examine him. To his surprise, the first thing he saw upon opening his eyes were two little heads hovering above his own. Who are these people? Could someone call a doctor? He thought that just now these two seemed to be calling him eldest brother. He didn't have any younger siblings. Could it be that his parents had secretly given birth to a younger sibling without him knowing? Mother, eldest brother is awake. The little girl happily ran out, shouting to the woman busy in the yard. Just as Jose was about to speak, a sharp pain struck his head, and suddenly a flood of memories that were not his own surged in. He lay on the bed for a while before recovering. Well, a moment ago he was thinking of calling a doctor. Who would have known that he had already died in that car accident and directly transmigrated into the body of a Jose in a small ancient village? The two little heads from before were the original owner's twin younger siblings. The second child was a boy named Zhou Yin. The younger sister was Zhou Mei. The original owner's father was Zhou Daqiang, who had been ill and bedridden recently, and the one sweeping the yard outside was the original owner's mother, Chen Hohat, whom everyone called Madame Zhou. He woke up with pain all over because he had gone to beg his paternal grandparents for some money for his father's treatment, but they accused him of stealing, and together with the eldest uncle's family, they beat him severely. The original owner, frail as he was no match for them. It was only after the original owner's mother knelt down and begged for mercy that they let him go. However, after dragging him home, the family had no money left to call a doctor, so they just smeared an unknown herb on the wound on his head. It was at that moment that he transmigrated. And he had even transmigrated into a year of famine. What a disastrous start. In summary, a sick father, a frail mother, skinny younger siblings, and a famine. As an agricultural science PhD, what was he to do? Yin. Jose tried to call his new second brother Zhou Yin, his voice so hoarse it could barely produce a sound. Zhou Yin noticed his eldest brother calling him and quickly leaned in. Seeing him lick his dry, cracked lips, he asked softly, "Eldest brother, would you like some water?" He picked up a chipped bowl from beside him and fed Jose a sip of water. After drinking the bowl of water, Jose finally felt truly alive again, his throat no longer as painful. Eldest boy, don't be angry. Your grandparents have never liked our family. From now on, well, just stay away from them. As for your father." Her voice faded away, her eyes full of helplessness, her lips twitching slightly before she swallowed the rest of her words. Madame Zhou walked in and heard her son sighing. Thinking he was still angry at his grandparents, she tried to comfort him. Her husband had been ill for so long, and the last bit of money was all spent. Now the family had no food from one meal to the next. There was no way out. Jose frowned. Having been reborn into this body, he could not allow the original owner's family to die like this. If the original owner had gone to the modern world, he must live well in his luxury flat, and if the goddess was still there, he should take care of her on his behalf. His parents had died in a car accident when he was in college, and he had inherited a large sum of money, so his life should not have been too bad. He would take care of his family here. Seeing her son frown, Zhou's mother feared that saying more might provoke him into doing something even more outrageous. She roughly wiped her face and went out. "Big brother, rest for a while. I'm going to help mother with the work," said Zhou Yin. Seeing his brother like this, he didn't say anything more and went out. Now everyone in the family knew their situation. Jose lay on the bed, sorting through the original owner's memories, thinking about how to tackle this mess. Now the family had to find some food to fill their stomachs. Jose thought of the continuous mountains behind the village where there might be some wild vegetables. Boiling some wild vegetables could fill their stomachs. He stood up, but suddenly felt dizzy, knowing it was not only because of the beating, but also the extreme hunger of this body. Stepping outside, he sighed at the courtyard, low earthen walls, some parts broken, and the house was a thatched cottage on the verge of collapse. He shook his head helplessly. "Mother, I'm going out." He picked up a basket hanging on the wall. Zhou saw her big brother taking the basket and quickly followed, her eyes full of doubt. "Big brother, what are you going to do?" Her big brother usually stayed home to help their parents. What was he doing with the basket today? Big brother wants to dig up some wild vegetables. "Do you want to come with me?" Jose thought that one more person would bring more strength, and he could take her out to have fun. He'll go. But brother, there are hardly any wild vegetables on the mountain anymore. They've all been picked long ago. Zhou was happy for a moment, then disappointed. In this year, everyone's families had little food. They all went up the mountain to dig wild vegetables, then chopped and mixed them with rice to cook. Though tasteless, at least it filled the stomach. It's okay, let's go take a look. Jose curled the corner of his mouth and reached out his big hand to rub Jo's head. Dawa, come back early, Jo's mother called out. Jo's mother thought he wouldn't bring anything back anyway, so she let him go out and relax. Big brother, I'm coming with you too, shouted Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin was worried about his brother and immediately followed when he saw them leaving. He thought that Ame wouldn't be able to take care of their brother alone, he had to go himself. The three of them left the village and headed straight for the mountain behind. Brother, everyone has dug up the wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. If we want to find some, I know a place, said Zhou Yin. Zhou Yin thought they must dig some wild vegetables today. Others could go hungry, but his father and brother could not. Jose looked at the mountain. It was early spring, a time of scarcity coupled with a famine year. No wonder everyone went up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Then let's go straight there. Jose walked for a while and felt out of breath, silently complaining about how weak this body was. In his previous life, his physique was perfect: broad shoulders, narrow waist, abs, and vline. Oh well, these were not the most important right now. Surviving was more important than talking about muscles. Besides, the goddess was no longer there, so what was the use of that body? He followed the two kids up the mountain. Ding, a dandelion has been discovered ahead. Do you wish to trade? Suddenly, a transparent screen-like object appeared before him. For a moment, Jose thought that prolonged hunger had caused him to hallucinate. He paid it no mind, but as he moved, the locking crosshair followed his movement. Jose paused, tilted his head to look at the two little ones, and asked, "Did you hear any sound?" Both little ones shook their heads, so indeed they had heard nothing. Zhou Yin looked at his elder brother with concern, wondering if he had hit his head that afternoon and become addled. If his big brother went mad, what would become of their family? He hadn't seemed all that sharp before either. Had Jose known what his younger brother was thinking, he would have scolded him severely. No, he had to grow up quickly and shoulder the family's burdens. Jose looked up and saw the display, asking if he wished to trade. What on earth is this? Could it really be a hallucination? Hello dear, I am your portable system. You can click the home page in the upper right corner to check. Jose was startled when he heard the mechanical voice in his head again. Instinctively, he used his mind to click the upper right corner, only to find it resembled a certain online marketplace from his past life with options to buy and sell items. Thinking that there was no rice left for dinner at home, he thought of rice in his mind, and indeed many options appeared: white rice, millet, black rice, glutinous rice. What do I use to buy this rice? Jose figured the method of purchase here was certainly different. Dear, you can buy with money, or you can trade with us to earn points, or convert them into cash. Jose roughly understood the rules. To purchase items, he either used money or traded what he had. The trade could give him money or points, both of which could be used to buy items. After understanding this, he immediately dug up the dandelion on the ground, turned his back to the two little ones, and mentally chose to trade it for points. The dandelion vanished instantly. The points on the display changed from 0 to 2. Jose's heart leaped with joy. If he could find more dandelions or other things today, then tonight's rice would be secured. He became instantly excited and let out a howl. Zhou Yin frowned, looking at his elder brother with some disdain. What had gotten into his brother acting like a monkey? Zhou Mei, unlike Zhou Yin, asked, "Brother, are you imitating a monkey?" Her innocent and naive expression was truly Jose. Putting it that way, combined with his current gaunt appearance, he did look like a monkey. Little girl, let's go quickly. We're going to dig wild vegetables. He felt incredibly strong now, as if he could dig up an entire mountain. He thought digging wild vegetables would be easy, just a matter of using one's hands. Yet after walking a long distance, not a single wild vegetable was in sight. The system had also fallen silent. After walking another 200 or 300 meters, Jose finally spotted a dandelion under a tree. Ding! Dandelion detected ahead. Do you wish to trade? This time Jose didn't immediately choose to trade. Instead, he dug up the dandelion and beckoned to the two little ones. Ayane, do you recognize this wild vegetable? Jose thought that if the three of them dug together, they could earn many more points. Ame nodded. Brother, this is an edible wild vegetable, but it's a bit bitter. As she spoke, her little face scrunched up. Zhou nodded as well. Usually they only dug up these wild vegetables when they couldn't find others. It's fine. When you see this kind, dig it up. Big brother has other uses for it. Jose was very fond of his younger siblings, especially Zhou Mei. She was adorable, but terribly thin, her little arms and legs looking as if they might snap with the slightest force. He silently resolved to earn more money and fatten them up. Their father might also be saved, but the family was so poor they couldn't afford further treatment. All right, big brother. If you need it, I'll find it for you, Zhou Mei said sweetly. The three of them, now with a goal, scoured the mountain for dandelions. Ding! Purslane detected ahead. Do you wish to trade? Jose quickly walked to the spot that had been locked and dug up the purslane. Ayane, come here quickly. This is called purslane. If you find any, dig it up too. Jose showed them the purslane. The two little ones nodded and ran off to search, both thinking that if their big brother needed it, they should dig as much as possible. Jose suddenly felt as if he had returned to his childhood. When he was young, his parents were busy running the family business and his grandparents refused to move to the city, so he was sent to the countryside. There he roamed the mountains with his friends, digging wild vegetables, picking mushrooms and bamboo shoots, and gathering wild fruits. He never thought he'd be living this life again. But there was nothing on this mountain. Brother, look, I found porcelain. Jome waved the porcelain in her hand, shouting happily. Our ame is amazing. You found it so quickly. Seeing his little sister had already found wild vegetables, Zhou Yin secretly competed, determined to dig more than her. The three of them dug for a long time, and indeed found many wild vegetables. While the two little ones chattered ahead, Zhe traded half of the porcelain and dandelions. The points instantly became 32. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction. At least they would have something to eat tonight. Looking at the nearby village, he thought of an excuse to bring out the rice when they returned. Suddenly, he remembered his grandparents' family. He could use them as an excuse. And the injuries on his body couldn't be forgotten. A gentleman does not wait overnight for revenge. His uncle and grandparents' family had gone too far. Especially his grandparents. Every time his uncle needed something, they would send his cousin to call their father, claiming he was ill and on the verge of death. Their father, being filially obedient, would always go. Each time, he returned helpless and sighing, then had their mother take out some silver from the household to send to the old residents. If the original father refused to give, his grandparents would wail and accuse him of being an unfilial son, unwilling to lend even a thing. Though they called it borrowing, they never returned anything. If there was no money, they demanded goods like grain. This pattern repeated until their family grew impoverished with not even rice left for the pot. Zhou Shi developed a conditioned response, secretly wiping away tears every time someone from the old estate came. Over time, Zhou Daqiang grew disheartened, but dared not speak out. The last straw was when his elder brother Zhou Daz's son, Zhou Gui, needed money for schooling, demanding silver from his father. The family had no money or possessions left to give. The elders staged another drama, threatening to sell off Zhou Mei if they didn't produce money or goods. This forced Zhou Daqiang to toil in the county town from dawn till dusk. With little to eat at home, he collapsed into a ditch one day on his return. Fortunately, he was rescued, but he caught a chill. He initially pushed through, but eventually collapsed from exhaustion and fell gravely ill. In the end, half of the meager earnings he had scraped together were seized by the old estate. Had Zhou Shi not knelt in supplication and the village had not been present, even that half would have been lost. After learning all this, Zhou Zhe burned with fury. They were all sons. Why were their grandparents so blatantly biased? The old estate's family thrived, plump and well-fed, even in this famine, while his own family was gaunt and skeletal. Such a stark contrast, yet they pretended not to see it. Returning home, he handed the wild greens he had gathered to his mother. Mother, please prepare these. I'm going out again. Zhou Shi accepted them with joy, knowing there would finally be something for the pot that evening. Had her husband not needed care, she would have joined in foraging herself. As Jose stepped out, he beckoned to the two younger ones. Zhou Mei ran over without hesitation, while Zhou Yin followed after a moment of doubt. Big brother, where are you taking us? Zhou Mei asked curiously. Zhou Yin, though silent, harbored the same question. Shoo. He gestured for them to lower their voices, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before moving ahead and waving them over. Crouching down, he drew their heads close and whispered his plan, detailing their respective tasks. After hearing it, Zhou Mei looked timid, her large eyes brimming with fear. Zhou Yin, however, was furious. He wanted to say their mother would never allow it, but the thought of their family's relentless bullying made it impossible to swallow the indignity. Big brother, I'm with you. Zhou Yin declared, his jaw set with determination. Seeing her second brother agree, Zhou Mei nodded quickly. After all, this was their eldest brother's plan. He must have thought it through. Big brother will come too. I'm really good at crying. Don't worry. She puffed out her chest full of confidence. Seeing their agreement, Zhou Zhe headed toward the old estate. Sometimes force wasn't the only solution. Since these people were unreasonable, he would fight unreasonableness with unreasonableness. At the old estate, Zhou Mei still felt scared, shrinking behind Zhou Zhe and tugging at his pant leg. Ame, don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. Zhou Zhe felt a pang of regret, not realizing how frightened she would be. Ame trusts big brother. She said sweetly, then glanced at Zhou Yin. I trust second brother too. Suddenly, a sharp, acerbic voice cut through the air. Oh my, who do we have here? How dare you show your faces at our house? Zhou Zhe turned to see the speaker, Zhou Yun, daughter of Zhou Dezhu. The words lazy, greedy, sly, and spoiled might as well have been her epitaph. Zhou Yun looked at them with utter disdain. A bunch of cowards coming to their house just to get beaten again. Zhou Daz's wife Li Tsuelon, hearing the commotion, approached with even more contempt. What are you little brats doing here? Asking for a beating. Zhou Zhe clenched his fists. Their treatment of them was nothing short of vicious. Old Madame Zhou and Old Man Zhou emerged from the house, their faces equally cold as they regarded the three siblings. Grandpa, Grandma, Please save my father. All the things our family lent to Uncle's house. Isn't it time to return them? Jose deliberately lowered his stance. If they refused to return the goods after he had put it so plainly, then he would have no choice but to resort to other methods. Litsuelon was the first to react, bristling like a fighting cock. You little beast, what nonsense are you spouting? Your father brought those things to us willingly. Return them. Dream on. Huh? Willingly. Was his father that foolish? If they hadn't forced him, how could he have handed over everything? Jose turned his gaze to old Madame Zhou and old man Zhou, who had been watching the spectacle passively. Old Madame Zhou, about 50, was short with triangular eyes that radiated sharpness and a face full of contempt. Her clothes were patched, though far less so than his own mother's. Old man Zhou wore a rigid expression, as if the matter at hand had nothing to do with him, as if such trivialities weren't worth his attention. Jose wanted to ask if his father was even their biological son. What are you staring at? Your father brought it himself. Are you going to bully an old woman like me? Old Madame Zhou grumbled discontentedly. Grandma, please, I beg you. For the sake that my father is your son too, help us. We don't even have rice for the pot. Zhou Yin pleaded tearfully. So what? What's that to us? Zhou Yin couldn't care less about their hunger. At that moment, Zhou Gui waddled out of the house, his obese body jiggling. Mother wins dinner. Spotting Jose and the others, his demeanor shifted instantly. Oh, my defeated foes. What are you here for? Looking for a beating. Then they'll get some exercise. He strode toward them. No one intervened, all eager to watch the show. Zhou Daju puffed up, ready to back his son. Zhou Gui was raring to go, but Jose didn't retreat. Instead, he shot a glance at Zhou Yin, who immediately turned and bolted. All Zhou Yin could think was to run as fast as he could. Zhou Mei stood by, poised for action. Zhou Gui threw a punch at Jose, but Jose sidestepped, dodging with ease. The taekwondo he had learned in his past life finally found a legitimate use. Combined with his previous fighting experience, he evaded the blow effortlessly. Outwardly calm, inwardly, he was itching for more. Finally, a chance to fight without breaking the law. Zhou Gui, having failed to land a blow, grew even more enraged and charged furiously toward Jose once more. Seeing him approach, Jose thrust a fist upward from below, striking his chin, while his upper body dodged the incoming punch. Zhou Gui could not believe that the one he had beaten just days ago now dared to fight back. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Jose, yearning to tear him apart. With a guttural roar, he lunged at Jose again. Jose shot a glance at Zhou Mei, who nodded in understanding. "Ah, brother Zhou Gui, please don't hit my brother." Zhou Mei wailed, tears streaming down her face, as if conjured on cue, drenching her cheeks. She looked as though Jose was on the verge of being beaten to death. The old missus. Zhou and the others, initially angered by Zhou Gui's setback, had intended to join the fray, but saw Zhou Gui charging at Jose with such ferocity. They assumed Jose was doomed this time. Last time he had been half beaten to death, now they thought he would surely be killed. Litsuelon, seeing her son's prowess, curled her lips in smug satisfaction, secretly hoping the little wretch would be beaten to death for daring to strike back. Zhou Yun cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Mei, who sat on the ground, her face twisted in contempt. She had thought this family had turned formidable, but they were merely paper tigers. With her brother's bulky frame, he would surely crush Jose. Let the little girl cry. Zhou Gui, summoning all his strength, aimed to knock Jose down with a single punch, teaching him not to dodge. Jose's plan was to provoke the entire old mansion into attacking him, so that when outsiders arrived, the story would be on his side. Just as Zhou Gui was certain his punch would send Jose to the ground, Jose bent low, seized his arm from an unexpected angle, and hurled him through the air, slamming him hard onto the earth. Before anyone could react, Jose rained a flurry of punches onto Zhou Gui's face. Had his body not been so frail, the bones in Zhou Gui's face would surely have shattered. "You little bastard, how dare you hit my son?" Litsuelon was the first to snap out of it, grabbing a spatula from the kitchen as she stormed forward. Zhou Daju and the others, enraged by Zhou Gui's defeat, rushed at Jose with murderous intent, determined to beat the little wretch to death. Seeing them all join in, Zhou Mei wailed even louder, drawing the neighbors with her cries. Jose, facing the onslaught, felt no pressure at all. As he evaded their attacks, he covertly struck back. A punch here, a twist there, each blow delivered with full force. His assailants howled in pain, yet none could land a hit on him. "Ah, you little beast. They'll kill you. Grandpa, Grandma, please stop hitting my brother." Zhou Mei's cries grew even more desperate. The terrifying scene made her sob harder. The crowd outside swelled. Witnessing the Zhou family's brutality, so many adults ganging up on one child, they could no longer stand by. "Old Mrs. Zhou, I hate to say it, but Jose is your own grandson. Why do you treat them like this?" "Exactly. You're going for the kill. How can you face your ancestors? This is truly..." Though most were appalled, no one stepped in. What a mess. Didn't they know the Zhou family's nature? If they got involved today, who knew what slander would come their way? "Old Mrs. Zhou was infamous for her shrewishness and utter unreasonableness. Argue with her, and she'd chase you down with endless curses. So no one dared intervene. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin, seeing the chaos, hurriedly fetched the village chief. "Chief, please come quickly. My brother might be beaten to death." Zhou Yan's face was pale with anxiety, sweat beading on his brow. Alarmed, the chief quickened his pace, fearing the boy would be gravely injured. He had assumed Zhou Gui was the aggressor, but the scene in the courtyard made his blood boil. "Stop this at once." An entire family ganging up on a child. "The chief is here," someone announced, alerting the crowd. "Old Mrs. Zhou and her clan immediately halted, all of them wincing in pain. That little wretch had somehow inflicted deep bruises without leaving visible marks. But Zhou Zhe was a different story. As the chief arrived, he slipped into the crowd, tousled his hair, tore his clothes, and revealed the bruises left by Zhou Gui from the day before. This. The chief's eyes widened in shock at Zhou Ze's injuries. "I may help your brother over here." He intended to bring Zhou Ze to his side. Surely with the boy standing behind him, this family wouldn't dare strike again. Zhou Ze, feigning weakness, was supported by Zhou Yin and Zhou Mei. He even managed a respectful bow to the chief. "Chief." "Cough, cough, greetings, chief," Zhou Ze said, glancing at the man. Zhou Chongwen had once been a scholar, but had to abandon his studies due to family circumstances. He was a man of integrity, always looking out for the villagers, earning their deep respect. "Enough, don't say another word." "Zhou Chongshu," the chief bellowed at the old patriarch. Zhou Chongshu, startled by the chief's rare fury, hurried over with a placating smile. I'm here. The chief's patience was wearing thin. "You can't even control your wife, and you play favorites all day. Now you've joined a mob to beat a child. How shameless can you be?" He had never seen a family that could be so unjust, favoring one son and grandson so blatantly over another. And that old Mrs. Zhou, always cursing and causing trouble with her sharp, bitter demeanor. She had led the whole household astray. Zhou Chongshu stammered, his lips moving, but no words coming out. "You what? You're utterly worthless. You can't even protect your own child, and you beat him. What kind of man are you?" The chief, unable to contain his rage, let loose a torrent of curses. Old Mrs. Zhou, head bowed, dared not utter a word, though she fumed inwardly. Why did the chief have to meddle in their family affairs? After his tirade, the chief saw the family fall silent and let out a sigh of relief. On the way, Zhou Yin had explained why the three siblings had come. "As they explain what happened today," the village chief said, glancing at Zhou Ze beside him. "Grandpa Chief, my father is gravely ill, and our family has no money for medicine, not even a grain of rice to cook. I couldn't just watch my father suffer like this. So I remembered the money my grandparents and uncle and aunt had borrowed from us before, and I thought I'd ask for some back to treat my father." Zhou Ze briefly explained the day's events, but left out the part about seeking revenge. The village chief turned to Zhou Chongshu. "Is this true?" In truth, he didn't need to ask. He had often seen Zhou Daqiang carrying sacks of rice or bringing money over many times before. He had even advised Zhou Chongshu that his own family mattered, but the man had just chuckled and said nothing more. Zhou Chongshu nodded, but then old Madame Zhou suddenly burst out, "He's talking nonsense. Everything before was brought by his father. What would he know? Even if it was lent to his uncle, can it be taken back now?" Old Madame Zhou shrank back as the village chief shot her a glare. "Since it was borrowed, a good loan makes for easy borrowing later. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Besides, Daqiang is now so ill he can barely move, and you still have the nerve not to repay." He turned his gaze to Zhou Chongshu. It was usually the man who ruled the household. Where was it a woman's place to speak? Unable to control his own wife, letting her blurt out like that. Zhou Chongshu understood the chief's meaning. With so many people around, he chose not to argue further. "Grandpa Chief, please seek justice for our family. My father and mother have always been filial, especially my father. He never once disobeyed my grandparents. And now that he's fallen ill, I as his son am so useless that I can't even get him medical treatment." In truth, Zhou Ze himself held some contempt for his father's original self. Clearly the old folks were using him as a tool, yet he still eagerly brought them gifts, desperately clinging to that pitiful familial bond. But in the end it was all for naught. The goods were gone, and so was the affection. The others, hearing Zhou Ze's words, grew angry as well. What they had done was far too excessive. Even they sometimes showed favoritism, but never to this extent. Besides, these days, every family struggled to put food on the table, often not knowing where the next meal would come from. How could anyone afford medical care? The village chief's face darkened further. "Azay, rest assured I will seek justice for you today." Old Madame Zhou could no longer sit still, thinking, does this brat really think he can take money from me? Chief, shouldn't Zhou Ze's father be the one to handle this matter? The second son, that dullard, would surely be speechless when he came. She figured that once the second son arrived, the matter would blow over. Zhou Ze thought, her abacus beads are practically hitting me in the face. "Grandpa Chief, my father really can't move right now, otherwise he wouldn't have sent me his son." Jose knew that in these times if the father couldn't come the son could take his place. The village chief nodded. Jose is the eldest son of their family, and he has the right to speak on this matter. But old Madame Zhou was at a loss for words. She shot Jose a furious glare, but he pretended not to see. Seeing the chief's dark expression, Zhou Changshu immediately glared at old Madame Zhou. What but? Get out of here. If he didn't rein her in, she would surely provoke the chief's wrath. Every village depended on its chief. If someone got into trouble outside, a single word from the chief could bring them back. And so it was with village affairs. Seeing them subdued, the chief turned to Jose. Jose, go on and tell me exactly what happened. How much money and grain did they borrow? Jose pulled Zhou Mei, whose eyes were brimming with tears, to the front. Grandpa Chief, whenever my uncle's family had a problem, my grandmother would pretend to be sick to trick my father into coming and then demand money from us. Altogether, my father has given 10 taels of silver to the old house. That was money my parents had saved their entire lives. After the money was gone, they made my father bring grain from home. When the grain was gone, Zhou Gui needed money for school, so they forced my father to pay again. When he couldn't, they pressured him to sell a May. If my father refused, they called him unfilial and said they'd rather die. They tormented him endlessly. The crowd gasped at Jose's words. 10 taels of silver. All of it had been taken by the old house. That was a family savings built up over who knows how many years. And that was just the silver, not counting the grain and other things they had demanded. Jose didn't actually know the exact amount sent over, but he remembered that his original parents had saved 10 taels for their children's marriages. Now, given the family situation, there was surely not a single coin left. You little beast. Don't spout nonsense here. Who said anything about 10 taels? Old Madame Zhou, hearing Jose expose everything, quickly tried to stop him. Yes, as long as she denied it, it would be fine. Why should they take his word for it? But then Zhou Yan suddenly spoke up, looking at old Madame Zhou. Right? It's not 10 taels. Old Madame Zhou breathed a sigh of relief at Zhou Yan's words. See, even the little beast said it wasn't 10 taels. It's 10 taels and 357 coppers. Jose enunciated each word, then turned to the village chief. Grandpa Chief, my mother kept a record. Every time they took silver or grain, it all added up to 10 taels and 357 coppers, plus 30 caddies of white flour, 20 caddies of white rice, and 123 caddies of coarse rice. If Jose's earlier words had shocked the crowd, Zhou Yan's revelation left them utterly dumbfounded. Only then did they realize how much blood the old Zhou family had sucked from that household. Before, they had scorned that family for being a drain, driving them into a dilapidated thatched hut and completely ignoring them. Not only did they neglect them, but they also extorted so much from them. This was their own son, and they treated him so differently. Zhou Changshu. The chief could no longer contain his fury after hearing this. How could they have done such a thing? Chief, let me explain. No, I mean, hear me out. Zhou Changshu was terrified out of his wits. He had told his wife to hold back, but she wouldn't listen. And now look at the mess they were in. Chief, this matter must be dealt with. If word gets out to other villages, will be a disgrace. People will think every family here is like this. If a man has several sons, it'll ruin their chances of marriage. It'll destroy our village's reputation. The onlookers who had been enjoying the spectacle suddenly stopped. Their own interests were now at stake. Many families had sons about to marry, and if this caused trouble, they would surely come cursing the Zhou family. Jose was pleasantly surprised that these people had thought of it on this level, which incidentally helped him as well. Li Tsuelon, unable to calm down upon hearing everyone's words, retorted, "Who are you to spout such nonsense? Do you think that little beast has the right to say we took that much silver? How could these little wretches have the audacity to think of summoning the village chief? And that bitch Jose had struck her so painfully. This debt could not be forgiven so easily." The village chief, upon hearing her words, felt even more disappointed in this family. Speaking rudely to your elders and uttering reckless words. Do you wish to be thrown into prison? Oi. Li Tsuelon, shocked that the village chief would invoke the law to intimidate her, collapsed to the ground in fear. No. Even old Madame Zhou recoiled in terror at the thought of entering the prison over this, where the first punishment would be 20 lashes of the rod. No one could emerge unscathed from such an ordeal. Village chief, we admit our mistake. Zhou Daju, unwilling to see his wife suffer, spoke up. Sweet words were easy to say. He could settle scores with this household later, as they were still under his mother's control. Zhou Changshu also bowed and scraped beside him. Yes, village chief, we were wrong. Please spare us this once. If you say you're wrong, but who knows what you'll do next? A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, jolting the village chief awake. He had thought their apology sufficed, but words were cheap and the future remained uncertain. Since you admit your fault, return everything you borrowed from the second son's family. Otherwise, they'll have you sent to prison directly. The village chief decided to settle this matter on the spot, leaving their fate to whatever awaited them afterward. Zhou Changshu was loath to part with what he had already pocketed. Yet he feared the village chief would indeed send them to prison. We have no money. Zhou Changshu bluffed, refusing to return the goods. In those times, 10 taels of silver could keep a family from starving. This money had been painstakingly saved by Zhou Daqiang from working in the county town and Zhou Shi's needlework. If you have no money, then off to prison you go. I gave you a choice, and if you want take it, don't blame others. The village chief was exasperated that even now this family clung to their greed. Well, give it. Well, give it. Zhou Changshu, truly frightened, now cowered as he spoke, and signaled old Madame Zhou to fetch the money quickly. Old Madame Zhou's triangular eyes bulged nearly round, but the thought of the rod and prison made her legs weak. She decided to hand it over for now, and later find an excuse to summon the second son and reclaim the money. With that resolve, she hurried into the house and brought out the silver. The village chief, this is all the money our family has left, 6 taels and 3 chien. Old Madame Zhou schemed to keep some of the family's wealth hidden. The village chief shook his sleeves in fury. This family was truly Blackheart. He took the money pouch weighted in his hand, and finding it satisfactory, handed it to Jose. Old Madame Zhou inwardly congratulated herself for not skimping on the amount. Write an IOU for the remaining money and grain. The village chief stared sternly at Zhou Changshu. But Jose suddenly spoke up. Uncle village chief, no need. I want to sever the family ties. What? Sever ties? Even Zhou Yin beside him widened his eyes in shock, let alone the others. Severing family ties was a last resort for those at the end of their rope. It meant being left to fend for oneself with the old homestead, offering no help in times of trouble. The village chief was the first to recover. Zay, are you sure you want to sever ties? He could understand Jose's reasoning. Staying entangled with the old homestead would only let them cling like locusts, draining them dry no matter what. Sever ties. Is Jose really cutting off from the old homestead? But it makes sense. Always sending them things, yet when his own family fell ill they didn't even care. Who could tolerate that? If it were me, I'd have done it long ago. That's true. No, you can't sever ties. Old Madame Zhou finally reacted and began to wail. If they severed ties, where would they find such easy prey again? Absolutely not. Jose knew they wouldn't agree easily, but he had a countermeasure. If you won't agree, then a yin and a mei must also go to school, and you have to pay for all of them, not just Zhou Gui. Plus my father is sick and needs treatment, we have no rice to cook, so give us some grain. And when I marry you must provide for the wedding. Also the fields at home must be farmed together. Jose laid out all his conditions, and old Madame Zhou fell silent. Paying for the second son's household was utterly impossible. They were dreaming. Zhou Changshu glanced at his wife, pondering how to resolve this. Li Tzulan grew anxious. If they had to fund schooling, medicine, and weddings for these little wretches who knew how much silver it would cost, better to spend it all on their own precious Gui. She immediately tugged at old Mrs. Zhou's sleeve and whispered, Mother, if this keeps up, their family will be a bottomless pit. How can our family afford to support them? Even if we had the money, it should be spent on your dear Gui. Old Mrs. Zhou thought the same. She resolved that the family's money would never be squandered on them. After mulling it over, Jose was in no rush, knowing full well that this family would never spend a cent on him. So in the end, they would surely choose to sever ties. Zhe Zhou suddenly appeared in the yard. She had overheard her son's demands, which echoed her own thoughts, but with her husband as he was, she dared not act on them herself. Jose glanced at his frail mother, thinking a strong gust of wind might blow her away. Seeing Zhou, old Mrs. Zhou immediately flared up. Chen Hohat, you shameless woman. Did you put them up to this? You wretch, how dare you scheme against me? Finally, finding an outlet for her anger, old Mrs. Zhou disregarded the crowd present. Zhou stood rooted to the spot, head bowed under the tirade, as if she had committed a grave sin. She dared not retort. Zhou Yin and Zhou Mei stood by, their small faces flushed with indignation. Jose stepped directly in front of Zhou. Grandpa, village chief, you see, this is how my grandmother usually bullies my mother. She knew nothing about today's matter, yet my grandmother blames her for everything. And this is with me here. When I'm not around, it's even worse. If word gets out, people might think all the in-laws in our village are like this. Seeing her son stand before her, Zhou's tears fell. She had endured for so long for her husband's sake, thinking they were elders, and she should just bear their words. But her forbearance had only emboldened them. The worst was that they even planned to sell her daughter. Now that her son could stand up and argue, how could she as a mother cower behind them? Grandpa, village chief, you don't know they often beat my mother and wanted to sell me. Whoa. Zhou Mei was truly crying now, her pitiful appearance tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Auntie Fatty couldn't bear it any longer and scooped Zhou Mei into her arms. May be good. Let Auntie Fatty hold you. In truth, Auntie Fatty rather looked down on Zhou, thinking she had such good children, but neglected them for others. How ungrateful. Yet she held her tongue. Zhou stepped out from behind Jose and looked up at the old house family. You care nothing for Dachang's welfare, only demanding money and goods from him. From today on, it's his blessing to no longer have parents like you. She had many more harsh words to say, but was unwilling to have any further dealings with them. Old Mrs. Zhou, seeing the village chief's demeanor, dared not say more and lowered her head in thought. All right, sever the ties, Zhou Changshu suddenly declared. Old man, old Mrs. Zhou had also considered severing ties, but didn't want to agree so easily. It's come to this, severing ties is the only way. The village chief nodded, relieved there was no further wrangling. Since we're severing ties, we must divide the household property. You still owe money to the second son's family, so well forgo that. As for grain, you must give half. The village chief began outlining the terms. He sent Zhou Yin to summon the village elders and fetch paper, ink, and brush to draft the document. Village chief, this division is unfair. Several prime paddy fields were to be given away. How could that be? Let alone other things, the good fields were their lifeline. The village chief had long lost patience with her. Old Mrs. Zhou, if you keep making a scene, you'll kneel in the ancestral hall tonight. Old Mrs. Zhou fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Soon the village elders arrived, and Zhou Yin brought the writing materials, thrilled to finally be free of the old house. The elders sighed at first, but they knew the second son's family had to live, and being worn down by the old house was untenable. With the village chief's words and the presence of the elders, the Zhou family from the old house quieted down. In the end, they received 20 caddies of coarse rice, 5 caddies of black flour, and 3 mu of land, all of which had originally belonged to Zhou Dechang, but had been withheld by old Mrs. Zhou, claiming he couldn't farm them. This severance returned everything. Zhou Zhe and the others joyfully signed their names, or made their marks if illiterate. The old house family wanted to cause more trouble, but causing a scene before the village chief and elders would be a great disgrace. They might even offend these people and be driven out of the village. That's why the Zhou family signed so quietly. But in their hearts they planned to go to Zhou Ze's house later and take everything back by force. Looking at the signed severance document, the village chief addressed both families. After signing this, you are no longer kin. From now on, each family minds its own business and does not disturb the other. If I hear of anyone causing trouble, they won't stay in this village. The last words were clearly meant for the old house. He thought that Zhou Ze's family, freed from them, would have an easier time. Everyone disperse. Go home and eat. With matters settled, he urged the onlookers to leave. Village chief, esteemed elders, thank you so much, Zhou Shi said, gratefully, tears in her eyes, never imagining she could truly break free from that family. The elders sighed. There had never been a severance of kinship in the village before, but today it was unavoidable. Your future is in your own hands now. Make sure to get Dechang proper medical treatment soon. Zhou Qingyan, the eldest among them, offered words of comfort. He then looked up at Zhou Zhe. Zhe, as the eldest son, you must now shoulder the family's burdens. Zhou Zhe nodded earnestly. Elder, I will take care of my parents. Today we owe it all to you. With that he bowed deeply in gratitude. Zhou Zhe nodded earnestly. Elder, I will take care of my parents. Today we owe it all to you. With that he bowed deeply in gratitude. Finally, Zhou Zhe had Zhou's wife take the younger siblings and their belongings home first, while he escorted them back to the house himself. He mused that he had accomplished something significant today, severing ties with the old estate. With his system in hand, he could gradually begin to address other matters. If only his goddess were by his side, this starting scenario would be acceptable. As he pondered, he surveyed the surroundings. Without industrial pollution, the air had become much fresher. Following the original owner's memories, he began walking home. He thought about how to get some money tomorrow. As he approached a fenced yard, a torrent of curses suddenly erupted from within. You little wretch! How dare you fight back? You've got some nerve. They'll beat you to death. An old woman's voice rang out. Who are you calling a little wretch? Before Zhou Zhe could see clearly, the word struck him as familiar. Then the girl's voice continued. If I'm a little wretch, then you're an old wretch. This exchange made Zhou Zhe stop, completely curious if such a girl existed in this era. Yuan man. You're infuriating me. The old woman trembled with rage, wishing she could strike her dead. Yuan man. Hearing the name, Zhou Zhe froze in place. Wasn't this his goddess' name? Could it be that she had come with him? But his goddess never used foul language. Yet this wasn't exactly cursing. Zhou Zhe was thrilled, wanting to rush in and confirm, but entering now might hinder her performance. Zhou Zhe quickly searched through the original owner's memories for Yuan man, a girl from the same village. Whenever they met, the original owner stayed silent, and the girl seemed equally reticent. They were like two mutes who merely exchanged glances. Originally silent, now passionately vocal. Zhou Zhe felt the answer was about to leap out and strike him in the face. The current Yuan man had become the Yuan man he knew. The old woman in the yard was Yuan man's grandmother, who favored boys over girls. Her parents were the same, doting on her brother Yuan Baocai, who was plump and lazy, leaving everything to Yuan man. The old woman, too furious to speak, called over her daughter-in-law Yuan's wife. Look at the worthless daughter you've raised. Now she dares to defy her elders. Tomorrow find a family to sell her off. At least we'll get some money. Yuan's wife hung her head in shame, looking at Yuan Man with utter disgust, as if she weren't her daughter, but some filthy thing. Don't worry, mother, I'll find someone to sell her tomorrow. Yuan Man's eyes were filled with cold indifference. Sell her off. She had just arrived in this unfamiliar world, one that never existed in history, and now she was about to be sold. But she couldn't go anywhere without proper documentation. Seeing Yuan Man silent, the old woman and Yuan's wife assumed she was scared. Yuan's wife, irritated by the scolding, snapped, "What are you standing there for? Get those clothes washed. If you don't finish today, no dinner." Yuan Man glanced at the basin, then carried it out of the house. She had no intention of washing clothes, as she needed to sort out the chaotic memories in her mind. The moment she opened her eyes, the old woman had dragged her out of the woodshed and launched into a torrent of abuse, accusing her of laziness. But the original owner had already starved for 2 days and died of hunger, leaving this soul from another world to take over. Seeing Yuan Man heading toward the river, he quietly followed. When he saw no one around, he dared to approach. Hearing footsteps behind her, Yuan Man raised a stick. "Who's there?" "Yuan Man, it's me, Jose." Jose's face was radiant with joy. When he heard them talking about marrying her off, a plan had formed in his mind. Yuan Man frowned at the tall, thin figure before her. The original owner's memory held this appearance, but the name matched that of her beloved junior brother. If only she hadn't gotten into his car hoping for some progress with him, she wouldn't have ascended to heaven the moment they stepped out. She wondered where that brat was now. Senior sister. Odd functions, even constants. Jose shouted, not caring if anyone heard. Ha ha ha, here, he had a fellow soul from another world, and it was someone he knew. The goddess he was pursuing. Functions, look at quadrants. Jose, it really is you. Yuan Man came alive, embracing him excitedly. Jose's face flushed. Bliss, my friend. The goddess was hugging him. Sensing something, he quickly pulled away, not wanting to be mistaken for a rogue. Senior sister, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Jose cleared his throat softly. If he hadn't invited her to dinner that day, this might never have happened. Yuan Man waved her hand, looking at him earnestly. It's not your fault either. You didn't want this to happen. But we can't go back now. That was Jose's greatest worry. His parents had long been absent from his life, immersed in their research, probably forgetting he existed. But senior sister was different, as she had her family. Yuan Man smiled bitterly. That family is just the same. She didn't want to dwell on her modern family, also partial to sons over daughters. She probably meant nothing to them. Everything she had, she fought for herself. Seeing she didn't want to say more, Jose dropped the subject. Since fate has given us another chance, let's live well here. Yuan Man thought of her previous life ending at just 25. Such a pity. Jose was surprised she accepted it faster than he did. He nodded, thinking that since they were here and the woman he loved was by his side, he would strive hard and carve out a future. All right, but you're in danger now. Jose thought about how those people were planning to sell Yuan Man, and he became furious, wanting to go back and give them a beating. Yuan Man's mind was flooded with information, completely unable to keep up with Jose's pace. How am I in danger? She wondered, having just woken up moments ago. Could something else have happened? Seeing Yuan Man's dazed expression, Jose felt an urge to pat her head, and he did so. Your mother and grandmother are planning to sell you off. This had just happened moments ago, yet she had already forgotten. Yuan Man had been so focused on figuring out where she was and absorbing the original owner's memories that she hadn't paid attention to this matter. Seeing Yuan Man silent, Jose continued, How about you marry me instead? As soon as he said it, he felt he was being too cunning. But after confessing, he awaited her reply, feeling as if his heart was in his throat. Yuan Man looked up at Jose before her. The Jose in this place looked quite different from the one in the modern world. He was gentle, slender, and tall. The modern Jose had spent long hours in the lab and fields collecting data. His skin was wheat-colored, and he was muscular, possessing a perfect physique. She had also caught a glimpse of her own reflection in the water. Though not as stunning as her past lives' appearance, she wasn't ugly. With some proper grooming, she could be quite striking. You? I swear after we marry, I'll get back the muscles from my past life. Abs, pecs, no problem at all. Jose couldn't bear even that single word from her. In his past life, when he heard Yuan Man say she didn't like weak-looking guys, he started working out since he already enjoyed fitness, building a perfect body. Now he feared she wouldn't like his current scrawny frame. Yuan Man covered her mouth and laughed. Who said anything about that? I want to ask you, are you sure? In her past life, she had sensed Jose's affection for her. At first he approached her calling her senior sister, then later just used her name. She liked him too, but here she wasn't so certain. Yes, I wanted to marry you in my past life. Jose, in his excitement, blurted out his true feelings. In his past life, he had planned to confess to her that night, but a car accident happened. Thankfully, they ended up here together. Yuan Man's eyes sparkled with amusement. You haven't even seen the beauties around here. Aren't you afraid you'll regret it later? Jose shook his head firmly. I don't care about them. I only like you, only love you. That's enough. Seeing the love in his eyes, Yuan Man nodded. She thought since she had to marry someone anyway, she might as well marry someone she liked and was familiar with. Suddenly remembering something, Yuan Man spoke up. But let's get one thing straight, if our feelings don't match after marriage, we'll part ways. If you do something to betray me, don't blame me for turning the tables. Though she said this deep down, she still trusted him. His actions in the past life had always satisfied her. Don't worry, I will never let you down in this life. Jose was so excited he felt dizzy. He hadn't expected Yuan Man to agree so easily. He had thought he'd need to do a lot of persuading. Yet she agreed so simply. Overjoyed, he pulled her into his arms, but remembering his earlier awkward moment, he didn't hold her too tightly this time. Yuan Man thought of something and warned cautiously, the Yuan family won't be easy to fool. Since they plan to sell me, they'll definitely want a sum of money. It's fine, I'll figure something out, Jose said. As long as she agreed, nothing else mattered. He would find a way to marry her no matter what. Like this. Jose thought of a plan and deemed it feasible. Yuan Man glanced at him and had another idea. How about I roll into the water first, and you take me back? Then tomorrow when you come ill, pretend to faint. You can say you want to buy me, and for the money they'll definitely agree. Actually, Jose had been thinking of having Yuan Man pretend to faint so that no other family would snatch her up first. Even if he went to buy her, old Madame Yuan would surely agree. So first eliminate the competition. With that, Yuan Man let go of Jose and jumped straight into the water. The early spring water was bitingly cold. Jose's heart ached as he immediately jumped in after her, pulled her out, and wrapped her in the old clothes from before. You actually jumped in. Jose's eyes were full of concern. He had planned to go home and boil some water to wet her clothes. Shivering from the cold, Yuan Man glared at him. Stop wasting time. If I don't do this, do you think they'll believe it? Jose had no choice but to carry her and rush toward the Yuan family home. Shout for help. Say Yuan Man fell into the river and needs saving. Yuan Man knew that family wouldn't buy her medicine. Help! Someone come quick. Yuan Man jumped into the river. Jose shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping to draw the villagers out. After shouting several times, many people came out. Jose then sprinted toward the Yuan household. The Yuans were newcomers to Zhou village, so upon hearing it was them, the villagers quickly followed. A grown girl jumping into the river and being rescued by a young man. There was no way to clear up the aftermath. Everyone thought Jose was foolish for making such a fuss. Old Yuan would surely extort him. Sure enough, when they reached the Yuan home, old Madame Yuan and Yuan sure rushed out. Seeing Jose carrying Yuan Man, they were startled. They had just been planning to sell Yuan Man, and now Jose had brought her back. How could they make any money? The Zhou family was dirt poor too. Even a mouse entering their house would pity them and leave some food behind. If they tried to sell Yuan Man, they wouldn't get much. You bastard, put her down now. Old Madame Yuan was still thinking of using the money from selling Yuan Man to buy chickens and eggs to nourish her grandson. Yuan sure also reacted, joining the scolding. You little wretch, what have you done to my daughter? She was fine when she went out. In her mind, she hoped that little slut Yuan Man wouldn't be in trouble, otherwise they couldn't sell her. Now she needed to squeeze some money out of Jose to pay for the girl's medical bills. Otherwise the family had no money for her treatment. Seeing their behavior, Jose wished he could kick Yuan sure flying. What scum dared to interfere? The villagers knew the Yuan family would act this way, so they followed, never expecting them to immediately be rude to Jose. Old Mrs. Yuan, how dare you speak like that? Young Zhe here saved your girl out of kindness, yet you talk to him like this. Repaying kindness with enmity. Exactly, we're all here today. Try bullying him if you dare. Do you think our Zhou family village has no backbone? If Young Zhe had truly done something wrong, we wouldn't defend him, but he saved your child, and you still pick a fight. Don't blame us. Old Mrs. Yuan hadn't expected so many villagers to side with Jose. Normally, he wasn't even that close to these people. The villagers could tell friend from foe. Even if they weren't talkative, tracing back 3 generations in this village meant they were all kin, either close or distant, and they would always speak up for their own. This was also why old Mrs. Yuan valued sons over daughters. Having a boy not only raised their status in the village, but also ensured someone to speak for them and carry on the family line. Yet Yuan Baokai was currently hiding in the back. Jose couldn't stand listening to old Mrs. Yuan's nagging any longer. Yuan Man was trembling in his arms. Grandma Yuan, please send someone to fetch a doctor. I happened to see Yuan Man jump into the river and pulled her out. If she falls ill now, it'll be dire. We can discuss matters calmly. There's no need to drive someone to such extremes. Jose intended to pin a heavy accusation on them. She jumped into the river. How could the child be so desperate? Old Mrs. Yuan must have been forcing her to do something again. I heard them scolding the girl just now. Old Mrs. Yuan hadn't anticipated Jose throwing such dirty water on her. Seeing the crowd start to murmur, she shot a glance at Yuan Sure and whispered, hurry up and drag this wretched girl into the woodshed. Don't let her stay here. Give her a bowl of hot water. We have no money for a doctor. Yuan sure then took Yuan man and headed toward the woodshed. Old Mrs. Yuan finally turned to Zhou Zhe, her eyes full of disdain. Young Zhe, I was wrong earlier. I misunderstood you. My apologies. Seeing her apologize, the villagers finally stopped staring at her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Aunties and sisters, why not come in for a meal before you leave? We owe you for helping with our family matters today. Old Mrs. Yuan spoke slyly. The crowd knew she wasn't genuinely inviting them to eat. She was hinting that this was a family affair, and they could no longer interfere. Besides, every household was short on food. Who would actually eat at their place? Make sure you keep man-girl safe. We want stay for dinner. Ours is already cooked. With that, an auntie left for home. The others gradually followed. Seeing Jose still standing there as if stunned, fat auntie quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him away. Young Zhe, are you an idiot? Get out of here now, or shall try to extort you. She spat as she spoke. Jose finally snapped out of it. He had been worrying about Yuan man. Thank you, fat auntie. He grinned his thanks. Fat auntie waved cheerfully. It's nothing. Let me tell you that old Mrs. Yuan is no good. Her mouth is always cursing heaven and earth, not fearing a thunderbolt from the sky. Her eyes are always scheming. That old hag thinks she's lost something if she doesn't pick up anything on the street. Jose. Not picking anything up counts as losing something. That description is strangely fitting. I get it, fat auntie. Jose knew fat auntie was trying to protect him from old Mrs. Yuan's schemes. After a bit more chatter, he reached his doorstep. Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin were craning their necks to see him, and they rushed over when they spotted him. Big brother, why are you so late? Mom was so worried. Zhou Mei began as soon as she saw him. Zhou Yin noticed his brother's wet clothes first, furrowing his brow. Brother, why are you all wet? Was it the old house people? No, we'll change first. We'll talk later. He was feeling a bit chilly now. If he didn't change soon, he might end up like his father. Zhou Shi began preparing the meal when she saw Jose return. She called Zhou Mei over. Mei, what happened to your brother? Did the old house people bully him? Worry filled her eyes. She knew today's incident wouldn't end quietly with the old house. They ate inside with only a faint glimmer of oil light. Most families ate early, but Jose was so late that they had to light the lamp. Aze, why are you back so late? Zhou Shi was still concerned about her eldest son. Mother, is it all right if I want to get married? Jose wanted to test the waters. The original host was 19, well past the age for marriage. But the Zhou family was too poor, no family would consider them, and they had no money to arrange a match. So it had been delayed. Zhou Shi was startled, then delighted. Have you taken a fancy to some girl? They'll go propose tomorrow. We have some money now, we must settle your marriage. She was overjoyed that her son had brought it up on his own. Cough, cough. A sudden fit of coughing came from the room, and Zhou Shi's expression darkened. They had just gotten over 6 silver taels. If they used it for a wedding, there might not be enough for the father's medicine. Jose planned to check on his father after dinner and see if there was suitable medicine in the market. Mother, he'll keep 2 silver taels for the wedding. Use the rest for father's medicine or whatever. They'll go see him later. Jose knew what was worrying her. Sometimes life forces hard choices. He didn't intend to give the Yuan family much anyway. Better to spend it on Yuan man. Dinner was just some wild vegetable soup downed in a few gulps. They'll take this to father. The soup had been too hot to bring in earlier. Once inside, Jose handed it over. Father, I've severed ties with the old house. He had to tell him anyway it was better to lay everything out now. After Jose finished speaking, Zhou Daqiang immediately let out a cough. Ahem. It sounded as if he was about to cough his lungs out, so Jose quickly patted him on the back. Zhou Shi heard his commotion, but restrained herself from entering, knowing that her son's decision was absolutely right. It took Zhou Daqiang a long while to recover, tears streaming down his face as he wiped them away roughly. Sever it. It should have been severed long ago, he said in a hoarse voice. Over the years, he had only sought a shred of pathetic familial affection, only to find none. For so many years, he had often thought of doing so, but no one in the village had ever severed family ties before. Thus, the idea that had arisen many times would fade away with him, thinking that next time it would be different. This time when he fell ill, they came only on the first day, and that was to ask for money. After that, they never showed up again. So he no longer knew what familial affection he had once desired. He was utterly disillusioned, no longer harboring any illusions about the old homestead. He never expected that his son would do what he himself had always hesitated to do. Father, we will take care of your illness. Try to be more optimistic. I want to marry Yuan man. I just mentioned it to mother. Do you have any? Jose didn't finish his sentence. In truth, it didn't matter whether he said it or not. Regardless of his father's consent, he was determined to bring Yuan man home as his wife. Since you like the girl, then marry her. It's high time you took a wife. But once she's here, you must treat her well given our family's circumstances. Zhou Daqiang felt a pang of guilt. He thought that if his son could marry, he should do so quickly. He himself was nothing but a burden now, and in his heart, he secretly wondered if he should just disappear. Would that make things better for his family? All right, I'll treat her well. You eat first. Jose thought the way his father had coughed earlier was very similar to his own experience with pneumonia. Without saying more, he went straight to find Josher. Mother, what did the doctor say about father's illness? He couldn't just prescribe medicine recklessly, or what if it killed him? Speaking of Zhou Daqiang, Josher was about to start crying again. The doctor said your father's illness has reached his lungs. If it's not treated soon, there's no cure. It seemed to be something like pneumonia. He would have to check them all later for medicine. And how to get his father to take it was another matter entirely. Jose made an excuse that he wasn't feeling well and returned to his room. After closing the door, he accessed the system with his mind. System, do you have anti-inflammatory medicine and fever reducers? When he had patted Zhou Daqiang's back earlier, he had noticed his body temperature was quite high. Dear customer, our store has everything you need, and we can even change the packaging according to your requirements. Jose's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected this feature. So how do I exchange for them? He figured he would probably have to spend all his points. The main issue was that he didn't have many to begin with. Dear customer, anti-inflammatory medicine costs 78 points per box, and fever reducers are 2 points per packet. Jose frowned. What was he to do? Just as Jose was worrying, he heard the familiar system voice say, Dear customer, you can buy a single pill. A box has 6 pills, and 1 pill costs 13 points. All right, I'll take 1 pill and 1 packet of fever reducer. He resolved to earn more money tomorrow. Otherwise, his father's illness would never truly heal. No wonder people said that poverty and illness are the worst afflictions. Now he truly understood that saying. When he received the medicine, it was rolled into a pill. Seeing it in that form, he wasn't particularly surprised. He got up and walked toward Zhou Daqiang's room. His father was leaning against the wall, staring blankly into space. Father, take this pill. Jose handed him the black pill directly, along with a cup of water from the nearby table. Zhou Daqiang took it and swallowed it in one gulp. Jose hadn't even told him what the medicine was for. Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned you? To his surprise, Zhou Daqiang chuckled. Silly boy, you're my son. You wouldn't do that. Jose rubbed his nose. All right, get some rest now. In his past life, he had never known how to get along with his father. Now with this newfound father, he still didn't know how to interact with him. Was this fate? After returning to his room, Zhou Yin soon followed. Only then did Jose remember that they still shared a room. If he brought his wife home, they wouldn't even have a place to sleep together. What was he going to do? He had been so happy that he had completely forgotten about this. He sorted out the family situation in his mind. Zhou Mei currently slept with their parents, and Zhou Yin slept with him. There was a small room adjoining his parents' room, but it needed to be cleaned up before anyone could live in it. Plus, the 2 younger ones had never been allowed to sleep there. It seemed he had to earn money quickly to build a house. He had finally won over his goddess. His happy life was just beginning. Brother, mother just said I can't sleep with you anymore. Zhou Yan's tone was full of confusion. He couldn't understand why, when he and his big brother had been sleeping just fine, they were suddenly not allowed to share a bed. Yeah, we really can't sleep together anymore. If you sleep with us, what am I supposed to do with my wife? There are important matters to attend to, and I can't have you little rascal around. But Jose didn't say that out loud. His little brother was too sharp, so it was better to keep quiet. Is it because you're getting married? Can't I sleep with sister-in-law then? If Jose hadn't heard it in a child's innocent voice, he would have thought the boy had ulterior motives. You little brat, stop talking nonsense here. You'll understand when you grow up. Jose didn't know how to explain it to him, afraid that saying too much might corrupt him. He even wanted to sleep with his wife. Dream on. His wife could only sleep with him. Jose was so irritated by Zhou Yan's words that he couldn't find a comfortable position to lie in. In the end, Zhou Yan fell fast asleep, snoring loudly, while Jose was so angry he wanted to wake him up. Finally, he got up and went to the outhouse to cool off. When he came back, he felt much better. The next morning, Jose got up early, ran a few laps around the village, and then returned home. When he got back, Josher had just woken up. Seeing him coming from outside, she asked in surprise, "What have you been doing? Why are you coming back from outside?" "Nothing much, I just went for a stroll. By the way, mother, how is father now?" Jose thought of the medicine he had given his father the night before. "Strange to say, your father's fever has gone down, and his coughing has eased a bit." Josher wondered if he was getting better, but they hadn't called the doctor yet. Could it be a final burst of energy before the end? With this thought, Josher hurriedly ran into the house. "My eldest boy, could your father be having a final burst of vitality before the end?" Jose. Although he said nothing, he followed her inside. Zhou Daqiang had just woken up, and seeing the two of them rushing in, thought something was wrong. "Cough, cough, what's the matter with you two?" Jose felt his forehead, confirmed the fever had subsided, and breathed a sigh of relief. Final burst of vitality indeed. His mother just loved to scare people. "Mother, father is fine. Cook some porridge for him in the morning. He'll go to the Yuan family later." In fact, Jose had already made a trip to the Yuan family that morning. Seeing no movement in their yard, he had quietly slipped in to take a look at Yuan Man. Seeing that she was still asleep, he didn't disturb her and quickly returned. Zhou sure knew why her son was going to the Yuan family and was delighted. All right, go ahead. Your mother will find you a clean set of clothes. There was no time today to make new clothes. The family had been poor before with no money to buy cloth for sewing. Jose quickly waved his hand. No need, the shabbier my clothes the better. Otherwise he might end up spending more money. Today his plan was to solve his bachelorhood with at most 2 silver taels. Well, alright, I'll listen to whatever you say. Zhou, sure seeing how decisive he was, decided not to interfere. After breakfast, Jose changed into his worst clothes, mere rags, and then sauntered over to the Yuan residence. When he arrived, the Yuan family was scolding Yuan man. You little wretch. Just because you fell into the water you get a fever. How can we sell such a worthless girl now? Old Madame Yuan glared at Yuan man, who lay on the ground. She had already sent for someone to come and inspect the girl, but now she was half dead. How could they sell her? Jose hadn't expected Yuan man to have a fever. Just as he was about to rush in, a woman with a large red flower in her hair pushed past him and entered. Oh sister, good news from heaven. I've come to bring you joy. Anyone with half a brain could guess what this person was. Clearly a matchmaker. He turned to look behind her, and what he saw made him freeze in shock. Behind her was an old lame man with a pockmarked face. Seeing the matchmaker, Yuan sure hurried over to greet her. Oh my dear sister, you've come. Our Yuan man is in your hands. Inside she was frantic with anxiety. Jose looked at the man behind and thought, what a toad chasing a frog. Ugly as sin and playing fancy games. So ugly, and yet he still dreamed of marrying his goddess. What was he thinking? Jose immediately shoved his way in, nearly knocking the lame man over. Li Guangguan was about to curse at the sudden appearance of this young upstart. Are you blind? But mindful that this was his first visit, he held his tongue. Ah sister, I found a suitable man and came as quickly as I could. Then she whispered in old Madame Yuan's ear, this man is willing to offer 3 silver taels. What do you think? Old Madame Yuan's eyes widened. She thought the amount was too little, but the village was truly destitute. Auntie, please talk to Li Guangguan again. Our man is so capable, shall surely bear him a son. 5 silver taels. Old Madame Yuan thought 3 taels was far too little. She had wanted to sell this girl for a while, but never found the right opportunity. They had intended to arrange a proper marriage, but for some reason people preferred outsiders over their family. The matchmaker cast a sidelong glance at old Madame Yuan. She had run herself ragged finding this match. As soon as people heard it was this family, they refused, even for a pittance. Afraid of being blackmailed by them later. Well, this bachelor can only offer this much. The matchmaker secretly despised the family for mistreating their own daughter so badly. Previously, when someone proposed a match, they had demanded 10 silver taels. Did they think she was a hot commodity? Li Guangguan looked at Yuan man on the ground and sensed something was off. Why wasn't she moving? Had she died? Old Madame Yuan was about to agree when Li Guangguan suddenly yelled, wait. Old Madame Yuan, are you trying to fool me? You are giving me a dying person. Are you cursing me? I wanted a healthy girl, not someone about to kick the bucket. Old Madame Yuan and Yuan sure panicked. Oh heavens above. She's not dead. She just caught a chill. 1 dose of medicine at home will cure her. Jose looked at the family. Oh my, so Yuan man is really sick. I told you yesterday when I pulled her out of the river to get a doctor, but you didn't, did you? Li Guangguan jumped at this. What? You pulled this wretch out of the river? You did. Li Guangguan's voice screeched like a duck grating on the ears. Jose feigned fear and nodded. Yes, they drove Yuan man to jump into the river, and I saved her. Old Madame Yuan wanted to tear his mouth apart. What nonsense are you spouting? This has nothing to do with you. How is it none of my business? The whole village knows I saved her yesterday. Why won't you admit it? Jose deliberately raised his voice. He had to ruin this deal now and take Yuan man home. These beasts had left her lying on the ground. Li Guangguan's face turned black with rage. The matchmaker looked at old Madame Yuan at a loss for words. Didn't this woman know that once a girl was rescued from the water by a man, her reputation was ruined? And she still expected to arrange a marriage. On top of that, the girl seemed at death's door. Furiously, Guangguan spat at old Madame Yuan. As she opened her mouth to explain, the spittle flew right in. It disgusted her so much she nearly threw up what she had eaten 2 days ago. 3 silver taels. 1 tael is too much. She'd probably die after I buy her. With that, he stormed out. The matchmaker, seeing the situation, knew the deal was off. Oh, Li Guangguan, wait for me. I had no idea it would come to this. The matchmaker shot a dirty look at old Madame Yuan and hurried after him. She chased him for a while, but couldn't catch up, amazed that a lame man could move so fast. Seeing the yard empty, Jose rubbed his nose. Sorry, did I? Old Madame Yuan fixed her gaze on Jose. Since he had carried Yuan man and ruined her purity, and now she was nearly dead, she had to extort some money from him. Say, boy, I don't care. Yuan man is in this state because of you. You have to marry her whether you like it or not. What a... His face contorted in feigned terror, yet his heart swelled with quiet delight. No, how did this fall upon me? Jose deliberately staggered backward 2 steps, pretending to be utterly startled. Hurry up, Just get it over with. Seeing his reaction, Granny Yuan smirked, inwardly good. He's still easy to manipulate. How could it possibly be your fault? If you hadn't been babbling nonsense here just now, Yuan Man would have been married off long ago. Who else should we hold accountable? Everyone knows you pulled her from the water. You're the only one left to answer for it. A calculating gleam shimmered in Granny Yuan's triangular eyes. In her mind, the girl was as good as dead. Why not squeeze some coin from her before she expired? She'd certainly never spend a single copper on her medical care. After all, what use was a dowry-draining daughter? Not a single coin from the family coffers would go toward her. Those coins were reserved for her younger son's future. Let her die if she must, at least selling her off before then would yield something of value for the household. Jose furrowed his brows. So, what exactly do you propose? A deliberate pretense of ignorance. You want me to marry Yuan Man and pay you a sum in return? That's right. Marrying her off is precisely what you'll do. Granny Yuan, astonished by how readily he acquiesced, launched into her scheming pitch, utterly unaware that Jose had been waiting for this very moment. Marry her, and demand money too. How much, pray tell? Let me warn you, I'm penniless. Jose shook his tattered rag-like garments with theatrical emphasis. Yuan sure had spent the previous day railing at Yuan Man inside their home and missed the commotion entirely. She remained ignorant of the family's recent windfall from the ancestral compound. Granny Yuan wrinkled her nose in disgust at his threadbare clothes, hesitating for a fleeting moment. Was this gamble truly wise? I don't care. I demand 3 taels of silver today, and you'll take this girl away immediately. 3 taels? Jose cried out in exaggerated disbelief. Go ahead, sell me instead. See if I fetch even half that price. Granny Yuan instantly realized 3 taels was excessive. Li the bachelor himself had refused that sum. And besides, she's already ill. If I take her in, I'll have to pay for her treatment too. 1 tael, that's my final offer. Take it, and I'll carry her home. Refuse and I walk away. Jose knew Granny Yuan wouldn't let this opportunity slip. After all, she'd otherwise bear the burden of Yuan Man's medical care. He too was anxious. The girl still lay unconscious on the ground. Granny Yuan glanced down at Yuan Man's frail form, clenched her teeth, and conceded, fine, so be it. 1 tael it is. Better a coin than none. If she dies, the deal vanishes. Let me make one thing clear. If she passes after returning home, I'll come knocking for compensation. Jose insisted. This severance had to be absolute. Granny Yuan recoiled in protest. Absolutely not. Once purchased, she's yours. No further ties remain. Silver for goods, settled and sealed. Panicked Granny Yuan wondered, is this boy incompetent? Does he truly grasp nothing of such matters? Could he possibly be simple-minded? He certainly looked rather dim-witted. Agreed. Silver for goods, fully settled. From this day forth our families share no bond whatsoever. Jose dropped all pretense, his expression solemn and resolute. No ties, none at all. Whether she lives or dies, she belongs solely to your household now. Granny Yuan, fixated on retrieving the coin, failed entirely to notice the glacial coldness in Jose's gaze as he turned to leave. The moment he crossed Yuan's threshold, he hastened homeward, already exchanging last night's fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medicines with his system. The goddess he'd long cherished. She must not succumb to illness now. Upon arriving home, he rushed Yuan Man straight into his own room. After struggling to administer the medicine orally, her lips refusing to part, he finally leaned and held the dose in his mouth and gently transferred it. As he drew back from her soft lips, a reluctant tenderness lingered. Surely Yuan Man won't blame me when she awakens. Just then Zhou Shi, his mother, entered, having followed him in haste. Ace, what's wrong with Yuan girl? Zhou Shi took one look and knew the girl was unwell. Mother, please prepare some congee. She's fallen ill with wind cold, harassed relentlessly by her mother and grandmother. Feed it to her once she wakes. Jose gazed at the girl on the bed, his heart aching. I should have brought her home last night. Remembering her own suffering under her mother-in-law's tyranny, Zhou Shi nodded swiftly. Yes, right away I'll prepare it. Jose summoned Zhou to watch over Yuan Man, then attempted another system exchange for anti-inflammatory medicine, only to realize his points were exhausted. Last night's purchase cost 15 points, another 15 had just vanished, 30 points gone in total. He'd begun with only 32 points, now just 2 remained. At least father's fever has broken. I'll gather wild greens later, then I can replenish my reserves. But first, visit the village headman. He must draft a formal deed certifying Yuan family's voluntary sale of Yuan Man, severing all future claims. Additionally, a second document must record their marital status, proof against any future interference from Yuan Shi. Only then could Yuan Shi's future provocations be met with irrefutable evidence. Back and forth he ran, twice, until both documents were duly signed and sealed. Clutching the official papers, he couldn't suppress a radiant, unrestrained smile. Huh. His name, finally inscribed beside Yuan Man's. Only then did he pause, realizing Yuan Man was not yet 18. Ah, woof. Am I truly an old ox grazing on tender grass? Yet in his past life, she'd been his senior sister, though they'd shared the same age. In this life, he could rightfully claim the title of elder brother, and hear her call him so, without hesitation. Rushing home again, he found Zhou Shi preparing to enter the room with the kanji. She handed it to him. Xiao Mei just said the girl stirred awake. Hurry in and feed her. She hoped the two might deepen their bond, unaware their connection had already taken root long before. Jose entered holding the bowl. Zhou Mei was offering Yuan Man sips of water. Sister-in-law, drink slowly. I've just fetched elder brother home. Yuan Man lifted her gaze toward him, her eyes crinkling with quiet mirth. Jose sat beside her, bowl in hand. Feeling better? Sit up and have some kanji, it's still warm. Gently he helped her lean against his chest and fed her spoonful by spoonful. He reproached himself. Had I not intervened so recklessly, she'd never have fallen ill. Are you feeling improved? He asked again, brushing his fingers across her forehead. Cooler now, but still faintly warm. Much better. What medicine did you give me? This morning the fever left me delirious, but now I feel nearly myself again. Nothing special. Finish your kanji first. I'll tell you everything tonight. Jose kept his system a secret. Beside him, Zhou Mei stifled a delighted, knowing giggle. Seeing Yuan Man finish the porridge, he handed the bowl to Zhou Mei. Zhou Mei, take this bowl to mother. Zhou Mei took the bowl and scampered out. She had no idea her elder brother was trying to send her away. Yuan Man shot him a glare. How much silver did you give that old woman? She prayed he hadn't given too much. 1 tael of silver. I just pleaded poverty, and she agreed, probably afraid you'd really die at home. Jose caressed her face. Yuan Man thought even 1 tael was too much. Rest for a while? They'll go to the mountain to see what I can find. He needed to hurry and earn points to exchange for medicine for the two of them. Yuan Man was tired too, so she nodded. Go on, come back early. Just rest. Call Mei or mother if you need anything. Seeing Yuan Man like this, he knew she was exhausted. As he left, he took Zhou Yin along. Zhou Mei also wanted to follow. Jose thought it over and finally let Zhou Mei come, but he instructed Zhou Shi, mother, keep an eye on the house. We'll try to be back as soon as possible. Jose carried a bamboo basket today. He only allowed Zhou Mei to tag along because he was eager to exchange more points. Zhou Mei tilted her little head and looked at her elder brother. Brother, are we going to look for those wild greens again today? Zhou Yin remembered the wild greens they found yesterday. They didn't seem so bitter. Today he wanted to find more, especially now that they had a sister-in-law. Jose nodded. Yes, we'll look for those same wild greens from yesterday. He also wanted to see if there was anything else on the mountain. The whole family was too thin and needed nourishment, but the little money they had was for their father's medical treatment. The three of them headed toward the same mountain as yesterday. Deer porcelain spotted ahead. Proceed with transaction. Deer porcini mushrooms found ahead. Proceed with transaction. Deer termite mushrooms discovered ahead. Proceed with transaction. Deer dandelion greens located ahead. Proceed with transaction. Deer bamboo shoots found ahead. Proceed with transaction. Jose realized that whenever he went up the mountain to forage for wild greens, the system alerted him to every new item he encountered. He felt he had discovered a new function. With the system's help, the three of them found many valuable things. Things the two children had previously considered useless were now introduced and named by Jose. It was like opening the door to a new world, and they energetically searched for more. Jose thought about finding more today as he planned to go to the county town tomorrow. He couldn't just suddenly produce the rice and flour he exchanged. Otherwise his parents might think he had stolen it. Brother, look, there are so many bamboo shoots over here. Zhou Yin shouted from not far away. Zhou Mei heard the commotion and ran over. After they dug out the bamboo shoots, the basket was nearly full. Wow, brother, you're amazing. You know all these things. Zhou Mei was now full of admiration for her elder brother. Zhou Yin, however, looked at him with doubt. Brother, how do you know all this? Before, when you came with us, you only looked for wild greens. He remembered that when his brother used to come along, he would always sigh and look reluctant. He couldn't even find as much as Zhou Yin did. Jose hadn't expected Zhou Yin to be so cautious. He scratched his head. I learned about these things when I went to the county town before. Isn't this the first time I've encountered them? Zhou Yin kicked at the dirt with his foot, thinking that before Jose was mostly unwilling to come with them anyway. Let's go, time to head home. He quickly changed the subject, not wanting to continue the discussion. On the way back, Jose began trading with the system, while the two children weren't paying attention. System half of everything. Yesterday, he had sold half as well. He wondered how many points he could get today. Then the system asked, Dear, these porcini mushrooms are 30 points per caddy. You have 7 in total. How many would you like to exchange? Jose took out 4 of the smaller ones and exchanged them. They weighed 2 caddies and 3 taels, earning him 69 points. The termite mushrooms were 40 points per caddy, and he had 5 caddies total. He sold 2.5 caddies for 100 points. Bamboo shoots were 15 points per caddy. He had 13 caddies and exchanged 8, earning 120 points. The wild greens only earned him 20 points. In total, he had 309 points. Adding the 2 points left from before, he had 311 points. With these points, the medicine for his father and Yuan Man was secured. After returning home, he handed everything to Zhou Shi and gulped down some water. "Mother, is my wife awake?" "No, she's still sleeping. Go rest." "Mother." Jose was about to ask if she wasn't cooking, but then he remembered from his original memories that they only ate 2 meals a day here. Zhou Shi thought he had something else to say and looked at him questioningly. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Mother. Our family is malnourished. From now on, let's have 3 meals a day. Don't worry about the food. We'll find a way." Jose couldn't stand eating only 2 meals a day, especially with 2 sick people in the house. Zhou Shi hesitated. They had been eating 2 meals a day for years. But 3 meals a day was something only wealthy families did. "Mother, do you want father to get better soon?" Jose struck at her weak spot when he saw her hesitation. After hearing that, Zhou Shi nodded decisively. "All right, I'll go cook." Jose thought about the wild greens and mushrooms he had brought back. She probably wouldn't know how to cook them. "Mother, start making the porridge. They'll cook the dishes later. You want to know how to handle some of the things I brought back." With that, he went into the room to check on Yuan Man. Seeing she was still asleep, he didn't disturb her. Instead, he exchanged points with the system for anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine and took them to his father. "So you've brought your wife home?" Zhou Daqiang asked as his son entered. "I brought her home this morning. Take this medicine." Jose handed him the pills. The weather outside was still cold. Zhou Daqiang felt weak all over, and exposure to the cold air made his illness worse, so Zhou Shi didn't let him go out much. Zhou Shi stayed by his side, constantly afraid that if she left he might pass away with no one around. The old man examined the medicine pill. "Where did you get this?" Jose had already prepared an excuse last night. A few days ago, while on the mountain, he had encountered a Taoist priest. A Taoist priest? Zhou Daqiang glanced suspiciously at Jose, feeling that he was talking nonsense, but he had no proof. "Yes, a Taoist priest. He fainted, and I woke him up. He performed a divination for me, said you were ill, and gave me a bottle of pills instructing me to give you 2 each day." Jose finished his fabrication with a straight face. Zhou Daqiang. He felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. Seeing that Zhou Daqiang had stopped asking, he hurried out. By then, Zhou's porridge was almost ready, so he began preparing the bamboo shoots. Zhou, curious, followed him to help. After preparing the bamboo shoots and wild vegetables, they decided to save the mushrooms for the evening meal. First, he ladled out the porridge, then boiled a pot of water to blanch the bamboo shoots and wild vegetables, and finally heated some oil to drizzle over them. Zhou stared in astonishment, partly pained by the waste of oil and partly amazed that vegetables could be prepared this way. Most of all, when had her son learned to cook? Jose pretended not to notice her gaze, carried the dishes inside, and said, "Hurry up and eat." He also set aside a small bowl of food and some porridge, taking it into his own room. Yuan Man heard his movements and woke up. Awake, just in time to eat. He set down the bowl and touched her forehead, relieved to find her fever had subsided. Yuan Man sat up and glanced outside. "I don't have to go out to eat, do I?" She wondered if it was improper given she had just married into the family. "No need. You're not feeling well. You can meet them tomorrow," Jose said firmly. His words gave her confidence. "All right, then I won't go out." They exchanged glances, and Yuan Man felt a shy blush. Jose pulled her into his arms. Man, after 2 lifetimes, I've finally married you." Yuan Man looked up and smiled. "Mr. Zhou, I'm honored to be your wife." Their eyes met, and he leaned in to kiss her. Unlike before, when it was to feed her medicine, this kiss was full of emotion. Yuan Man closed her eyes, savoring his kiss, domineering yet passionate. Feeling her go limp in his arms, he finally released her. Man, breathe through your nose, you little fool." Yuan Man's face flushed. She had never kissed before. How dare he mock her? She pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Jose chuckled and winced. "All right, man, eat quickly before it gets cold." Though his heart had already wandered, he knew eating came first. He took a deep breath to suppress certain urges. Yuan Man then noticed his address for her, man. She didn't mind it. "The food here is simple for now. Bear with it. It'll make sure you live a good life later." Jose served her some vegetables, having secretly tasted them earlier. They were passable, not too bad. In his past life, Yuan Man loved fine cuisine, and he shared that passion, honing his skills to become an excellent chef. Unfortunately, the seasonings here were limited, so this was the best he could do. Not bad. Yuan Man found it refreshing. Since arriving in this world, she hadn't had a proper meal. But she had inherited the original owner's memories, either gnawing on cornbread or going hungry. "This meal is quite good." Yuan Man ate with satisfaction. His long-hungry stomach was finally appeased. Jose immediately puffed up with pride upon hearing this. Of course, just look who made it. Yuan Man knew at once from his tone that the meal was his doing. "You made this?" If Jose had a tail, it would surely be wagging to the heavens by now. "Absolutely. Not bad, right? Your husband will cook you many more delicious meals in the future. Jose recalled how in his past life he had spent a long time researching cuisine, partly for his own enjoyment and partly to share a common interest with Yuan Man. Good. After lunch, Jose took the dishes out and quickly returned to the room to hold his wife and rest. Yuan Man asked instinctively when she saw him enter, "Why are you back? What chasing me away on the first day of our marriage?" Jose walked up to Yuan Man and gently tapped her nose. Yuan Man, "No, I just forgot for a moment, that's all." Her face flushed slightly, and she shifted inward to make room for Jose to lie down. Excitedly, Jose climbed in and embraced the woman before him. Man, you are so beautiful." Though she was not yet as stunning as in her past life, she was about 80% there, still quite lovely now. "You smooth talker." Yuan Man shot him a glare. "Why don't you find out for yourself if my lips are smooth?" With that, he kissed her, clearly intending to devour her entirely. Yuan Man finally melted limply into his arms, using her last ounce of strength to whisper, "It's daytime. Don't let anyone hear." Jose chuckled, knowing this was just a taste of the pleasures to come. The main feast would wait until nightfall. "All right, well, wait until tonight," Jose murmured softly in Yuan Man's ear. Yuan Man thumped his chest. "Get some rest." Jose obediently held her and rested for a while. Thinking about the trip to the mountain in the afternoon, he asked, Man, we need to go up the mountain this afternoon. Do you want to come?" He regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. Her body was still not fully recovered, and now he was suggesting she go up the mountain. Sure. Yuan Man agreed without a second thought. She wanted to see if there was anything edible on the mountain. From old Madame Yuan, she had learned that most households were barely getting by, and Jose's family was surely no better off. So joining him to search for food might yield something, even if just a little, which they could later trade for money. Jose nodded. "Let's talk after we wake up." After a short nap, Jose tried to get up quietly, but Yuan Man stirred as well. "Why didn't you call me?" She quickly got up too. After a simple preparation, the two set off toward the mountain. Zhou grabbed Zhou Yin and hurried after them. "Brother, sister-in-law, wait for us. We're coming to help with the work." Zhou Mei's little face was anxious now that the family had a new sister-in-law. They needed to find more food. Yuan Man was fond of the girl when she saw Zhou Mei running toward them. As for Zhou Yin, he wore a stern little expression, but Yuan Man guessed it was because the family had many burdens and the child had never truly relaxed. Let's go together." Yuan Man took their hands and glanced up at Jose. Jose had hoped for some time alone with his wife, but now he had to bring along these two little lamps. "Sister-in-law, my big brother is amazing. He knows what's edible. We followed him this morning and gathered a lot." Zhou Mei chattered, praising Jose. Jose curled his lips slightly, thinking his little sister was quite sweet. Zhou Yin remained silent, but nodded in agreement. The four of them ambled toward the mountain, heading straight for the deep forest, hoping to find other useful things. Just as they left the village, they saw a man approaching. Jose recognized him as someone with whom the original owner had a feud. Without a word, he continued toward the mountain. Zhou, seeing Jose ignore him, grew angry and began shouting, "Oh, Jose, you think you're something now? How dare you not greet me?" Zhou was the village bully, cowardly toward the strong but cruel to the weak. His parents had died early, leaving him alone. He sold his land for money to buy food, refusing to work. Sometimes he stole chickens and dogs in the village. When caught, he would deny everything. The villagers could only beat him, but he never reformed. Yuan Man sized him up. He was short, dark as a wild boar in the mountains, with hair matted together like a clump of weeds. To sum it up, a wild boar with weeds on its head, pretending to be human. How shameless. Jose rolled his eyes and picked his ear with a finger. "Isn't it obvious? I don't want to talk to you. Why are you forcing yourself on me?" Zhou had never been treated this way by Jose before. In every previous encounter, he had been the one pushing Jose around. This was the first time Jose had spoken to him like this. Then he glanced at Yuan Man beside him and sneered. "No wonder you're braver today. You've got a woman by your side acting tough." Lust flickered in his eyes as he reached out a grubby hand toward Yuan Man, intending to touch her face. He hadn't noticed how beautiful she was before, but now she looked different. But before his hand could reach her, Yuan Man kicked him right in the groin. Ow! The kick came so suddenly that Zhou crumpled to the ground. "You little bitch. How dare you hit me?" Zhou's face was red with pain as he cursed viciously. Hearing his foul mouth, Jose kicked him again from behind, putting all his strength into it. Zhou flew forward, skidding to a stop with his face on the ground. "Zhou, stay out of my way from now on, or I'll beat you every time I see you," Jose said disdainfully, looking down at him. He was nothing but a coward who bullied the weak. "Let's go." Yuan Man glanced at the man on the ground and led Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin away, not wanting the children to witness such brutality. The two kids had already seen everything. "Mei, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just do what your sister-in-law did. Kick them in the groin. Kick hard." Yuan Man wanted to make sure the girl was prepared in case that man had any more malicious intentions. Zhou Yan and Zhou Zhe both instinctively tensed their legs, feeling a chill below. Zhou Yan turned to look at his brother. Did you know your wife was like this? Zhou Zhe rubbed his nose and hurriedly followed without a word. His little wife had always been quite fierce. He remembered in his past life, after finishing an experiment and returning home, a man had followed her. He had wanted to help, but Yuan Man had beaten the man down and called the police. That was a good thing. Zhou De lay on the ground for a long time before he could get up. Staring at their retreating figures, he spat viciously. Zhou Zhe, Yuan Man. You two bastards, just wait. Especially that little bitch Yuan Man. She had hit him hard. The flower girl in the county town was waiting for him. He had to go and see if everything still worked as before. He would make Yuan Man pay later. Muttering, he shuffled home, clutching his groin. Once on the mountain, Zhou Yan and Zhou Mei went to look for the things they had found that morning. Zhou Zhe took Yuan Man to explore the mountain for other resources. They needed to gather something quickly to exchange for money in the county town tomorrow. Man, what do you think we should find to sell in the county? Zhou Zhe scratched his head. There was so much in the mountains, he didn't know what to take. The main concern was whether the townspeople would buy it. Yuan Man thought for a moment. Nobody wants bamboo shoots and mushrooms. She remembered from novels that female protagonists who traveled to such places often sold mushrooms. There was also selling cooked food, but they had nothing now. Even selling cooked food required some capital. How about we take some to the county and see? Yuan Man figured the worst that could happen was a wasted trip. Zhou Zhe thought it over. The system wanted these things, so the townspeople probably would too. We know about some porcini and termite mushrooms along with bamboo shoots. These should be relatively easy to find, Zhou Zhe said, deciding to stick with what they recognized. Man, what do you think about cultivating our own mushrooms? Zhou Zhe thought that growing them would yield a higher output. Yuan Man considered it. They were both agricultural PhDs. Growing these things was no problem. But we have nothing right now. Still, we can give it a try. Zhou Zhe knew she would agree, though their conditions were indeed limited. Talking and searching with the systems helped. They gathered a full basket of mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Zhou Zhe figured they could sell for a good price. With the money, they could buy things for the household. Zhou Zhe hoisted the basket onto his back. Zhou Yan's eyes widened. His brother had become so diligent since getting a wife. Before, he wouldn't have done such work. Seeing him carrying so much, Yuan Man helped steady the load. Yan, take Mai's hand and walk ahead. When they got home, Yuan Man prepared the meal, while Zhou Zhe sorted the mushrooms and bamboo shoots, laying them out to dry. Then he went into the kitchen to help. Zhou Shi returned from washing clothes and saw the couple bustling in the kitchen. After hanging the clothes, she joined them. As you go out. Your wife and I can handle the cooking. You're a man. Zhou Shi believed men shouldn't be in the kitchen and urged him to leave. Zhou Zhe glanced at her. Mom, I'm human too. Why can't I be in the kitchen? It's not like I want to eat. Go take care of Dad. We'll have the meal ready soon. Seeing that her son had spoken thus, Zhou Shi said no more. Zhou Zhe knew that such mindsets would take a long time to change if they ever could. All right, you two go ahead. They'll go check on your father inside. After Zhou Shi left, Yuan Man glanced at Zhou Zhe, satisfied with the man she had chosen. Seeing the approval in Yuan Man's eyes, Zhou Zhe pulled her into his arms. Wife, didn't I do well? Not bad. Hurry up and cook. Yuan Man could understand Zhou Shi's thoughts, but they couldn't go on like this forever. Other matters could wait. For dinner, they stir-fried bamboo shoots and stewed mushroom soup, careful to cook them thoroughly to avoid poisoning, as there were no hospitals here. They couldn't afford to die so soon after arriving. They ate in the house, and Yuan Man finally met the family. Mother, come eat. Yuan Man figured they would be living together, so she didn't mind calling her that. Aunt. Zhou Shi's eyes glistened with tears at the address. After all these years, her son had finally married. And this daughter-in-law seemed decent and hardworking. Man, since I hear Zhe call you, that'll call you that too. Please sit. Your father is unwell and eats in his room. Don't worry about him. Zhou Shi had thought it over in her room. If her son wanted to help, let him. They had a good relationship. Yuan Man saw Zhou Shi sit down too. All right. Zhou Zhe felt relieved seeing them like this. He called the two younger ones to eat quickly. Big brother'll sleep in the inner room tonight. I want to share with you. Zhou Yan came out of his room genuinely happy to have his own space. Dinner was simple, and afterward Zhou Zhe took Yuan Man back to their room. System, I need 2 anti-inflammatory pills. Zhou Zhe thought of Yuan Man and his father, both still unwell, especially his father, who needed to continue taking them. When Yuan Man saw the pills suddenly appear in Zhou Zhe's hand, she wondered if she was seeing things, too young to go blind. Hold these, I'll explain later. I need to give them to Dad first. Zhou Zhe took the pills and left. This time Zhou Daqiang didn't ask questions, he simply took the medicine. He could feel his body improving. At this rate, he would be fully recovered in a few days. When Zhou Zhe returned, Yuan Man was sitting on the bed waiting for him. He walked over and pulled her into his arms. Then he whispered, I just discovered this. I brought a system here like that online shopping platform from our past life. I can buy many things and trade what we have for points or money. But given our current situation, I've exchanged everything for points. Jose held nothing back. Yuan Man was surprised, but quickly accepted it. She had read novels where characters had spaces or systems. Her husband had one too. How amazing. You're so incredible. Yuan Man's eyes now shone with admiration. Ding dear, your points have reached 100. You're awarded one lucky draw. The system's mechanical voice rang out again. Lucky draw. What prizes are there? Jose hadn't expected this feature. A spinning wheel appeared on the display listing prizes: invisibility pill, all-nourishing pill, whitening pill, age-retaining pill, fertility pill, and contraceptive pill. Jose told Yuan Man about the draw, and she agreed to try. Any prize would be good. How do I start the draw? Jose was curious about how it worked. The system replied mechanically, dear, just use your mind to click the center to start. Following the instructions, Jose saw a needle spin on the display. After a full rotation, it slowly stopped at the invisibility pill. He could understand the other items, but an invisibility pill, it seemed rather useless. As if sensing his thoughts, the system said, dear, taking the invisibility pill makes you invisible for 2 hours, half a pill for 1 hour. No one can see you unless they've also taken the pill. After learning its effects, Jose chose to redeem it. Man, it's the invisibility pill. Let's go get our revenge. He handed the pill to Yuan Man. Yuan Man looked at the black pill in her hand. Was this really an invisibility pill? Can this actually work? It felt a bit fantastical. It seemed unreliable. Jose split the pill in half. One pill lasts 2 hours, half for one. I'll take it first. See if I turn invisible. Before Yuan Man could stop him, Jose swallowed it. They both stared intently, watching for any change. Soon he began to turn transparent. Yuan Man quickly took the remaining half. Jose, where are we going? Yuan Man, watching their bodies fade, recalled his talk of revenge. Let's go to the Yuan family first, then the old house. Jose saw this as a chance to settle scores. Yuan Man couldn't help but smile at the thought of the Yuan family's reaction. At the Yuan residence, they pushed open the wicker fence and entered. Jose went straight to knock on the door. Who's there so late? Old Madame Yuan's voice came from inside. Jose kept knocking until he heard the door open. When Madame Yuan opened the door, she saw no one and wondered if she'd imagined it. No one. Muttering, she closed the door and went back inside. Once they heard her lie down, Jose and Yuan Man started knocking again. Who's there? Her voice now sounded clearly irritated. Jose kept knocking until she came to the door again. But once more there was no one there. She had thought it was a mistake before, but now she was wide awake. It was real. How could the door open to emptiness? Panicked Madame Yuan saw the empty yard outside and hurriedly shut the door. But as soon as she entered, the knocking started again. She grew even more terrified, staring at the door in fear. Yuan Shi groggily came out of her room, seeing Madame Yuan standing there. Mother, why are you standing there? Who's knocking? Why don't you open the door? Madame Yuan, holding an oil lamp, trembled. You go. Go open the door. Old Madame Yuan felt as if she had seen a ghost. Yuan Shi thought to herself, has she lost her mind? Holding an oil lamp, she walked toward the door, but when she opened it, there was no one there. Hey, there's no one here. Yuan Shi stared at the empty doorway, feeling uneasy, and quickly shut the door. Yet no sooner had she closed it than the knocking sound resumed. Mother, did you hear that knocking? Yuan Shi now seemed to understand why her mother-in-law dared not open the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was like a death knell. Old Madame Yuan glanced at Yuan Shi. Let's open the door together and take a look. If there was still no one there, then it wasn't just their imagination. Their hands trembled as they fumbled with the latch several times before finally opening the door. Seeing no shadow of anyone, Yuan Man took advantage of the moment they were opening the door and began to laugh eerily. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, his hand grabbed old Madame Yuan's wrist. In that instant, her hair stood on end. Help! A ghost! Old Madame Yuan screamed in panic. Yuan Shi was startled by her shout. Jose suddenly grabbed her hair, and she couldn't move at all. Goosebumps erupted all over Yuan Shi's body. Oh, a ghost. Mother, save me. Haha, save you. How? Jose whispered in a low voice right by Yuan Shi's ear. In the silent room, the sound was terrifyingly clear to both of them. Yuan Shi was so frightened she wet herself while old Madame Yuan sat on the ground scuttling backward. Yuan Man stepped forward and slapped Yuan Shi across the face several times, finally venting some of his anger and avenging the original owner. Meanwhile, Jose walked up and slapped old Madame Yuan twice for plotting to sell Yuan Man to Li the bachelor. Old Madame Yuan ended up becoming dazed and confused, and only then did the two of them let them go. Before leaving, Jose lowered his voice and said sternly, remember this, from now on, do not do evil anymore, or we will have to take you back. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever the immortal says. The two of them kowtowed incessantly, not even knowing in which direction to bow, so they simply kowtowed in circles. After leaving the courtyard, Yuan Man looked at Jose again. The satisfaction of this revenge was exhilarating. Let's go, we're heading to the Zhou family next. Jose estimated the time, Only half an hour had passed. The half-bill lasted for one shurchen, which was 2 hours. Yuan Man exchanged a glance with him, grinned slyly, and said cheerfully, "Let's go." This time when they reached the Zhou residence, he knocked first, and while the door was being opened, he took Yuan Man and slipped inside. First they entered old Madame Zhou's room. As she returned, they tripped her, and after she lay down. "Ha!" Yuan Man suddenly burst into laughter. Startled, old Master Zhou and old Madame Zhou both sat up abruptly, staring into the room in terror. "Who? It's me," Yuan Man said in a falsetto, making his voice sound like a child's. Goosebumps rose on both of them. "Husband Wah, what is this?" Old Master Zhou had no idea what the sound was. "We must have misheard. Let's go to sleep." "Sleep? Did I say you could sleep?" Jose pressed his voice low, now sounding like an old man. Old Madame Zhou muttered about a man and a woman. Could it be Hey by Wu Chong? "Sirs, what do you want?" Old Madame Zhou was genuinely terrified now, thinking she couldn't be taken away just yet. "Please spare us." Old Madame Zhou pleaded devoutly, her hands clasped together as she spoke into the air. Old Master Zhou was already petrified, completely at a loss for words. "Yes, please spare us." "Old Madame Zhou, aren't you?" "Slap your husband," Yuan Man continued in his falsetto. Old Madame Zhou glanced at the man before her, too terrified to disobey, and delivered a slap. Old Master Zhou had never been struck by her like this before. "Woman, you," Yuan Man then turned to Old Master Zhou. "Old man, now you slap your wife back." The best show had begun. Dog-eat-dog was the most entertaining spectacle. True enough, upon hearing this, Old Master Zhou immediately slapped her with all his might. "Good, keep going. Don't stop until I say so," Yuan Man continued. Jose watched them and chuckled. "Whoever stops or goes too lightly, you'll take them away." At these words, neither Old Master Zhou nor his wife dared to hold back, terrified of being taken away if they were too gentle. Seeing them like this, Jose and Yuan Man smirked and proceeded to torment Zhou Daz's family. When they knocked, Li Tsulan was already awake, as the commotion from the old couple's room was quite noisy. She thought to herself, at their age, they still have such energy for that sort of thing. She snickered and glanced at her own husband, feeling somewhat disdainful. Wondering why he couldn't match up to his father, she was startled by the knocking. "Who is it?" she grumbled as she got up to answer the door. When she opened the door, there was nothing there. Yuan Man suddenly blew a breath of air at Li Tsulan, making her shiver all over. "Dear mother," she screamed and tried to close the door, but it wouldn't budge. Jose was pushing against it with all his strength, so no matter how hard Li Tsulan tried, she couldn't shut it. Her legs weak with fear, she fled frantically into the house. Jose and Yuan Man followed her inside. Once inside, Jose took out a fire striker and lit it, causing a flame to suddenly appear in midair in the room. Li Tsulan was even more terrified, frantically slapping Zhou Dazhu. Zhou Dazhu woke up irritably and saw a flickering light in the air. Thinking he was seeing things, he rubbed his eyes and glared at Li Tsulan. "It's the middle of the night. What are you doing?" Li Tsulan wanted to slap him silly. There's a ghost. Ha ha ha. Yuan Man continued to laugh eerily in a low voice. Zhou Dazhu was now wide awake. Did you hear another sound?" he asked in a trembling voice. Li Tsulan nodded. Jose suddenly extinguished the fire striker, took a few steps forward, and relit it right in front of Li Quilin's face. This sight left the two of them utterly petrified. "Zhou Dazhu, Li Tsulan, is it? Get up and get out, or you'll die right here and now," Jose said in the same voice as before. Yuan Man tilted his head and glanced at Jose, wondering what method he would use next. Hearing the commotion, the two scrambled to their feet in fear. "Stand in the yard," Jose said with a sly grin at Yuan Man. After they went out, Jose and Yuan Man followed. Yuan Man immediately spotted the outhouse in the corner. "Ha ha, Zhou Dazhu, Li Tsulan, go scoop shit from the outhouse and smear it all over yourselves. If any spot is left uncovered, that part will be gone." Yuan Man first let out a sinister chuckle, then began speaking in a falsetto. Strangely, the falsetto sounded even more terrifying at night than Jose's elderly voice. The two hesitated upon hearing this. Yuan Man stepped forward and slapped Li Tsulan across the face, then grabbed her throat with both hands. Li Quilin's eyes nearly rolled back as Zhou Dazhu, terrified, dashed into the outhouse and began scooping shit with his bare hands, caring for nothing else. He immediately smeared it over his body. The stench reached Yuan Man in the yard, who released Li Quilin's neck in disgust. The moment she was freed, Li Tsulan bolted into the outhouse. Ugh! Overwhelmed by the smell, she longed to flee, but she remembered the warning: if she didn't smear the filth, she would die. The terror of that moment still lingered. Suppressing her revulsion, she began scooping the filth with her hands and smearing it on herself. After a long while, they could bear it no longer and emerged. Seeing their pitiful state, Yuan Man could barely endure it and covered her mouth. "All right, you two can leave now. But if you want to protect this yard and this house, smear the filth all over the walls," Jose continued. He lit the fire striker in his hand and declared, If it's not done within an hour, this yard will be reduced to ashes. This sent Zhou Daju and Li Tsuolan into a panic. This was their home. Once the old couple died, it would be theirs. If a fire burned it all down, what would they do? Without needing further urging from Zhou Zhe, they began smearing the filth onto the walls. Seeing them like this, Zhou Zhe took Yuan Man's hand and headed home. It was almost time. There were other important matters to attend to. Zhou Zhe and Yuan Man barely made it home before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yuan Man laughed until her stomach ached. Those two families would surely become the village's laughingstock. Seeing her like that, Zhou Zhe pulled her into his embrace. Wife, there are other important things to do. Yuan Man thought for a moment, then understood at the sight of his expression. Go heat some water first. Let's both take a bath. Yuan Man figured they had been through a lot that day and needed to clean up. Zhou Zhe nodded. Wait for me, I'll go heat the water now. With that, he went out to boil water. They really did need a bath. He could smell himself. He couldn't let his wife be disgusted by him. While they prepared for a blissful night, the others were still slapping each other and smearing filth on the walls. Before long, Zhou Zhe entered the room with water. Yuan Man quickly washed and slipped into the bed, her face flushed, waiting for her man. Zhou Zhe also washed up hastily, then dumped out the dirty water and fetched some clean water. After all, they would need it later. When he came in and saw Yuan Man under the oil lamp, Zhou Zhe could no longer contain himself. He headed straight for Yuan Man. Hey! Yuan Man was startled by his agitation. But Zhou Zhe simply stepped forward, embraced her, and kissed her, silencing the words that followed. It was Yuan Man's first experience in both her past and present life, and she felt a bit nervous. Seeing his little wife's shy and flustered expression, Zhou Zhe's eyes were filled with affection. Man. Zhou Zhe's voice was husky as he asked, may I? Yuan Man hadn't expected him to seek her consent, so she nodded. That night, they experienced the pleasures of mortal love. Zhou Zhe, like a man tasting meat for the first time, tormented her until midnight. Yuan Man was eventually reduced to tears by his advances and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, the village was in an uproar. Good heavens! Whose house is this? Did the cesspit explode? It stinks to high heaven. Oh, isn't that the truth? And last night there were wails and howls. One moment crying, the next laughing. It was terrifying, and Auntie recounted, still feeling a chill of fear. Oh, stop. It's the Zhou family. What? Their place. Let's go see. Some were annoyed by the commotion that kept the whole village awake. Others were simply there for the spectacle. When they arrived at the Zhou residence, they found everyone standing outside, wondering why no one dared to enter. A few people rushed in hastily, ready to scold, but were met with a wave of stench. Ugh! After retching for a long while, they quickly stumbled out of the yard. Now they understood why the others hadn't gone in. What's wrong with the Zhou family? Why did they make the house so foul? Now my place stinks too, fumed the auntie who had mentioned the exploded cesspit. It would have been better if it were just the cesspit. She had taken a look and nearly lost her dinner from last night. It was as if they had smeared excrement all over the walls. Only someone with a head full of mush would do such a thing. Move aside. Let me through. The village chief stormed over, furious to see the crowd gathered 3 layers deep. Hadn't the village had enough trouble lately? And what was with the Zhou family? Every incident involved them. He had just heard that they had gone mad and smeared feces on the walls. How deranged must one be to do something like that? At the sight of the village chief, the crowd parted. He reached the doorway, recoiled from the stench, and covered his nose and mouth with his sleeve. He hoped to handle this without passing out from the fumes. Inside, he found Zhou Daju and Li Tsuolan slumped on the floor, covered head to toe in filth. The walls of the room were also smeared with excrement, a scene of utter devastation. Slapping sounds echoed from within. Zhou Daju, Li Tsuolan, what do you think you're doing? The village chief wished he could kick them out on the spot. The sight was too revolting. Jolted by his roar, the couple came to their senses and crawled toward him. Village chief, save us. It was the black and white impermanents who made us do this. Yes, please, village chief, boo-hoo, save us. Li Tsuolan crawled closer, reaching for his clothes. The village chief was desperate to avoid them, let alone let her grab him. Just as Li Tsuolan was about to seize his garment, he dodged swiftly to the side. Get away. What black and white impermanence? That's utter nonsense. The village chief simply felt that this family was looking for trouble. How could there be black and white impermanence in broad daylight? Even if they had truly seen them, why hadn't they been taken away? Grandpa, village chief, please come in and see my grandparents. Zhou Yun walked out of the house crying, but when she saw her parents on the ground, her face was filled with disgust. What's wrong with your grandparents now? Don't tell me they've seen black and white impermanence too. The village chief looked at their yard with disdain, truly unwilling to enter. My grandparents have been slapping themselves nonstop. Their faces are already so swollen, yet they won't stop. Zhou Yun couldn't understand how everything had become like this after just one night's sleep. When she woke up in the morning, she smelled a foul odor. Stepping outside, she saw her parents covered in excrement and the walls of the house were smeared with it as well. The stench made her dry heave for a long time before she recovered. When she went to call her parents, they kept smearing feces on the walls, mumbling, "Let us go." Seeing that she couldn't manage them, she went to find her grandparents. To her shock, they were both slapping themselves. Their faces were swollen like pigs' heads, yet they continued. Hearing the commotion outside, she rushed out wondering what had happened to the family overnight. Zhou Yun had been sleeping in the innermost room of her parents' house, which was partitioned into 2 sections. The outer part with a window belonged to Zhou Gui, while hers was so small it could only fit a single bed, hence why she hadn't heard anything. The village chief sighed, helplessly shaking his sleeves. Alas! Then looking at the gathered crowd, he said, "De Gao de Shan, de he, the 3 of you come with me. Let's see what tricks this family is playing." Even he felt a bit hesitant to enter after what they had said. The 3 men called upon immediately stepped forward. Though they showed some reluctance, no one said anything more. After all, they were fellow villagers, and no one could bear to watch this family suffer like this. "Let's go. We'll go in and take a look together." The village chief led the 3 men inside, where they saw old lady Zhou and old man Zhou still slapping themselves. Both of their faces were swollen beyond recognition, their hands were puffy, and their arms seemed to have lost all strength. Yet even so, they showed no sign of stopping. There was also a strange odor in the room. "Zhou Changshu, when will you 2 stop?" The village chief couldn't bear it any longer and bellowed. Hearing this, Zhou Changshu and his wife snapped back to their senses. When Zhou Changshu saw the village chief, tears streamed down his face. "Village chief, you're finally here? Boo-hoo, there are ghosts." He wailed, snot and tears streaming down his face. It had been a night of sheer torment. He didn't dare lower his hands, terrified that those things would suddenly take him away. He wasn't ready to die yet. Old lady Zhou also burst into tears. "Boo-hoo, village chief, there are black and white impermanents. Save us." The little girl and the old man from last night were definitely black and white impermanents. The village chief's head was throbbing. If it were really black and white impermanents, they would have taken them away long ago, instead of letting them cry here. "I'm telling you, there are no black and white impermanents. Get out of here." The village chief was frightened by this family's constant talk of black and white impermanents. Had they really seen them? Besides, in broad daylight, black and white impermanents definitely wouldn't appear. In broad daylight, black and white impermanents won't come. "Get out now." With that, he ignored them and hurried out. The main reason was that the stench was unbearable both inside and outside. Old lady Zhou and her husband hastily dressed and scrambled outside, terrified of staying in that place. Once out, they felt the world had collapsed. Good heavens, why did the house smell so foul? When old lady Zhou saw her son covered in excrement, she rushed over. "My son, what happened to you? Was it also black and white impermanents?" She was about to curse, but then she remembered it was black and white impermanents. She swallowed her words. "Mother, we saw them too. Boo-hoo, why did they have to pick our family?" Zhou Daju cried, feeling more and more wronged. At that moment, Zhou Gui groggily walked out of the house. He was about to yawn when a wave of foulness hit his throat. "Black! Black! What is that? Why does it stink so much?" Zhou Gui's expression was as if he had eaten feces. Covering his nose with his sleeve, he walked out and was utterly horrified to see the people in the yard. Why were his parents covered in excrement? And why did the yard stink so badly? The village chief's head ached just looking at this family. "Why don't you get up off the ground? What kind of behavior is this?" The village chief wanted to pull them up, but seeing the feces on them, he thought better of it. The whole family scrambled to their feet, filled with fear. Old lady Zhou thought they needed to find a master to cleanse the house. Otherwise, if black and white impermanents kept visiting, this family would be scared to death. The village chief looked at Zhou Changshu. "Zhou Changshu, clean up this filth in your house immediately. It's creating a mess. How are others supposed to live?" With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. This family was abnormal. The other villagers stood outside, pointing and gossiping, wondering if even black and white impermanents would let them live like this. They must have encountered something unclean. Perhaps it was even immortals who couldn't stand their behavior and had come for them. In contrast, at the Yuan family, old lady Yuan and Yuan's wife had knocked themselves unconscious from kowtowing. Aside from Yuan Man's younger brother Yuan Baotsai, no one else paid them any attention. When the 2 of them came to and realized they hadn't been taken away, they breathed a huge sigh of relief. It meant the immortals had forgiven them. When Yuan Man woke up, she felt as though she was falling apart, struggling for a long time before she managed to get up. She was still thinking about their trip to the county town, and just as she got up, Zhou Zhe entered carrying water. "You're awake." Seeing her like this, Zhou Zhe immediately walked over and pulled her into his arms. "Are you all right? Last night had indeed been too strenuous," and she felt a bit embarrassed now. Yuan Man shot him a glare. "Hurry up, we still need to go to the county town." If he had been worried about her earlier, what was he doing last night? Zhou Zhe and Yuan Man went out for a simple meal, then quickly grabbed their bamboo basket and headed to the county town. Before leaving, Jose didn't forget to give Zhou Daqiang another pill. Recently his coughing had indeed lessened. Jose carried the bamboo basket and led Yuan Man toward the county town. There was no ox cart in their village, so they had to walk. If they were lucky, they might catch a ride on a neighboring village's ox cart along the way. However, most people walked to save money. On the way, Jose kept carrying the basket. Yuan Man thought about what her mother-in-law had said about the old Zhou family and smiled. "What are you laughing at?" Jose, seeing her happy, asked curiously. Yuan Man recounted what her mother-in-law had said about the old estate during breakfast. "I was thinking about what mother said about the old estate. What do you think they'll do today?" Jose pondered for a moment. "They'll probably be scared for a few days, then start up again after a while. The fright from last night would likely keep the old estate quiet for a time. His family had been bullied by the old estate until they could barely breathe. Now it was time for them to experience a different kind of hardship." The two walked for over an hour before reaching the county town, where many people had already set up their stalls. They found a corner and laid out their goods. "Is this your first time here, young couple?" The auntie selling eggs next to them greeted them warmly. Seeing the auntie's friendliness, Yuan Man replied enthusiastically, "Auntie, it is our first time." Actually, the auntie had greeted them because their goods were unusual. Yuan Man quickly arranged everything, sorted them properly, and looked at the people on the street. "You can't just stand there if you want to sell." The egg-selling auntie couldn't help but chuckle at their bewildered expressions. Seeing their confusion, she added, "You have to shout to hawk your wares so people know what you're selling." Jose thought that made sense. Fresh bamboo shoots and mushrooms. Don't miss out if you're passing by. Once Jose started shouting, Yuan Man joined in, and soon people came to look at their produce. However, while they had seen bamboo shoots before, mushrooms were unfamiliar. They didn't know how to cook them. "Little miss, how do you eat these things you're selling?" Yuan Man suddenly realized why no one sold these items. On the way here, she hadn't seen a single person selling bamboo shoots or mushrooms. "Right, these bamboo shoots taste a bit bitter." Yuan Man exchanged a glance with Jose and began to explain, "Sister, if the bamboo shoots are bitter, blanch them in boiling water next time, then stir-fry. They'll be crispy and delicious. They taste great stir-fried with meat too." The woman, who could have been called auntie, was delighted to be called sister instead. "Sister, these are called boletus mushrooms. They're excellent for stir-frying or making soup, but whether you stir-fry or boil them, they need to cook for at least the time it takes an incense stick to burn." Yuan Man introduced the boletus mushrooms. Although the black boletus they had picked was mostly non-toxic, she was still worried that people might undercook them and get poisoned. "And these are termite mushrooms, even more fragrant. They're great stir-fried or in soup and scrambled with eggs. It's incredibly fresh." After Yuan Man's introduction, many people became interested. "How much are these things?" asked the woman who had been called sister. Yuan Man sensed an opportunity. "The bamboo shoots are 6 won per caddy, the boletus mushrooms are 10 won per caddy, and the termite mushrooms are 15 won per caddy. Sister, what would you like?" Everyone was surprised that the termite mushrooms cost 15 won per caddy, the same price as pork. The older sister gritted her teeth. "Young man, give me a caddy of termite mushrooms and a caddy of bamboo shoots. They'll try them first to see if they're good." The scale was borrowed from the egg-selling auntie. Soon quite a bit of termite mushrooms sold, but many who couldn't afford them bought boletus mushrooms along with a caddy of bamboo shoots. While selling mushrooms, Yuan Man didn't forget to recommend the neighbor auntie's eggs, since termite mushroom soup with eggs was truly fresh. Thanks to Yuan Man's recommendation, the auntie's eggs sold quickly. Jose weighed goods and collected money, feeling immense joy as the coins came into his hands. By mealtime, most of the goods were sold. Jose gave the last of the bamboo shoots and boletus mushrooms to the neighboring auntie, since without her scale they couldn't have done business today. "Oh, you're too kind. I benefited from you today too. My eggs are all sold out." The auntie found the young couple increasingly likable. They understood social graces. After much refusal, the auntie finally accepted the goods, and Jose and Yuan Man packed up to go home. Man, should we buy some grain first?" Jose thought about how their rice had come from the old estate. Yuan Man recalled there was still some at home. "Let's finish what we have first. Otherwise that rice will go to waste." Jose agreed. They had initially planned to buy cloth, but in the end they went straight home. Once outside the city and seeing no one on the road, they stopped. Jose took out his money pouch, though it was really just a tattered cloth bag. "How much did we earn?" Yuan Man's eyes sparkled. Yesterday they had just been taking a chance, never expecting to actually sell anything. They counted together and ended up with 581. They had earned half a tael of silver in one day. Man, we made money. With this method they could earn a similar amount every day." Yuan Man nodded excitedly. Yes. She hadn't expected today to go so smoothly. "Let's go home and bring mother along this afternoon." Jose thought that at this rate they could save up to build a house. The current house was too troublesome. Every little sound could be heard. At night they couldn't even relax. Yuan Man. The two people quickened their pace on the way back. By the time they were halfway home, Jose suddenly remembered something. Why hadn't they stopped for a meal on their way back? They probably missed dinner when they got home. Ding dong dear, we have food in our store. Jose almost forgot about the existence of the system. System, do you have any bread? Jose thought of having something simple to eat. Yes, what kind would you like? We have alkaline bread, European bread toast. In the end, Jose chose 2 large European breads for the 2 of them, spending 20 points. He had already exhausted most of his energy after a busy morning. Seeing the European bread that had suddenly appeared, Yuan Man took it and asked, did you exchange this with the system? Yes, hurry up and eat. There probably won't be much food left when we get home. Man, how about we first go up the mountain to gather mushrooms and then grow our own mushrooms? This way we won't need to go up the mountain later. Jose briefly shared his thoughts with Yuan Man. After listening, Yuan Man felt it was a feasible idea. However, we need to cultivate first, or perhaps bring some spores back from up there. Yuan Man thought that if they were to cultivate, they would need to prepare these things in advance, especially since the conditions at home weren't very suitable right now. Jose shook his head again, having thought of the same issue. Let's save up money to improve the house first. With the current situation at home, we can't even live separately. After they finished eating, the 2 quickly headed back, planning to go up the mountain to find some mushrooms in the afternoon. When they got home, only the 2 younger ones and Zhou Daqiang were there. Zhou sure had gone to the fields to hoe. They still had to plant those fields at home, but they would go up the mountain first. Yin Ame, let's go up the mountain to gather mushrooms. At this moment, Zhou Daqiang slowly walked out, saying, Azay'll go with you. I've been feeling much better these past few days. The younger ones at home went to help, and it would be unreasonable for him to do nothing. Jose looked at him and said, Dad, you should rest at home for a bit. It's not easy for you to get better. You should consolidate your health, and we can take you tomorrow. He was genuinely worried he might fall ill again. Zhou Daqiang nodded, thinking he needed to recover quickly so he could help the children. The 4 of them went up the mountain again, but today they weren't digging wild vegetables. They were gathering bamboo shoots and mushrooms. This sped up the process considerably. Today they brought both of the family's baskets, hoping to gather even more to take home. The 2 younger ones worked faster once they learned they could sell what they gathered, their little faces smeared with dirt. However, it might be because the locals didn't know how to eat these mushrooms and no one was gathering them, which benefited the whole family. Most of the villagers were busy working in the fields, and soon they would start planting rice, so they had to clear the land first. Therefore, there were hardly any villagers left on the mountain. While they were eagerly picking mushrooms, Yuan sure was cursing in the fields. If I had known, I would have waited until after spring plowing to sell that useless girl. Now, we've lost a laborer at home. Previously, Yuan Man had been at home, always helping out during work. Now that someone was missing, the burden fell on her, nearly exhausting her. Yuan Posey thought the same way, but she was truly scared by the recent events and decided to wait until the deities forgave them before discussing anything else. Shut up, or the deities might come looking for us again, Yuan Posey said in a hushed voice. Recalling that night made her fearful. Recently, the villagers had been laughing at the old Zhou family. If the villagers found out what had happened in their family, they would probably laugh until their jaws dropped. Yuan, sure reminded by her mother-in-law, became much more subdued. That night's experience had truly been terrifying. The next day, she sent a message to her husband urging him to come back quickly. Fortunately, it was just the busy farming season and her husband was preparing to return, so she could finally get a good night's sleep. But no matter how she and her mother-in-law explained the situation to her husband, he didn't believe them. If she kept talking, he would send her back to her family. Where would she even go back to? In truth, her husband was just afraid their family would be mocked by the entire village like the Zhou family. Now, who didn't discuss the Zhou family while eating and working? Just bringing it up would lead to laughter for a long time. The old Zhou family could barely lift their heads in shame. Zhou Sure was now focused on quickly preparing the fields as the whole family was relying on her. The old man was finally feeling a bit better and didn't need constant care. Her son and daughter-in-law were busy with who knows what, so she thought it would be best for her to work harder. After Jose and the others filled 2 baskets, they hurried home. Once home, they set down the baskets and took hoes, with Zhou Yin leading the way to the fields. The sky was still a bit bright, and she hurried to help. Yuan Man was at home cooking. When they arrived at the fields, there were still quite a few people there, all eager to finish plowing as soon as possible. Azaya Yin, you're here. Zhou sure didn't expect much help from her eldest son, as he hadn't done much work before. By the time they arrived home, Yuan Man had just finished preparing the meal. You're back? I was just thinking of heading to the fields to see what was keeping you, Yuan Man said as she carried dishes into the house, while Zhou Mei brought them a basin of water. Mother, eldest brother, second brother, come wash your hands and let's eat. Sister-in-law's cooking is absolutely delicious. Zhou Mei wobbled over with the basin of water. Jose placed the hoe in the small shed, and Zhou sure smiled as she led Zhou Yin to wash his hands. Today, Zhou Daqiang also joined them at the table, which surprised Yuan Man a little. Jose glanced at him unconcerned. Father, how is your health? Zhou Daqiang patted his chest and chuckled. I've been much better ever since you gave me those pills. All that bitter medicine I drank before did nothing but a few of these pills, and I'm already feeling well. Good to hear. Jose thought to himself that it was just pneumonia. The reason it had gotten so bad was because it had been neglected for too long and the previous medicine had only been taken for a day or two. Zhou sure was astonished. Pills? What pills? I haven't even taken father to see a doctor yet. Zhou Daqiang waved his hand dismissively. I'll tell you tonight. Let's eat first. Yuan Man has prepared such a feast, let's dig in. Yuan Man smiled and remained silent. Zhou Daqiang took the first bite and his eyes lit up. The flavors were incredibly fresh and vibrant. Oh my, this daughter-in-law's cooking is truly outstanding. You all must try it. Zhou Daqiang urged them. It had been years since had tasted food this good. Zhou Shi shot him a look, but took a bite herself, surprised to find it was indeed that delicious. Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin, the two youngest, were too busy eating to speak. Zhou Zhe joined them as the day's labor had drained his energy. After the meal, Zhou Shi went to wash the dishes and Zhou Zhe thought about how to discuss with the family their plan to go up the mountain to gather mushrooms. Just tell them directly. We're all family. Yuan Man said, believing that honesty was best. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhou Daqiang suspected something was up. What's the matter, Ace? Is there something you need to talk about? Jose glanced at them. Let's wait until mother comes back to discuss it together. Zhou Daqiang was itching with curiosity, even more eager to know what was going on. Could this brat be thinking of splitting up the family now that he's married? Or is the daughter-in-law dissatisfied with my condition? No, I have to get better quickly. Could it be related to the old house? But we've already severed ties, so there shouldn't be any trouble, right? He had been doing a lot of thinking lately. Before, he had always tried to hold on to that fragile family bond, never imagining it would end up hurting him. And it had dragged his own family down too. Now he understood. From now on he would act as if he had sprung from a rock. He had to cherish his own children. His mind raced with thoughts. He wondered why his wife was taking so long to wash the dishes. He felt as if he were being fried in a pan. When Zhou Shi came in with the two younger children, Zhou Daqiang nearly stood up to greet her. Seeing everyone sitting in silence, Zhou Shi asked, "What's going on? Is something the matter?" "Mother, please sit down and have some water first," Yuan Man said, pouring her a cup. She thought it best to get her seated first in case she got too excited and something happened. Zhou Shi glanced at her husband, wondering what had happened while she was out. "Mother, do you remember our trip to the county town today?" Zhou Shi nodded, wondering what that had to do with anything. "We took the bamboo shoots and mushrooms we gathered yesterday to sell in the county. This is the money we earned today." Jose had decided that since they were staying with this family, some things needed to be shared. He poured out all the money they had made today. Zhou Daqiang and Zhou Shi were stunned at the sight of the money. Zhou Shi pinched Zhou Daqiang's arm in shock. "Old man, is this real, eh? Ouch, that hurts." Zhou Daqiang winced and sucked in air, slapping Zhou Shi's arm in pain. Seeing his reaction, Zhou Shi knew it wasn't a dream. Since it hurts, then it must be real. Yuan Man covered her mouth, suppressing a chuckle at their reaction. Zhou Daqiang pointed at the money on the table. "Is this is all from selling bamboo shoots and mushrooms today? Could these things really be so valuable? They had earned this much in just one morning." "Yes, all from this morning. We gathered 2 baskets today, and tomorrow we should have even more." Jose recalled that this morning's basket had weighed about 60 jin, and today's 2 baskets were slightly heavier. It took Zhou Shi a while to recover from the shock. She glanced at Zhou Daqiang, then pushed the money back toward Jose and Yuan Man. "A's man, you too, keep this money. It's what you earned, so you should hold on to it." Neither of them had expected Zhou Shi to return the money. They were well aware of the family's financial situation. Jose looked at Yuan Man. "Mother, we haven't split the family yet. Later I want you all to come gather mushrooms with us. So you keep half of this money for the household, and we'll keep the other half for ourselves." Yuan Man agreed. Leaving half with the family would cover expenses, and Zhou Shi didn't seem like the type to waste money. Keep half. Zhou Shi thought even half was too much. She didn't want to be like those mothers-in-law who hoarded all the family's money. It was better for the younger generation to have some financial freedom. "Yes, half." "That's settled. For the next few days, we'll probably need to go to the county every morning. Ian and the others know which mushrooms are the good ones, so if you want to go up the mountain, father, just have them take you. Your main task now is to recover your health. Otherwise, the family might not be able to keep up with everything." Jose was also thinking about the spring plowing. Zhou Shi certainly couldn't go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. All right. She stopped refusing and took half the money, feeling a newfound sense of security for the household. With that settled, Jose felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The couple walked hand in hand back to their room, while Zhou Shi and Zhou Daqiang were still staring wide-eyed at the money on the table. They still felt as if they were dreaming. "Old man, is it really possible for us to have this much money?" Tears streamed down her face. The family had been penniless for so many years. Even as she lay in bed, Zhou Shi couldn't quite come to terms with it. The main reason was this money. If the village men had to earn it, it would take them nearly a month, and that would require doing heavy physical labor in the county town. Husband, let's save this money for now in case we need it for something later. Zhou sure felt somewhat uneasy holding onto the money herself. Zhou Daqiang was overjoyed as well, but he shared the same thought in his heart. He knew that if he held the money, he wouldn't do anything good. He had previously sent all the family's savings to the old house, leaving them with no rice to cook. Wife, you keep the money for now, and from now on, don't let me hold any of the family's money. Zhou Daqiang was genuinely afraid he might do something else foolish. Zhou sure felt reassured upon hearing Zhou Daqiang say this. Ever since they severed ties with the old house, her heart had been at ease, yet she still feared that the old man might lose his senses again one day. But for now it seemed there was no problem. If he did act foolishly again, she would drag him down with her, even if it cost her life. Jose went to heat some water. After a long day of toil, they both needed a good wash. Yuan Man tidied up the day's earnings in the room and looked at her clothes. Only this one set. She sat on the bed somewhat vexed, thinking she must buy some cloth tomorrow. But as she cooked dinner that evening, she saw there was still some rice left and thought she'd have to buy more rice first. The cloth would have to wait a few days. Luckily, the weather was cool and she hadn't sweated much, or else she'd start to smell. The main issue was that the rice was mostly coarse grain now. Even if she mixed it with fine rice, it still scratched her throat when eaten. So she decided to buy some rice first. Just as she finished tidying up, Jose came in with hot water. Man, come wash up quickly. You've had a long day and must be tired. Jose smiled at her. After they washed up, Yuan Man had barely lain down when her husband pressed close to her. Don't be silly. What if father and mother hear us? Yuan Man thought it was still too early, but the man acted as if he hadn't heard. It's fine, I'll keep it quiet. With that, he kissed her. Yuan Man was dazed by his kisses, feeling her whole body go limp. What followed was a passionate affair. When she woke up the next morning, Jose had already prepared breakfast. He then called Yuan Man to get up. He had gotten up early to transfer some of the mushrooms from her basket into his own, thinking she might not be able to carry the full load. They rose earlier than usual, ate a simple meal, and set out with their baskets on their backs. They covered the baskets with some wild grass to make them less conspicuous. They were afraid of running into acquaintances on the road. But most villagers were busy with spring plowing, so few were heading to the county town. They rested several times along the way before slowly making it to the county town. They were carrying much more than yesterday, almost twice as much. Man, we were so focused on earning more money that we forgot. What if there aren't that many people to buy it? Jose suddenly thought of this concern. Yuan Man wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's fine, we can take them home and eat them ourselves. These mushrooms could be easily used up, especially if made into mushroom sauce, which would consume a large amount. True. Let's hurry. We're earlier today, so yesterday's spot should still be available. Jose thought of their previous location. When they arrived, the auntie who sold eggs yesterday saw them and quickly waved them over. You're here? I was worried you wouldn't come. Just now several people kept asking to buy your mushrooms, but I told them to take a stroll and come back later. Yuan Man hadn't expected Aunt Zhao to be so helpful. Yesterday she had asked and learned the auntie's surname was Zhao, so she called her Aunt Zhao. She expressed her gratitude. Aunt Zhao, thank you so much. Aunt Zhao helped them take down the baskets. If anyone should give thanks, it's me. My eggs always take forever to sell, but yesterday, thanks to your help, I sold quite a lot. She had benefited as well, selling many eggs. Besides, this couple seemed honest and hardworking. Old Zhou family them. Honest and hardworking. Girl, look, they're here. Aunt Zhao saw the earlier customers returning and quickly waved them over. Jose saw people coming and hurriedly laid out the vegetables. Oh my, you're here. I thought you weren't coming. Yesterday my grandson said your termite mushrooms were delicious, and today he insisted I come buy more. It was the same auntie who had come first yesterday. Yuan Man smiled. Auntie, you enjoyed them, didn't you? How much would you like today? The auntie directly asked Jose to weigh out 2 gean of termite mushrooms and another gean of porcini mushrooms, saying she wanted to try that dish too. With many people at home today, this amount was just right. After this, auntie finished buying. Many familiar faces from yesterday came. Some had enjoyed the porcini mushrooms and wanted to try the termite mushrooms too. Others found the bamboo shoots delicious and bought an extra gean. Jose was busily occupied, always giving generous portions. The aunties were even more delighted with him. It was rare to see someone like Jose who looked like a scholar selling vegetables on the street. Everyone found him fascinating. Young wife, your husband is wonderful helping you sell things. And he works efficiently. The aunties looked at Jose as if he were a rare spectacle. The original owner was naturally tall and thin, and since he rarely worked, his skin was fair. Combined with Jose's current spirited demeanor, it was no wonder the aunties mistook him for a scholar. Yuan Man looked at Jose and smiled. Couldn't agree more. Thank you for the compliment, auntie. That morning the two of them, one weighing the other collecting money, worked together seamlessly, making the task enjoyable. Today's sales went even faster than yesterday. Before long, everything was sold out. They kept some of the slightly bruised mushrooms, a portion for Aunt Zhao and the rest to take home for themselves. As they packed up, Aunt Zhao insisted on giving them 2 eggs. "Keep these eggs. You're running a business, you can't keep giving me things for free." Aunt Zhao wasn't one to take advantage of others. Yuan Man glanced at Jose, who nodded for her to accept. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao. We'll be heading back now," Jose said, thinking they'd be seeing her every day anyway, so refusing wouldn't be polite. After leaving, they headed to the grain shop. The rice at home had indeed run low over the past couple of days. Plus, they'd need to start working soon, and they couldn't do that on empty stomachs. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" A shop assistant came forward to greet them. "How much is the rice per caddy?" Yuan Man glanced at the items in the shop. Seeing that they intended to buy rice, the shop assistant began to introduce the varieties. The lowest grade, which was unpolished rice, cost 10 coppers per caddy. These grains were broken and often contained many small pebbles. The medium grade was 12 coppers per caddy, slightly better than the unpolished rice, though still with some stones, albeit fewer. The finest rice was 15 coppers per caddy, essentially free of stones. Jose assessed the prices. "Young man, weigh us 20 caddies of the best rice and 10 caddies of the medium grade." Since they could now earn money, there was no need to endure unnecessary hardship. Afterward, they also requested 10 caddies of white flour, which cost 12 coppers per caddy, while the black flour was 10 coppers per caddy, though they did not purchase any of the latter. In the end, they spent 540 coppers. Yuan Man thought they would carry the load together, but Jose simply took it and placed it into his own bamboo basket. Jose took her hand, and they left together. "Yuan Man, leave these trivial matters to me." Yuan Man shot him a coy glare, but said nothing more. She planned to switch carrying duties with him on the way back. Passing by a steamed bun shop on their return, where each bun cost 2 coppers, Jose ordered 12, calculating 2 buns per person. They ate the buns directly on the road home, knowing they would otherwise lack the strength by the time they arrived. Jose held Yuan Man's hand as they trudged back. In his mind, he pondered that running back and forth every day was not a sustainable solution. The work was physical and the earnings were hard-won. For now, this was the only option, but they still had to tend to the farm. If they could save up to buy an ox cart, they wouldn't have to carry heavy loads to the county town. But before that, they had to negotiate a business deal with the local tavern, as delivering directly to the tavern would secure a daily income. Selling at the market might also yield decent profits. However, these mushrooms alone would not suffice for negotiating with the tavern. "Yuan Man, let's find some time to study cultivating morel mushrooms or other varieties. Then we can see if we can strike a deal with the tavern." Jose briefly explained his idea to Yuan Man. She fully agreed with his plan. The two discussed how to cultivate these mushrooms all the way home. "I can just exchange something with the system when the time comes." Jose suddenly recalled his own system. Once they grew the mushrooms, they could also trade them with the system. But he would check what the system offered later in the evening. The two hurried back home, intending to drink some water and then head up the mountain. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mei came running back in tears. "Brother, hurry to the fields. The people from the old homestead are arguing with Mom and Dad there." "What a..." No wonder no one was home when they returned. The two rushed to the fields with Yuan Man, comforting Zhou Mei along the way and learning the details. It turned out that Zhou Daqiang was feeling better. That morning, he had gone up the mountain with the 2 younger children to pick mushrooms. After lunch, feeling well enough, he went to help Zhou Shi till the fields. But shortly after he started, the people from the old homestead spotted him. They immediately raised a fuss, sending Zhou Gui to summon Zhou Daqiang, claiming that the old woman was on her deathbed and wanted to see him one last time. They used this trick every time, and Zhou Daqiang, truly disheartened by the old homestead, refused to go. He didn't even lift his head, continuing to help Zhou Shi work. Zhou Gui, seeing his refusal, left in a huff. Soon all the people from the old homestead arrived. Even the supposedly gravely ill old woman came shouting in the fields about their filial impiety. By the time Jose arrived, old Madame Zhou was rolling on the ground, throwing a tantrum, while the others watched, as if enjoying a spectacle. Zhou Daqiang stood silently watching them, while Zhou Shi completely ignored them. "Come and see. This unfilial son has abandoned me and his father," old Madame Zhou wailed. Jose walked over and stood in front of Zhou Daqiang. He saw his father's eyes redden, yet he still refused their demands. It was clear that deep down he truly wanted no more entanglement with the old homestead. Yuan Man strode over and glared at old Madame Zhou. Did she think throwing a tantrum would work here? "What are you howling for? Did someone die in your family?" Yuan Man showed no leniency. The family ties had been severed, and now they wanted to come back for favors. Impossible. She had thought they would behave for a while after yesterday, but here they were again today. Seeing Yuan Man arrive, Zhou Shi quickly moved to stand by her side, not knowing how shameless the old homestead could be and wanting to protect her. Old Madame Zhou hadn't expected Yuan Man to speak to her so harshly. She scrambled up from the ground and lunged at Yuan Man, raising her hand to slap her. "You little wretch, who do you think you are to meddle in our family affairs? Since no one else will teach you manners, I will." Yuan Man grabbed her hand and flung it away. I am Zhou Ze's wife, so why can't I meddle in our family's affairs? Who do you think you are? We've severed ties, yet you still shamelessly come here to take advantage. You act all high and mighty because of your age. So what if you're old? If you're so old, why aren't you in a coffin? If you're so capable, why haven't you finished plowing the fields? Oh, I see. You've only thickened your skin with age. Yuan Man unloaded a barrage of words at old Madame Zhou, who thought she could throw her weight around. The old woman hadn't expected Yuan Man to have such a sharp tongue. When she turned to look at Li Zuilan, she saw her laughing. Li Zuilan hadn't expected the old woman to suffer a loss, so she had smirked, but old Madame Zhou caught her. She immediately straightened her face and approached. You little wretch, how dare you speak that way? Since you're Zhou Ze's wife, she is your grandmother. Not only do you fail to greet her, but you also spew nonsense. Truly unfilial. In ancient times, accusations of unfilial behavior could crush a person, but there were few people around, which was why Yuan Man dared to confront them directly. She shot a meaningful glance at Zhou Mei, who immediately ran off. We've severed ties, so how can she be my grandmother? Or do you think the severance document means nothing? Zhou Ze found the family ridiculous. Their faces were truly thick enough to build a city wall. Their faces were truly thick enough to build a city wall. When Zhou Pozi severed familial ties, she never imagined they would truly follow through. The second son had always been under her control. She had intended to wait things out. Had he died, it would have been over. Yet fate spared him, and he recovered far sooner than expected, even returning to work the fields. Since he was now well enough to labor in the fields, and her own household teemed with chores, how could she possibly let him slip away? Before, whenever summoned, the second son dutifully came to assist. Back then, their own family's tasks languished for weeks. Yet now, when called, he refused to come at all. That was why the entire clan descended upon him, determined to teach him a lesson. Sever ties. Does that mean I am no longer your mother? Zhou Pozi would not let them off so easily. Seeing their defiance, the elders from the ancestral home rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike. Once ties are severed, we are two separate families. Zhou Shi retorted, seething with anger. They still presumed her husband would labor for them, as before. Not a single reasonable person among them. Li Zuilan watched astonished as the usually timid Zhou Shi dared to speak back. Clearly they had grown bolder. Li Zuilan lunged forward to strike Zhou Shi, only for Yuan Man, who had been watching her every move, to intercept with a sharp, stinging slap. Lay a hand on us and expect retaliation. Yuan Man glared coldly at the assembled figures. Unexpectedly formidable opponents. Zhou Shi had braced herself for the blow, never imagining Yuan Man would retaliate. Not until it happened. You wretched girl. How dare you strike me? I am your elder. Li Zuilan could not fathom being struck by Yuan Man. Yuan Man rolled her eyes. My elders stand right beside me. What claim do you have to that title? She mused whether, lacking a mirror, this woman might consider using a puddle of urine to reflect her own absurdity. Li Zuilan choked with rage, jabbing a trembling finger at Yuan Man. Meanwhile, Zhou Pozi, equally incensed, could barely breathe. After all, you remain my son, and Zhe my grandson. This spectacle today is utterly unseemly. Zhou Laoye declared sternly. His face darkened as he awaited deference. Surely his word alone should command respect. Zhou Daqiang suppressed unspeakable pain. His lips trembled uncontrollably. For years he had labored tirelessly for them solely because of this blood tie. Now they invoked it only to demand more labor. He chose silence, refusing even to acknowledge them. Years of devotion had chilled his heart. Jose gave a bitter laugh. His own heart ached for this fractured family. A sudden, overwhelming sorrow surged to his temples. Do you truly regard yourself as a father? Do you truly regard me as your grandson? You borrowed our money again and again. When funds ran dry, you demanded rice. When supplies vanished, you threw tantrums, forcing my father into endless servitude. Where was your paternal conscience then? When you plotted to sell, May, where was your conscience then? Your gaze fixed only on the eldest branch. Whenever did you care whether we lived or perished? When my father collapsed into the river exhausted from toil, you visited only once to demand money. Afterward, none of you lifted a finger to save him. Where were you when our pots stood empty? Now you invoke kinship. Is your urine matte that you cannot see clearly? Fury erupted within Jose, blazing through mind and body alike. As he finished speaking, Zhou Daqiang turned sharply aside. Zhou Shi surreptitiously wiped away tears. Zhou Laoye pointed a shaking finger at Jose, speechless with outrage, then shot a furious glance at his wife, recalling his repeated warnings. Restrain yourself. Restrain yourself. Now look. She had alienated the entire branch outright. How then could they ever be of use again? Yuan Man spotted two figures approaching in the distance, a tall one and a small one, and leaned close to Zhou Shi, whispering, Mother Village Elder is almost here. Start crying the moment he arrives. Cry with all your might. Zhou Pozi, seeing Jose dare speak thus, shouted at her grandson, Grandson, Beat this wretch senseless. Kill them. Shouting, she herself rushed forward, clawing toward Yuan Man and Zhou Shi, certain they simply needed harsher discipline repeatedly applied. Before village elder arrived, Yuan Man landed several decisive blows, then spotting him nearing, instantly collapsed dramatically onto the ground. Zhou mirrored her perfectly, falling to the earth and clutching his face. Zhou Daqiang hurried to help his son rise, only to be yanked down beside him. Zhou Yin charged like a young bull, kicking wildly, until Zhou Shi, fearing the elders would land fatal blows, seized him firmly. Then, spotting village elder, she unleashed a piercing wail. Is there any justice left in heaven? Even after severing ties, they still demand our labor. They are utterly lawless, daring to assault our children. Why must my life be so cruel? Zhou Shi sobbed hysterically. Yuan Man joined the lamentation, her reputation in the village already that of a perpetually sorrowful, tender-hearted soul. Village elder arrived to find the ancestral household besieging Zhou Daqiang's family, while the latter lay sprawled on the ground, mostly elderly, frail, or injured. The elders from the ancestral home still stood defiantly, ready to strike again, until village elder thundered, "Hold! Strike once, and I shall send you straight to prison." He was genuinely exasperated. Ordinarily, villagers avoided public scandal first, because he resolved most disputes himself, a second lest outsiders mock their community, or worse, damage his official standing. Thus, he rarely resorted to imprisonment, only for grave offenses. Unaware of his arrival, the elders recoiled in shock at his voice. "The elder, when did you arrive?" Zhou Changshu felt his family's shame mounting daily, each incident drawing the elders' ire anew. "Had I not come, would you have beaten them to death? They've severed ties, why pursue them still? Your disgrace is complete. Who in this village does not mock your household? Do you wear your shame as a crown? A family torn asunder. What then is your duty as elder?" Village elder was near breaking point. He'd labored in the fields all morning, finally resting only for the ancestral household to stir up trouble yet again. "Always them." Zhou Changshu, stunned by the elder's direct rebuke, nodded frantically. His family's humiliation had indeed reached its zenith. Being called out by the village head, Zhou Changshu felt even more embarrassed. "It's all your fault. Stop spouting nonsense here." Thinking that the village head now knew about all the shameful affairs in his family, how could he ever hold his head high again? The village head was displeased by his words. "Now you know what shame is. Where were you earlier? And since you've severed ties, what are you doing here? Don't you understand what severing ties means? Severed ties, yet you still want Zhou Daqiang to work for you. On what grounds?" "Old madam," Zhou stammered, falling silent. They had never taken the severance seriously, and they still wanted to reclaim that money. Was it now lost to them forever? That was 6 taels of silver. Forget the rice and flour. The silver was most important. By saying this, the village head was cutting off their lifeline. "Since you've severed ties, stop bothering them. Just live your own lives." The village head was utterly fed up with the whole family. Zhou Changshu couldn't lift his head. He turned and slapped old Madame Zhou, who was stunned by the blow. Suddenly reminded of the night they had slapped each other, she thought, "Why should I be the only one hit?" and struck back. "How dare you hit me?" Old Madame Zhou roared, lunging to grab Zhou Changshu's hair, her face twisted with rage. Zhou Daju saw his parents fighting and hurried to separate them. Li Tsuelon, witnessing the brawl, became instantly excited. She had missed the dog-eat-dog spectacle last time, but now she was seeing it. "What are you standing there for? Help break it up." Zhou Daju turned to find his wife grinning foolishly. He grew furious. How could she still be watching the show at a time like this, with so many outsiders around? Jolted by his shout, Li Tsuelon reluctantly stepped in to separate them. She had just spotted that little wretch Yuan Man laughing at them. Li Tsuelon quickly realized they were being mocked, so she had to get them home quickly, or else the second branch of the family would have even more to laugh about. Zhou Yun and Zhou Gui also rushed to intervene. What do you think you're doing?" The village head hadn't expected them to turn on each other instead of attacking others. Jose couldn't help but snicker at the scene. Indeed, the most entertaining sight was dogs fighting dogs. Today's events served as a lesson. If they dared to cause trouble again, he wouldn't be so lenient. Finally, Zhou Daju held back Zhou Changshu, and Li Tsuelon restrained old Madame Zhou, restoring order. Zhou Daju glanced at the village head. "Village head'll take my parents home now. Sorry for the trouble today." He was fuming as he spoke. What a mess. They had come to pick a fight only to humiliate themselves. Watching them leave the village head's side. Then he turned to Zhou Daqiang. "You, think about your children. No matter what, they are your own flesh and blood." The village head had never understood their family's actions and could only say so much to Zhou Daqiang. Zhou Daqiang nodded with a bitter smile, tears welling in his eyes. "I will definitely live a good life from now on." His eldest son was married and thinking of the family. The 2 younger ones also shared the burdens. He should be content. Jose felt a pang of bitterness seeing his cheap father like this. He sensed it was the original owner's emotions, resentment toward the old homestead and disappointment in his father. Still, he could understand his father. So José said nothing more and escorted the village head to the edge of the fields. The village head waved him off. No need to see me further. Go back and check on your parents. They've had a hard time. You're grown and married now. It's time to shoulder the family's burdens. José rubbed his head. Truth be told, he hadn't initially intended to abandon this family. Yuan Man helped her mother-in-law to her feet, surprised to find her so immersed in the act that she followed every instruction. Meanwhile, Zhou Yin and Zhou Mei helped their father up. Zhou Yin looked at his elder brother who had returned. Brother, they shouldn't come again, right? The folks from the old residence were truly shameless ruffians. After this lesson, they'd likely stay away for a long time. José remained silent. Never mind them. Let's quickly tidy up and get to work. We'll head up the mountain later. Upon returning, they had already spotted the basket of mushrooms in the yard, thinking they could delay going to the fields and get more work done there. Zhou Daqiang nodded. Right. Let's finish the field work quickly. There's still important business later. This morning, he and the two kids had gathered quite a few mushrooms. Zhou Shi also saw the mushrooms and, recalling the money earned yesterday, eagerly picked up a hoe, wanting to get the work done swiftly. José looked at the hoe in his hand, finding it quite laborious, and thought about designing a modern plow for tilling the land someday. Otherwise, continuing this way would be a waste of both energy and time. His mind was already conjuring the image of a curved shaft plow, though it would require an ox, or else someone would have to pull it. Yuan Man had wanted to join them, but there were only 3 hoes at home. Besides, José didn't want her working here. Man, why don't you take the 2 little ones up the mountain? Just gather a bit this time. If it's too heavy, leave it there, and he'll fetch it later. José figured they wouldn't be able to carry a full load back. Yuan Man agreed, and led the 2 children up the mountain. José worked faster with them. Zhou Shi looked up at the sky. Stop working and go meet Man and the kids on the mountain. Zhou Shi grew increasingly fond of her daughter-in-law Yuan Man, especially after she had stood up to defend her against the old woman earlier. She reflected on her own spinelessness over the years, always tolerating and enduring, which was why the old residence folks had become so brazen. If she had been as assertive as Yuan Man in her youth, her children wouldn't have suffered so much. Still, it was never too late to start changing. José stretched his back and glanced at the sky, feeling it was about time. All right, mother will go up the mountain to find them. Go quickly before they return. Leave the hoe here, your father, and I will take it back later. Zhou Shi urged him on. José put down the hoe and followed the usual path up the mountain. He thought that this time he'd directly exchange anything he found with the system for points, saving himself the trouble. With the system's prompt, José discovered a bug. Once he agreed to the exchange, the system would automatically take the item and the points would be credited without any effort on his part. Along the way, José exchanged all the wild vegetables and mushrooms he found. By the time he reached Yuan Man and the others on the mountain, they had only gathered half a basket. Yuan Man waved him over when she saw him. She hadn't realized José was so efficient before. Following him, things moved swiftly. In contrast, the 3 of them had barely collected a small half basket in all this time. José nodded at the mushrooms. All right, time to head home. But Zhou Mei grew anxious. Brother, we haven't filled the basket yet. Let's search a bit longer. Zhou Mei was eager because she knew these mountain finds could be exchanged for money, especially after yesterday. That morning's full basket had been gathered by the father and 2 sons from the distant mountains. They had planned to go to the big mountains again today, but Yuan Man, worried about taking 2 little ones into the deep woods where wild beasts might lurk, decided against it. Zhou Yin remained silent, but was equally anxious. These things can't all be dug up in one day. Take what we found today and head back. After it rains, they'll grow quickly. For now, they were just beginning to sprout. Zhou Mei agreed after hearing this. José hoisted the basket onto his back and, holding Yuan Man's hand, led the way down. Yuan Man glanced sideways at him. Aren't you going to say I found too little? José smiled at her nervous expression. Why are you acting like Zhou Mei? It doesn't matter if we find more or less. The mountain is just starting to yield. Don't worry, he'll come with you all to search later. José didn't mention that his abundant finds were thanks to the system. On the way back, he exchanged everything they encountered with the system, and his points soared. Reassured by his words, Yuan Man let go of her earlier urge to gather more. But it looks like it's going to rain. The sky was overcast. It was uncertain whether rain would fall. José looked up. Yes, it probably will. Good timing, since we're almost done turning the soil. The rain will make it easier to plant the rice. From the original owner's memories, José learned that they planted rice by scattering seeds on level ground and then covering them with a layer of soil using tools. Everything else was left to time. This was their most primitive method of farming, which explained the low yields. On one hand, the sowing was left to time and nature with unpredictable outcomes. On the other, there was a shortage of fertilizer. Each household had only a meager amount, insufficient for all their fields. Thus, only the fertile fields yielded more, while the rest depended on how much fertilizer was applied. But now, with the 2 of them around, things would improve. Once home, Yuan Man prepared dinner while Jose set about designing a curved shaft plow. They had already deep plowed the fields, and it was uncertain if another plowing would be needed. So designing it now meant it could be used this year or next. After sketching it from memory, Jose went to show Yuan Man. Man, take a look at this curved shaft plow. What do you think? Jose showed her the drawing. Yuan Man, intrigued by the mention of the plow, came over to examine it closely. She had actually thought of the same thing that afternoon. Not bad. If we can make this it'll save us a lot of effort. Yuan Man exclaimed excitedly. The work pace would definitely pick up. He'll try to make one later, Jose said, thinking he'd give it a shot and see if he could craft it. Yuan Man stopped worrying about him, thinking it would be wonderful if he could actually make it, as it would lighten the heavy household chores. Jose searched the house for suitable wood and began crafting according to the design on his paper. Zhou Yin and Zhou Mei gathered around Jose, fascinated by the unusual contraption he was making, lingering by his side to watch him work. Seeing Yuan Man working alone, Zhou Yin occasionally went over to help tend the fire beneath the pot. Yuan Man steamed a pot of rice, then made a mushroom soup and stir-fried some fungi. With plenty of these ingredients at home, eating a little wouldn't hurt. At dusk, Zhou Shi and Zhou Daqiang returned hose over their shoulders and were greeted by an enticing aroma as they entered the yard. Man, what delicious food have you made? Zhou Shi felt deeply content with this family now. Everyone had their own tasks. Her eldest son was no longer as lazy as before. After marrying, he had started working for the family and even knew how to earn money. It seemed she had chosen the right daughter-in-law. Zhou Shi attributed all the good fortune to Yuan Man, so she was now thoroughly pleased with her. She quickly washed her hands and went into the kitchen to help Yuan Man cook. The kitchen was nothing more than a small shed. Mother, go rest for a while, I'm almost done here. Seeing her come to help, Yuan Man suggested she take a break since she was nearly finished. Zhou Shi sat on a small stool by the stove and added another piece of wood to the fire. It's fine, watching the fire here is my way of resting. Yuan Man smiled at her words and thought it was fine for her to sit there. She didn't slow down her pace, thinking she needed to buy some meat tomorrow. The family was as thin as little chicks, so a gust of wind could blow them all away. Suddenly remembering the buns she had bought earlier, she quickly reheated them. When Yuan Man brought the buns over, she feared Zhou Shi might say something, but Zhou Shi just smiled at her. Man, ever since you married into our family, our lives have improved. You're truly our little lucky star. Zhou Shi blurted out her heartfelt thoughts. Yuan Man was momentarily stunned, thinking that Jose had also contributed to the work. It wasn't solely her merit. Mother, Jose has done a lot too. Yuan Man felt Jose deserved praise for his efforts. Hearing this, Zhou Shi was even more satisfied. Didn't she know her own son's nature? Before, he wouldn't even do household chores. He just loafed around all day and lost patience quickly with any task. The change now certainly wasn't due to him. Jose, I know what he's like. Zhou Shi chuckled as she continued adding wood to the fire. Yuan Man saw her say this and didn't press further. Zhou Daqiang, curious about Jose's work with the wood, joined the two younger children in watching intently, occasionally lending a hand. With Zhou Daqiang's help, the work sped up considerably and the prototype of the curved shaft plow began to take shape. Zhou Daqiang looked at the object in his hands. Jose, what is this you're making? Jose was satisfied with the current prototype, all that remained was to add a plowshare. It's a curved shaft plow? Once it's done, we can use it for tilling the fields. Jose grinned smugly. Father, when it's finished, you'll see how amazing it is. Zhou Yin and Zhou Mei admired their eldest brother even more. If this thing really worked, the farm work would become much easier. Having often followed their parents to the fields since childhood, they knew firsthand how grueling tilling was. With this tool, their parents could finally have some respite. Zhou Daqiang, however, was still staring in amazement at the wooden frame on the ground. This thing can help plow the fields. Really? Jose, this? Zhou Daqiang was utterly astonished. After all these years of hard labor, he had never seen such a thing. If it could truly be used for plowing, he wondered how effective it would be. Jose pointed to the frame he had just made and began explaining slowly. Yes, it can help plow. You tie a rope to the front and have an ox pull it while someone guides it from behind. It will speed up the work significantly. All we need now is a plowshare. Tomorrow we'll go to the county town to see if anyone can make one. Zhou Daqiang nodded vigorously, his eyes still fixed on the newly crafted frame on the ground. Meanwhile, Yuan Man had finished cooking and called everyone to wash up and eat. Zhou Shi helped her bring the dishes to the table. Jose took the two younger ones to wash their hands and then sat them down. When Zhou Mei saw the buns on the table, her eyes widened. Mother, father, are those buns? We have buns to eat. Her voice was filled with joy. She had never eaten a bun in her life. Before, she could only drool when she saw Zhou Gui eating them. Zhou Shi patted Zhou Mei's head and sighed, feeling guilty for having failed these children over the years. They had never even been given a bun that cost just 2 coppers. Zhou Daqiang felt a pang of bitterness too. He blamed himself for everything and his heart ached with regret. Seeing their expressions, Jose knew they were dwelling on the past. All right, let's just eat. Yuan Man patted Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin on the head. Your sister-in-law promises to make you buns often from now on. Not just meat buns, but buns with other fillings too. Hearing there would be other kinds of buns, Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin clapped their hands excitedly. Great. Thank you, sister-in-law. You're the best. Zhou Yin chimed in enthusiastically. Sister-in-law is wonderful. Seeing Zhou Yin acting like a child again, Jose smiled. The little rascal had finally shed his solemn demeanor and was laughing like a normal kid. Mother, let's eat. Our family's days will only get better from now on. Yuan Man didn't want them to dwell on the past. Eyes are placed in the front so we can look forward. The past is over and should be left behind. There's no need to cling to it. Yes, it will get better. Zhou Shi nodded with a smile, quickly wiping her face with her hand. The good times had just begun, and there was much more to come. Eat, eat, let's eat. Zhou Daqiang urged to lighten the mood. Jose handed each person a bun. Go ahead, two each. If that's not enough, well, buy more tomorrow. After finishing their meal, Li Jiaojiao brought out today's earnings, and they counted the money together. They hadn't had the chance to count it earlier while outside, so today, let everyone have the pleasure. As expected, the mere mention of counting money stirred excitement. After the adults, including Jose, had counted it, the two children took turns counting for fun. After purchasing all those items, they had 183 when left for the day. Jose calculated the day's expenses. Today, we spent 541 on rice and flour plus 24 on steamed buns, totaling 564. Adding the remaining 183 we earned 747 in total. 747. Upon hearing this figure, Zhou Daqiang and Mrs. Zhou were still taken aback. They thought yesterday's earnings were substantial, but today turned out to be even more. Since those purchases were for the household's use, Mrs. Zhou, though pained by the expense, accepted it as necessary for the family and had no complaints. Yuan Man, just give me 81 today. In truth, Mrs. Zhou now wanted to entrust the household accounts to Yuan Man. Yuan Man thought it over and agreed, Mother, it'll take a bit more today and make it up to you tomorrow. She simply wanted to round up the amount. After dividing the money, the family chatted for a while before retiring to their rooms. Back in her room, Yuan Man counted the money she had saved over the past 2 days, feeling a bit more at ease. There would be many expenses in the future, so she needed to save up as quickly as possible. When Jose entered the room, he saw his young wife happily counting her money. He set aside the hot water and went straight over to pull her into his embrace. So fond of money. Yuan Man turned her head to look at him. Why don't you like it? Only a fool would disdain wealth. Jose breathed softly near her ear. I do like it, but I like you even more. With that, he kissed her directly. Yuan Man struggled symbolically for a moment before beginning to respond to his kiss. Feeling her response, Jose grew even more impassioned and pressed her down onto the bed. Yuan Man. In his past life, he had never experienced such bliss. In this life, he was finally with the woman he loved. He finally understood why ancient emperors neglected their morning courts. If not for the demands of daily life, he too would want to revel with Yuan Man every night. Afterward, Yuan Man fell asleep, and Jose simply helped her wash up. The next day, after selling their goods, the couple headed straight to the blacksmith shop. They needed to get the plowshare made as soon as possible. Upon arriving at the blacksmith, Jose handed over the drawing he had made. Brother, can you make what I've drawn here? He had gone to the village head's house early that morning to get a piece of paper and drawn it with charcoal. He had even made an enlarged version clearly marking the dimensions, length, width, and even the holes. Blacksmith Zhang was astonished when he saw the drawing. It was so clear. What is this? I've never made anything like it. But you can leave the drawing here. They'll try to make it, though I can't guarantee it'll be exactly the same. Blacksmith Zhang examined it carefully. Jose nodded. All right, give it a try. It's similar to a spade, but with these extra parts here. Jose explained, thinking it was fine if he could attempt it, as he didn't know where else to go. He could actually buy it online, but he really didn't want to resort to the system unless absolutely necessary. Once the curved shaft plow was made, many people would come to ask about it. If he couldn't explain where he got it, it would surely raise suspicion. If many people came to buy from him later, he could trade with the system. All right, come back in 3 days to pick it up. Blacksmith Zhang was also intrigued, as it was his first time making such an item. If he could make it, he would surely gain recognition. Jose initially wanted to leave a deposit, but Blacksmith Zhang said they could settle up later, so no deposit was taken. After arriving home, they had a simple meal, and the 4 of them went up the mountain directly. In the morning, Zhou Daqiang and Mrs. Zhou had hurriedly finished the fieldwork as sowing was imminent, and they feared running out of time. So only Jose and his wife, along with the 2 children, went to search for mushrooms. The following 2 days followed the same pattern, and over these 3 days they sold a total of 1,932. Then they went to Blacksmith Zhang's house, and surprisingly, he had actually made it. Brother, you're amazing. You really made it. This is exactly what I wanted. By the way, do you have any iron nails? Jose looked at the item in his hand with a smile and inquired about nails. If not, he would trade with the system. After all, the nails for the shelf at home were also obtained through the system, costing only 5 points in total. Yes, see if these work. Seeing his satisfaction, blacksmith Zhang brought out some common nails. Jose took a look. They were thick nails, just right for the purpose. Good, I'll take these. Brother Zhang, calculate the total cost. Jose found blacksmith Zhang to be a cheerful and straightforward man. Just give me 500 won in total. Blacksmith Zhang didn't overcharge him, only asking for the cost price mainly because the item was so novel. Jose knew that 500 won was indeed a fair price, so he quickly took the money from Yuan Man and paid blacksmith Zhang. Yuan Man looked at the plowshare they had just received. I didn't expect blacksmith Zhang to be so skilled. He actually made it. Now the fieldwork can be a bit easier. Jose nodded with satisfaction. I thought if he couldn't make it, I'd trade with the system, but since he did, it's fine. We'll use it at home. Come on, let's buy some more meat. We've finished the meat at home. Yuan Man, remembering their meat was gone, quickly went with Jose to buy more. Recently, Yuan Man had been doing most of the cooking at home. Her delicious meals had put some weight on the whole family, and Jose also found her cooking excellent, so he had taken her to buy meat before. Pork belly cost 21 per caddy, and Jose directly asked for 5 caddies. The weather was still cool, so it could be stored for a few days. Yuan Man said she wanted to make steamed buns, which would be perfect. Let's hurry. It feels like it's about to rain. Jose looked at the sky, sensing a heavy downpour. But before they could reach home, the rain started, and they ended up sprinting back. The rain began to pour just as they arrived. Zhou Daqiang watched the rain with delight. This rain comes at the perfect time. It'll water the fields, and we won't have to worry about them later. Mrs. Zhou sat with him at the doorway watching the rain. I just wonder where A's and Yuan Man are now. Husband, go take the straw rain cape and meet the 2 children, especially Man. She just recovered a bit as she mustn't catch a cold. Zhou Shi anxiously grabbed the family's only straw rain cape and handed it to Zhou Daqiang, urging him to quickly fetch the 2 children. Zhou Daqiang glanced at the sky and thought they should be about halfway there. He took the rain cape and dashed out. All the recent changes in the family were thanks to Yuan Man. Even if he fell ill himself, she must not. Every night before bed, Zhou Shi would praise Yuan Man, and Zhou Daqiang now felt that all the family's transformations were due to her. So without a word of objection, he grabbed the items and left. Just as he reached the village entrance, he saw the 2 returning. Ah, you're quick. Man, put this on right away. Zhou Daqiang handed it to Jose, who quickly wrapped it around her. Jose pulled Yuan Man along, glanced at Zhou Daqiang, and said anxiously, Dad, let's hurry. It's about to pour. Zhou Daqiang acknowledged and followed behind them. By the time they reached home, the rain was already pelting down heavily. Zhou Shi had just boiled a pot of hot water, thinking their clothes would be soaked through. Seeing the 3 return, she feared they'd catch cold and urged, Go into the room quickly. The hot water will be ready soon. Jose felt relieved seeing his mother heating water and quickly pulled Yuan Man into the room. Man, wait here, I'll get you some hot water. He wiped the rain off himself with a towel, thinking to take out today's items first. It's fine, I didn't get much rain. You should dry yourself before going out. You're the pillar of the family. Now you can't afford to get sick. Yuan Man said, picking up a cloth, more a rag than a towel, and wiped him down. Looking at the household, she let out a sigh. The family was still too poor. She needed to find a way to make them prosperous, renovate the house, and replace all these worn-out items. Jose saw her sigh, stroked her head, and curled his lips. What's wrong? Why the sigh? Yuan Man fidgeted with the cloth and said helplessly, Nothing, just a bit anxious. She was indeed impatient, as Jose was already giving his all for the family. Everything had to be taken step by step. Jose pinched her cheek. Don't rush, I'll get you the water. He knew what troubled her, but said nothing, heading out to fetch it. Ace, take more water. Make sure Man doesn't catch a cold. Zhou Shi, just ladling out hot water, saw Jose and filled an extra portion for him. Thanks, Mom. Jose thanked her and hurried back. The weather wasn't warm yet, so after getting drenched, they needed to wash up quickly. After taking the hot water inside, he came out to help Zhou Shi bring water for Zhou Daqiang, who had just recovered from illness and still needed care. Zhou Shi thought they needed more water, but he was helping her instead. She chuckled and teased, You child, I can carry it myself. Jose and Yuan Man washed up and changed into thinner clothes, as today's ones were too damp to wear. Are you cold? Since it's raining, we can't go up the mountain to pick mushrooms. Let's rest first. Jose looked at the relentless rain. It was too dangerous to go now. Yuan Man nodded. But he'll need the dough first. I promised to steam buns today. Plus the meat needed to be eaten soon before it went bad. All right, wait, I'll bring it in. As Jose moved, Yuan Man pulled him back. Never mind, making steamed dumplings is fine. The rain's too heavy, you'll get soaked again. Yuan Man's eyes were full of compassion. This man worked day and night, he deserved some care. Fine. With that, he scooped her up and climbed into bed, holding his little wife for a sweet nap. Rainy days were perfect for sleeping. Most villagers sat at their doorways watching the rain. Initially, everyone was thrilled. This rain would ensure the sowing went smoothly. But soon worry set in. Zhou Daqiang's first concern was the leaking roof. Outside it poured, inside it drizzled. The family hurriedly placed basins under the leaks and stacked up the bedding. Zhou Yan and Zhou Mei looked at the ceiling and sighed. Mom, let's fix the roof when the rain stops. Zhou Mei, acting mature, thought of how the house leaked every time it rained. Zhou Shi glanced at Zhou Daqiang, who quickly nodded. We'll fix it. When the rain stops, we'll fix it. It seemed the house had hardly ever been repaired. Zhou Zhe, still asleep, was awakened by raindrops hitting his face. He quickly roused Yuan Man. Wife, wake up. The roof is leaking. Yuan Man snapped awake, jumped out of bed, and rolled up the bedding, while Zhou Zhe placed a basin to catch the water. Zhou Zhe stared at the leaking roof in exasperation, vowing to earn money quickly. When the time was right, Yuan Man threw on the straw rain cape and dashed into the kitchen. The kitchen wasn't much better, though the shed was larger. Fortunately, the main area stayed dry. Zhou Zhe saw her busy in the kitchen and went to help. Yuan Man noticed him. I'm fine here, it's not leavened dough, won't take long. Go see if you have anything to do. Though she said that, her heart warmed. Zhou Zhe looked outside. All right, you carry on. We'll take a walk. In truth, Zhou Zhe planned to go up the mountain. Mushrooms grew quickly in the rain, and with the system's help he could find plenty fast. Wear the rain cape. Yuan Man instructed worriedly. Zhou Zhe put it on, grabbed a basket, and left. Zhou Yin saw his elder brother go out and grew concerned. Dad, Mom, what's big brother doing? Going out in the rain. Zhou Daqiang looked at the distant gate, puzzled. Going up the mountain to pick mushrooms in the rain seemed unlikely, but Zhou Zhe had indeed gone to do just that. Husband, if this rain keeps up, it'll be trouble. Zhou Shi watched the continuous downpour with worry. The rain had lessened a bit, but if it stayed like this, it would still be bad. The fields would be too waterlogged to plant. Zhou Daqiang frowned, but tried to reassure her. It'll probably stop soon. Even as he said it, he felt uncertain. Zhou Mei saw her sister-in-law busy in the kitchen and dragged Zhou Yin over. Sister-in-law, what are you making? Zhou Mei's big eyes darted, fixated on the dough in Yuan Man's hands. Yuan Man tapped her nose. What else? I'm making buns. Little did Yuan Man know this batch would be a huge help to the family. Hearing it was buns, Zhou Mei eagerly offered. Sister-in-law, let me help. Zhou Yan's eyes widened with excitement. Sister-in-law, I'll light the fire. Steaming buns needed fire, so he picked a task he could handle. Zhou Shi saw them all in the kitchen and came to help too. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhe grabbed a stick on the road and headed up the mountain. With the systems aid, his points soared rapidly. Ding, a ginseng has been discovered ahead. Would you like to exchange it? The system's voice suddenly rang out, and Zhou Ze's eyes widened in shock. The system was now his master. Zhou Ze's foot slipped, but ignoring the risk of falling, he immediately knelt before the ginseng. Zhou Ze gazed at the ginseng leaves before him. System, how old is this ginseng? He figured the system must know its age to propose an exchange, or the transaction of points would be problematic. 235 years. The system's mechanical voice echoed again. Would you like to proceed with the exchange? Over 200 years. Zhou Ze felt a surge of exhilaration. He ignored the system about to dig it up himself, when he suddenly recalled the importance of its roots. System, can you help me dig it out? Zhou Ze thought, why not use the system? It would surely handle the task flawlessly. Yes. As soon as the system spoke, the ginseng appeared directly in Zhou Ze's hand. Staring at this doll-like root, he mused that he could exchange it for money, solving the family's housing problem. Exchange or not, I'll see who offers the highest price. Zhou Ze planned to go to the county town to inquire how much silver this could fetch. Most importantly, he needed to bring it home, so his family knew about it. Only then could he bring in the money without raising suspicion. Thus, whether he exchanged it with the system or sold it in the county, the ginseng had to go home first. His parents wouldn't be easy to convince. He tore a few leaves nearby, wrapped the ginseng, and placed it in his basket. Then, as before, he gathered some mushrooms and hurried home without lingering. The rain was falling harder, and if he stayed any longer, he might lose his way home. Upon arriving, Yuan Man had finished making the buns and was standing at the door looking around anxiously for his return. Why aren't you waiting inside? You'll get soaked out here. Zhou Ze pulled him quickly into the main room. Seeing him back, Zhou Shi's heart settled, though she couldn't help grumbling. You child, going out in such heavy rain. What if something happened? Zhou Daqiang glanced at his daughter-in-law, thinking the boy was married and shouldn't be scolded like that anymore. He urged, the child is back. Close the door and let's eat. Zhou Shi knew her husband's intent well enough and shot him a glare, but she still went out to lock the door. She thought to herself, this old man didn't care about his son now, but hadn't he seen their daughter-in-law standing worriedly at the door? Dry yourself off quickly. I dried your old clothes by the fire. Go change. Yuan Man had guessed his clothes would be wet, so he had dried them while steaming the buns. Zhou Ze felt the dampness of his clothes. All right, I'm going. When he returned, Yuan Man brought over the buns, which were more like steamed dumplings. Wow, sister-in-law, these buns look amazing. Zhou Mei was always the first to cheer. Yuan Man smiled, about to explain, but seeing their reaction, she simply said, If they look good, eat more. Eat more and grow tall. She placed one each for Zhou Mei and Zhou Yan. Then looking at Zhou Shi and the others, she said, Mother, please eat while it's hot. It's raining today, so finish up and rest early. At the mention of rain, the two grew tense again. It looks like this rain won't stop anytime soon. Zhou Daqiang sighed, worrying about the newly plowed fields. Jose glanced at the rain as he entered. Father, why sigh? Isn't some rain before spring planting a good thing? Zhou Daqiang slapped his thigh. A little rain before spring planting is indeed good, but if it keeps pouring, it will delay the planting. If delayed, the harvest later would suffer greatly. Jose hadn't considered that. Let's wait and see if it continues. Let's eat for now. The two little ones had been drooling over the aroma of the buns, but since the elders hadn't started eating, they obediently waited. Zhou Daqiang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He took a bite of the bun, and instantly his mouth was filled with rich flavor and oil. The family rarely had meat throughout the year, and now they were indulging in meat buns. After the meal, there was little to clean up, as dinner had only been buns and hot water. Look what I found on the mountain. Jose took the ginseng from his basket and placed it on the table. Zhou Daqiang leaned in to get a closer look. Zhou Shi thought her eyes were playing tricks on her and rubbed them vigorously. But Yuan Man saw it clearly. It was a ginseng and likely of considerable age. After seeing it clearly, Zhou Daqiang plopped down on the stool. Ace, did you find this? Good heavens. It was ginseng. He had only seen one once before at Rennie Hall, and even then from a distance. Is it ginseng? Seeing her husband's reaction, Zhou Shi roughly understood what it was, but she still couldn't believe their family had found ginseng. Jose nodded. Yes, ginseng. I found it on the mountain just now. That's why I'm back so late. Don't spread this news for now. They'll take it to the county another day to exchange for some money, and we can rebuild this house. Zhou Mei and Zhou Yan didn't know what ginseng was or its value, but seeing the adults' strong reactions, they understood it must be something precious. After all, it could pay for fixing the house. Zhou Shi looked at Zhou Daqiang. Zhou Daqiang glanced at the ginseng, then at Yuan Man. Ace's wife, what do you think? It seemed Yuan Man had just learned about the ginseng too. Jose had announced it directly without consulting his wife, and he worried it might cause discord between them. Yuan Man hadn't expected Zhou Daqiang to ask her. She looked up at them, then at Jose. Let's do as Ace says. In truth, they had both been thinking of this for a while, as the house was far too old. Hearing Yuan Man's agreement, Zhou Daqiang pondered for a moment, then nodded firmly. All right, well, follow Ace's plan. We'll build a new house. Ian and Ame are growing up and can't always stay with us. And when you two have children, we'll need more space. Let's build a bigger one, and Yuan Man can keep the leftover money. Zhou Daqiang laid out his thoughts. You two will have to support the family in the future. Paying for the house construction is already more than enough. Zhou Shi actually wanted to give all the money to Yuan Man. This daughter-in-law looked agreeable, and most importantly, she wasn't afraid of the people from the old residence. If they truly rebuilt the house, the old residents would surely stir up trouble again. They wouldn't let this matter go so easily. It had to be said that Zhou Shi knew the people from the old residence well. Yuan Man glanced at Zhou Shi, sensing she hadn't finished speaking yet. You've seen it too. Your father can't even go to the fields without the old residents finding fault. If they found out you dug up a ginseng or saw us building a house, there's no telling what they'd do. They can't stand to see our family doing well. Zhou Shi wasn't afraid of Yuan Man laughing at their family's troubles. Yuan Man hadn't expected this to be the reason. Zhou Daqiang was also afraid of the old residents. Sometimes he was muddled himself, fearing Head remained confused. So just now Head immediately decided to give the remaining money to Yuan Man. Yuan Man smiled at them. Father, mother, no matter who holds the money, the old residents can't take it from our family. They have nothing to do with us anymore. Even if they come, it's useless. Jose nodded. Yes, father, mother, don't worry about the old residents. Even if they cause a scene, it won't mean anything. The lesson for the old residents wasn't enough yet. When the chance came, they'd have to teach them a lesson. All right, father, mother, get some rest. It's raining, and there's nothing to do. Rest early. Jose was just informing them of the matter. What to do next was still up to him. The two returned to their room. Yuan Man carefully examined the ginseng. Honey, you're amazing. You actually managed to find ginseng. And it was ginseng of so many years. At Yuan Man's call of honey, Jose pulled her into his arms, his voice husky. Say it again. Yuan Man was startled, then smiled. Honey, was this man a little lovesick? Just one honey made him this adorable. Once we sell the ginseng, we can build the house. A place with front and backyards. We'll live in the backyard undisturbed. We can do whatever we want. Jose tapped Yuan Man's nose. Yuan Man blushed. What are you talking about? Hurry up and wash up for bed. Their toiletries were actually exchanged by Jose with the system. A toothbrush and toothpaste stored in a wooden box to avoid detection by Zhou Shi and the others. Honey, have you noticed this rain is unusual? Rice here is sown by broadcasting. While a rain before sowing is good, too much is disastrous. The seeds would drown and even if they sprout the yield would plummet. Yuan Man thought of the persistent rain. Jose frowned. This was indeed a problem. If they couldn't sow, and with the famine already looming, things would only worsen. People in the village might starve. We need to think of a solution. This planting method won't work, but we could transplant rice seedlings. But we'd have to start the seeds at home first. We need to discuss this with father and mother or they won't accept it, and it'll all be for nothing. Jose began to worry about this too. All right, let's see how things go tomorrow. If it doesn't work, we'll talk to father and mother, then approach the village head with this plan. Otherwise, there will be no harvest this year. Both were PhDs in agriculture, deeply in love with the land and dedicated to helping farmers achieve bountiful harvests. Now they discussed how to save the sowing. After much talk, Yuan Man drifted off to sleep. But Jose kept thinking about how to solve the problem. The rain didn't let up all night. Both woke early, troubled by their concerns. When Yuan Man woke, Jose was already awake, staring at the heavy rain outside. After dressing, she stood beside him watching. The rainwater in the yard had already reached calf height. If it continued, it might seep into the house. Jose saw Yuan Man approach and made room. You're up. Has it been raining all night? Yuan Man frowned at the deep water. Zhou Shi and Zhou Daqiang were even more anxious. Zhou Daqiang had put on a straw raincoat and gone to the fields early. It wasn't just Zhou Daqiang. Many men in the village had gone to the fields at dawn. After years of poor harvests, they'd finally gotten rain before sowing this year, but it wouldn't stop. The village head stood at the edge of the field in his raincoat, sighing. Before, drought had allowed for some harvest, but now with the endless rain, sowing was impossible. Without sowing, the harvest would be drastically reduced, possibly to nothing, as the seeds couldn't sprout and grow. Zhou Daqiang, seeing his own fields, scratched his head in anxiety, thinking of asking the village head for advice. They'd been drying seeds since plowing, waiting to sow. Now the timing was ruined. Zhou Daqiang wasn't alone. Others also sought out the village head, wondering how to resolve this. If this continued, people would starve. Village head, what can we do about the fields? If we sow now, not only won't the seeds grow, but they'll be wasted. Fat Auntie's husband Zhou Dada spoke, tears welling in his eyes. They relied on the fields all year, but heaven wasn't kind. First, severe drought left them with almost nothing. Now torrential rain had flooded the land. Exactly, village head. At this rate, our families will starve. Yes, we've been tightening our belts, counting on this year's rice. If we can't plant, what will we do? Everyone spoke at once, detailing their plight. The village head looked at them helplessly. He wanted the villagers to prosper, but everyone spoke at once, detailing their plight. The village head looked at them helplessly. He wanted the villagers to prosper, but even the heavens can't do anything about it. Let's go home first. He'll think of something. In truth, he had no good solution. Sending everyone home was merely waiting for the rain to stop. Let's see how the weather turns out. If it continues like this, we probably won't be able to plant at all. Seeing the village head say this, no one dared to say more, knowing he couldn't help them much. The village head looked at the villagers. Wait a moment. He'll go ask around in other villages to see if they have any other methods. It's not just our village that's been hit by the rain. Hearing that the village head would seek help elsewhere, the others felt somewhat relieved. That makes sense. It's not just our village that's been rained on, it's the whole area. Let's hope the village head brings back some good news. Seeing the village head was about to leave, Zhou Daqiang, thinking they were from the same clan, said, Village head, I'll go with you. Over the years, he had worked in many places and knew a few people, so he could also ask around. The village head hesitated upon seeing Zhou Daqiang, then nodded, assuming he was worried about his own family's grain, given that they now had a large household. But whose family wasn't large? The village head and Zhou Daqiang traveled together, and everywhere they went they saw fields filled with standing water. Worst of all, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. The water in the fields kept rising. They first arrived at Chen family village, where the village head was already watching the water at the entrance, surrounded by a crowd, discussing how they could possibly sow seeds. Then they spotted village head Zhou and Zhou Daqiang. Village head Zhou, what brings you here? How are things on your end? Is it flooded badly? The village head of Chen family village greeted village head Zhou like a savior. As long as they weren't the only ones suffering, there would be company, making it easier to report to the higher-ups. But the current magistrate was newly appointed. No one knew how he would handle this. So for now, following Zhou family village's lead seemed safe enough. Village head Zhou sighed and spoke loudly. No use. The entire field is flooded. At this rate, we simply cannot sow. Hearing this, the others from Chun family village also sighed. If they couldn't plant, it meant they were in the same predicament, utterly unable to sow. If this continued, this year would be a disaster. The main issue was that the water in the fields was already level with the roads. Even if it seeped away, it would take time, and by then the optimal planting window would have passed. Besides, even if they planted, the crops might not survive. It's the same here. Look, the water has reached the roads, and it's still raining. If it keeps up for half a day more, this year will surely bring no harvest at all. Chun Lai, the village head of Chun family village, shouted loudly. The rain swallowed half their voices, forcing them to speak at full volume. The village head shook his head. We can only hope the heavens give us a chance. I wonder if the magistrate has any good ideas. In truth, he had come not only to ask about their situation, but also to gauge Chun Lei's opinion on the matter. Chun Lai pondered for a moment. Let's wait for the rain to stop, then go to the county town together. This matter had to be reported proactively, otherwise if something went wrong later, they would be the first to be blamed. Zhou Daqiang found an acquaintance in the crowd and asked about their village's situation. It was essentially the same as theirs. All the fields were submerged. After chatting for a while, they quickly returned. Zhou Daqiang briefed the village head on Chun family village's situation, then compared it to their own. The village head suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. Heavens, give us a way out. When Zhou Daqiang got home, Jose was already standing in the room waiting for him. Father, how are the fields? In truth, he didn't need to go to the fields to know the situation, given that the water in their own yard was already this high. He had just been bailing water out, otherwise it would have already entered the house. Zhou Daqiang took off his straw rain cape and sat directly on the stool, his eyes vacant. This year is probably a washout. Not just our village, but Chun family village is the same. The water in the fields has reached the roads. Even if it seeps away, the ground will be too wet. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Zhou felt tears welling up. Was the heavens playing a joke on them? They had endured a severe drought before, and now, after barely making it to this year, they were hit with such heavy rain. Jose glanced at Yuan Man, then at his helpless parents. The two younger ones, though not fully understanding, sensed the gravity of the situation and stood quietly to the side without speaking. Father, I have a method to plant the rice, Jose declared directly. In fact, his method was even better than theirs. After all their broadcasts, sowing was the most primitive method. Zhou Daqiang and Mrs. Zhou looked up in astonishment, unable to believe what they had just heard. Azay, you say you have a method? What method? Mrs. Zhou thought Jose was just trying to comfort them. But Zhou Daqiang kept staring at him, inexplicably feeling that his son truly had a solution. Jose sat down. Father, mother, think about it. When we plant rice, we scatter the seeds in the field, cover them with some soil, and then leave it to the heavens. Whatever grows is up to fate. The rice sprouts in the field just as it would at home. If we germinate the seeds at home until they reach a certain size, then transplant the seedlings into the field, it should work the same way. Jose roughly explained the process, keeping it simple to help them gradually accept the idea. Having farmed for so many years, Zhou Daqiang had never heard of such a method. But how do we germinate them at home? That's a problem. And if we grow them at home, there's so little space. How can we grow enough? Zhou Daqiang felt there were many issues. Jose smiled. Father, not in the yard, inside the house. This statement left Mrs. Zhou and Zhou Daqiang utterly bewildered. Inside the house. The house is even smaller than the yard. How can we grow anything there? Father, mother, what Azay means is to put the seeds in a special container, then give them enough warmth, moisture, and sunlight. After a while they'll grow, and then we can transplant them into the field. Yuan Man explained, seeing that they were gradually accepting the idea, but found it hard to believe without precedent. Jose nodded. Yes, that's right. A container. What kind of container? Zhou Daqiang still couldn't quite grasp it. And how would they provide warmth? Wasn't that still up to the heavens? As for the container, Father, we can make it ourselves. Just use some wood to nail together a long box without a lid, and we'll cultivate the seeds inside. For warmth, we can put a brazier in the house. This will make them grow much faster. Before long, the seedlings will be ready for the field, and they'll have a higher survival rate. Jose gestured as he spoke, almost wishing he could draw it for them. Zhou Daqiang finally understood. He just never expected his son to come up with such an idea. He sat on the stool and pondered the matter for a while. His eyes, clouded with age and concern, turned toward Jose as he asked, are you certain this method will work? The entire village's harvest hangs in the balance. In truth, he already believed it. Yet he needed Jose's reassurance to settle his doubts. If he couldn't resolve so simple a matter, his mentor might well arrive brandishing a blade. Agreed. I'll speak with your grandfather, the village headman. You prepare at home. Never mind whether others believe it or not, if our family will follow your method without hesitation. Zhou Daqiang donned his straw raincoat and hurried out once more. Yuan Man glanced after him, unsurprised that he remained so easily swayed by the elders of the ancestral household. His heart was simply too tender. Zhou Shi surveyed those gathered in the room. Let him be. Your father is soft-hearted. Yet grain is no trivial matter. He cannot bear to watch everyone suffer like this. Moreover, if other households fail while ours thrives, envy will surely fester. Some families may even grow resentful. Zhou Shi had just laid bare the intricate web of village relations. Was it any different in modern times? People often cannot bear to see others prosper, laughing at your misfortune, scorning your poverty, fearing your wealth. Such words hold true across ages and lands. Jose found this unsurprising. Were he in their place, he would have spoken up too, for food is the foundation of life. Unresolved, the grain crisis would inevitably ignite unrest. Grain is the most fundamental pillar of survival. With Yuan Man Jose resolved to lift the village's harvest just a little higher. Mother, let's begin preparations at once. The materials required are considerable. Primarily, we need timber. I'll construct the wooden frame first. As for the rest, we'll wait until the rain ceases. At the mention of labor, Zhou Shi instantly brightened. Very well. Wait here. I'll fetch the timber inside right away. She turned to rush out, only for Yuan Man to swiftly grasp her arm. Mother, wait. This downpour is too fierce. Stay indoors, we'll bring it in ourselves. A fall now would spell disaster. They still needed her. Jose gazed calmly at the rain outside. Let us wait a while. There's no need to rush. As if answering his silent thought, the rain softened almost immediately. Seizing the lull, they hurriedly carried several thick wooden poles into the courtyard. Yuan Man followed, closely hauling in more poles. When Zhou Shi rose to fetch more, the rain resumed with renewed force. Zhou Shi stared skyward. What now? Is heaven playing favorites? Yuan Man stifled a smile. Heaven, it seemed, possessed remarkable discretion. While Zhou Shi was distracted, Jose silently summoned his system, exchange for a packet of nails. Dear user, would you prefer large, medium, or small nails? A gentle voice chimed within his mind. One packet of medium, one of small, no packaging. Confirmed. Total 30 points. Exchange completed. Instantly, a handful of nails appeared in his palm, and he quickly concealed some within his robe. Mother, please bring me the hammer. Oh yes, right away. Seizing the moment she looked away, he rubbed soil over the nails, making them appear weathered and unremarkable. When Zhou Shi returned, she handed him the hammer. Here, Ace. Though perhaps you'll also need an axe. I've brought one along. Only then did Jose recall in ancient times nails were rarely used. Joinery relied almost entirely on mortisian techniques. No wonder the blacksmith Zhang had given him such oversized nails that day. Mother, I'll handle this myself. You needn't intervene. Jose hoped to avoid explaining the origin of these nails later. Meanwhile, Zhou Daqiang hastened to the village headman's home, rapped sharply on the door, and stepped inside. The headman blinked in surprise upon seeing him. Had they not just parted ways moments earlier? Daqiang, what's happened? Seeing his urgency, the headman assumed calamity had struck the village. Zhou Daqiang caught his breath. No emergency, elder headman. Ace proposed a method just now. He recounted Jose's plan in broad strokes, rephrasing much in his own words. The headman and his wife, Zhao Shi, sat attentively listening intently. Upon finishing, the headman's eyes lit with sudden insight, yet lingering questions remained. Zhao Shi, reading her husband's expression, rose and refilled Zhou Daqiang's cup. Daqiang, drink some water, no need to rush. Discuss matters at your ease. I'll prepare lunch. We insist you stay and eat with us. Should this method save the village's fields, she would gladly cook for him every day. Her household depended entirely on her two sons' earnings. The family had never divided, pooling income from both sons and her husband's modest stipend. They never starved, but neither did they feast. This year's total crop failure would force even adults to tighten their belts. Hearing Zhou Daqiang speak of a solution, she seated herself quietly to listen. Even if she grasped only fragments, her husband's animated expression spoke volumes. Hope was real. Zhou Daqiang waved his hands urgently. Auntie, please, don't trouble yourself. I must return home. He hadn't come to beg a meal, nor could any household spare extra rice for guests in these lean times. But the headman seized his arm. Come, let's go to your home together. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Only Jose could clarify the remaining uncertainties. His wife's invitation faded from his mind. Should this method succeed, it would save not only their village, but perhaps the entire county. Zhou Daqiang stood frozen, until the headman tugged his arm again. Hurry, why stand there dazed? Failure meant he'd lose his appetite before noon. And so the two men rushed back toward Zhou Daqiang's home. By the time they arrived, Jose had nearly completed the wooden frame, opting for nails since mortisian joinery remained beyond his skill. The headman entered to find the structure already taking shape. Ace, what purpose does this frame serve? He assumed every action in this household bore deliberate intent. It holds seedling baskets, essential for indoor nursery cultivation. Our house is far too cramped to accommodate them otherwise. Jose gestured toward the room's limited dimensions as he explained. Ace, your father mentioned raising seedlings indoors. But how exactly does one do that? Seeing the village chief's inquiry, Jose felt relieved. The seedlings are cultivated in baskets, but it's done artificially, raising the temperature to allow them to grow quickly. Jose spoke unhurriedly. The village chief scrutinized him carefully. When had this young man become so capable? Tall and thin, he appeared unchanged on the surface, yet something seemed different, a newfound maturity. Usually he was rarely seen in the fields, but now he understood such matters. Still, he seemed quite convincing, his entire demeanor more spirited. Could it be because of his marriage? He would have to find matches for his own sons soon. Realizing he had strayed, the chief quickly asked, "How do you raise the temperature artificially?" This was no simple matter. "We can place braziers inside the room to increase warmth, but the room cannot be inhabited," Jose explained, thinking of the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. The village chief slapped his forehead in admiration. "Right? Why didn't I think of that? Is there more? Is raising the temperature enough?" His eyes now gleamed with appreciation for Jose. Not bad, he had matured. The temperature must be neither too high nor too low, and water must be sprinkled daily to maintain humidity. Jose stated simply. Though his words were brief, the chief, having farmed for years, understood their meaning. Humidity meant watering, or the land would thirst like a person. Temperature meant preventing cold, or the crops would freeze. Understanding this, the village chief laughed heartily and patted Jose's shoulder. "Jose, your mind is sharp. Thanks to you. This way the seedlings will thrive." He wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. Rice could only grow in fields, but moving soil was still limited. "Are there any requirements for transplanting?" The chief understood this meant moving seedlings from indoors to the fields where they would ultimately grow. Jose pondered. "No major requirements, just pay attention to spacing." He was already considering steps not yet reached. The chief's worries were finally laid to rest. This matter was resolved. "All right, I'll go inform the villagers shortly. But Jose, come with me. I'm afraid he'll explain poorly and make mistakes when questioned." The chief thought that since Jose had conceived the idea, he shouldn't take credit from a youth. Jose hadn't expected to be invited, knowing his former reputation in the village. He wondered if they would trust him. Sensing his hesitation, the chief patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, you'll be there. No one will speak ill, just clarify things for everyone." Joe's mother was moved seeing the chief call for Jose, seeing it as a chance for him to grow. "Grandpa, chief will go, but promise to protect me if anyone criticizes." Jose winked at the chief. The chief paused, then laughed heartily. "You rascal, don't worry. They'll be there, no one will say a word, or he'll scold them back." "Deal." Jose nodded to Yuan Man. "Wife, help your parents-in-law at home. You know what to do. They'll join you when I return." Yuan Man smiled and said to the chief, "Grandpa, chief, feel free to take him." The chores were nearly done, and Joe's mother and Zhou Daqiang could handle the rest. The chief hadn't expected Yuan Man to be capable too, thinking she and Jose could help any villagers with questions. Zhou's mother and Zhou Daqiang felt proud. Their daughter-in-law was truly remarkable. After Jose left, Yuan Man led them in building shelves and the agreed-upon containers, which were essentially large basins. Zhou Daqiang understood immediately and began working vigorously. Zhou's mother decided he could manage alone and took Yuan Man to prepare the seeds. Meanwhile, Jose followed the chief to his home, where the chief stopped a passerby to summon others. Jose looked at the sky. "Grandpa, chief, there's no rush. It's still raining, we can discuss this after it stops." The chief waved his hand. "Jose, you don't understand. This is our first attempt, we must act quickly. No one knows the outcome, so we need ample time. Some people won't know how to proceed and will panic, leading to chaos. It's best to explain promptly. While it rains, they can build shelves at home. When the rain stops, they can start work." The chief had considered every scenario. He knew the villagers well. Announcing this now would ease their minds, preventing sleepless nights and loss of appetite. That was why he was so eager to discuss it. Last year's harvest had been nearly non-existent, depleting many households' reserves. If this year failed, countless would starve. Understanding the chief's motives, Jose admired him deeply. A true servant to the village, unlike those who would stay home in such weather. Soon after they arrived at the chief's home, many gathered, crowding the main room, with others listening from the doorway. "Chief, why have you called us? Is it about the land?" "What do we do, chief? We'll starve at this rate." A cacophony of voices filled the room. The chief looked at them. Quiet. Silence fell. "I know you're anxious. The land can't be sown now. Even after it dries, it'll be too late. So Jose has devised a new method." Everyone turned to Jose, wondering what solution he could offer. But any plan was better than none. The chief explained Jose's method, and the crowd was astonished. "Village chief, will this method work? No one has ever tried it before." "Exactly, and we have to start the seedlings indoors first." "How are we supposed to do that? Seeds are meant to be planted in the ground. How can they grow indoors?" "That's right, what if we plant them and nothing comes up?" Many people began to murmur among themselves, pondering the feasibility of this plan. Their main concern was that they had never done anything like this before. If it failed, they would lose their seeds, leaving none for the following year's planting. The village chief looked at these people, wishing he could crack open their skulls to see what was inside. "What's the matter? Have you got maggots in your brains?" The village chief suddenly bellowed. Jose, standing nearby, was startled. He cast a different look at the village chief, not expecting him to speak to them in such a manner. As expected, everyone fell silent after the chief's outburst. "Put away all those sly thoughts of yours. You're just hoping someone will take the fall for you, aren't you? You want someone to compensate you if nothing grows. Let me tell you, the method is already decided. If you want to plant, then plant. If not, then get lost. Don't come crying when you starve to death. The village chief was furious just looking at them. In truth, he was only setting the harsh terms up front. If the crops really failed, could they really go after Jose and his family? There were inherent risks, so he had to state them first. As expected, everyone's expressions shifted, and they turned to look at the chief. This is the only method we have now. If you want to plant, but don't understand, you can ask Jose and his wife. If you don't want to plant, we won't force you. I know you're worried about saving seeds for next year, but have you thought about how you'll get through this winter? The village chief had to make his point clear. After hearing his words, everyone began to ponder the matter. Indeed, what were they going to do this winter? Those with some savings could buy grain, but for most their meager yearly earnings had to be saved for their sons' future marriages. Seeing that no one was speaking, Jose cleared his throat. Actually, there's no need to worry. If done correctly, the seedlings will definitely sprout. Then we can transplant them to the fields, just like always. How do you know? Have you done it before? Daju shouted out. He never expected this little brat to have come up with the idea. So he absolutely could not let Jose succeed, otherwise everyone in the village would look up to his family. Jose rubbed the tip of his nose. He hadn't actually done it here yet, but he had done it many times before. Not yet. He couldn't reveal that he knew about this. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Even though I haven't done it, I can guarantee you all that there will be absolutely no problem. Jose looked at the crowd and said very firmly, I know you uncles are worried that the crops won't grow using my method. In fact, you can just try it with a small portion of your seeds. I grew up in this village too. I know how hard farming is. So when I was working in the fields, I often let my mind wander, and sometimes I'd run off to test my ideas. In your eyes, I might have seemed like a good for nothing, but I wasn't just fooling around. These things were taught to me in a dream by an old immortal. He said I had a gift and taught me many planting methods. Just as it happened, this heavy rain came, and our village suffered this natural disaster. I couldn't bear the thought of only my family having enough to eat. The old immortal surely didn't teach me these things just so my family could eat well, but so the whole village could. So I told my father about it early on. I never expected the village chief to trust me and share this method with everyone. I believe the old immortal would never lead us astray. Jose, having no other recourse, had to attribute all his skills to the old immortal. He hoped his mentor wouldn't be angry if he found out. After all, he was only trying to help. As expected, after hearing this, everyone looked at Jose differently. It turned out he was personally taught by an old immortal. This was a big deal. Many people began to regret misjudging Jose. He had been researching things, not playing around. They thought about how they had been complaining about him at home, only to realize they had wronged him. Even the village chief looked at Jose with new eyes. This kid was taught by an old immortal. Why didn't he say so earlier? He could have saved himself a lot of trouble. Isaa'll go home and give it a try. But if there's something wrong, he'll need your help. After all, these crops are our family's only hope. Dada scratched his head, thinking it was better to try at home than to just wait around. It's been raining in so many places this year, and no one can plant anything. The imperial court won't have enough grain for disaster relief. It's better to rely on ourselves. Seeing Dada take the lead, many others also said they would try at home, though they might need Jose's help. Seeing everyone agree, the village chief's mood improved. If they had just said so from the start, he wouldn't have had to worry. Jose smiled at everyone. Don't worry, it'll definitely help you all. He simply couldn't bear to see people suffer. He had studied agriculture precisely to prevent hunger. Jose explained further to the crowd. Many, now understanding, hurried home to prepare. But Daju spat on the ground. I say it's all bullshit. How could anything possibly grow? Better to save the seeds for next year. He didn't believe a word Jose said. An old immortal. Pure nonsense. Jose paid him no mind. As long as most families planted, they wouldn't be tempted to do anything malicious when they saw others with crops while they had none. Many people immediately rushed to Jose's house to see what the racks and baskets looked like, eager to make their own and not waste any time. Zhou Daqiang and his wife, Zhou Shi, were surprised by the sudden influx of visitors. Luckily, Yuan Man knew how to make these things and explained it simply to everyone. After learning, many quickly returned home. The whole morning was a constant stream of visitors, and the family didn't get a moment's rest. To make the explanation easier, Yuan Man demonstrated as he spoke. In the entire morning, he had only managed to finish 2 baskets. After returning home, everyone began to follow their method. By the time Jose arrived home, his voice was completely hoarse. Yuan Man quickly poured him some water to soothe his throat. Did you make them understand? Seeing how busy he had been, and with so many people constantly visiting their home, Yuan Man felt that things must have been largely resolved. Jose nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It went fairly well, though there are a few households that probably won't follow through. Among them were the old homestead and the Yuan family, along with a few other households they weren't familiar with who had made plenty of sarcastic remarks. The village chief got so angry that he sent them home directly. Jose had no good impression of these families either. From the original owner's memories, these people had bullied both him and Yuan Man relentlessly. The village chief, worried that Jose might be upset, said many soothing words. Don't mind these people. They're short-sighted and ignorant. The village chief was also angry, knowing that if these families ended up without a harvest, they would surely cause trouble. But that was no longer Jose's concern. Later, Zhao insisted that Jose stay for a meal, but he declined and hurried back. Inspecting the baskets Yuan Man and the others had made, he said, "Father, Mother, once the rain stops, we can start preparing the soil." He then glanced at the rain outside, which showed no sign of stopping, uncertain how much longer it would last. What worried Jose most was the mountain behind them. He prayed it wouldn't cause a landslide. Their village was the closest to the mountain, practically nestled at its foot, making this concern even more pressing. Enough, let's not dwell on this now. Let's eat. We haven't had anything since morning. Seeing him still lost in thought, Yuan Man pulled him over. That morning, everyone had been too worried about the fields to have an appetite. At noon, Yuan Man made a mushroom soup and reheated the leftover buns from yesterday. Her mention of food made Jose realize how hungry he was. All right, let's eat. We'll talk after the meal. Nothing was more important than food. He grabbed a bun and bit into it, and the others, equally famished, followed suit. Recently, they had grown accustomed to 3 meals a day. Going without food for so long today was hard to bear. In the afternoon, more people came one after another to see how the baskets were made. After teaching them, Yuan Man was utterly exhausted from the day's labor. Zhou, noticing her fatigue, took over the cooking for the evening. The rain continued for 2 full days and nights before finally stopping. Several times water nearly flooded into the house, and Zhou Daqiang and Jose had to hastily drain it out. The 2 younger children stayed close to Zhou. Yuan Man had even instructed her to keep valuables and clothes nearby, ready to grab and run if the situation turned dire. They had even divided responsibilities for who would carry what. Fortunately, none of these precautions were needed, but the fields were so waterlogged that draining them seemed futile. Now many were grateful for the method Jose had devised. Originally, many had hoped the fields would dry out naturally, allowing them to plant again. But given the current situation, it was clear that planting was impossible. Even if seeds were scattered, they would just float on the surface. So everyone quickly began preparing to implement Jose's plan. Other families had already started following Jose and Yuan Man's lead, filling containers with soil and seeds. Their yard was packed with people as they worked. Yuan Man explained every step in detail, ensuring everyone understood the process. Jose's wife, how much soil should we use? Is it okay if we put too much? One Annie asked, unable to resist inquiring as she watched Yuan Man. Yuan Man smiled and explained, "Auntie, just use your judgment with the soil. Don't make it too thick or too thin. It's like when you sow seeds in the ground, except now we're using pots. Think about it, too much soil slows germination, while too little prevents roots from taking hold. It has to be just right." The aunties kept asking questions, and over the next 2 days, she and Jose barely stayed home. They were constantly being pulled away by one family or another. By the time they got home, they could only eat in silence, too exhausted to speak. Meanwhile, Zhou and the children had gathered plenty of mushrooms from the mountain. Seeing the mushrooms, Yuan Man suddenly remembered their plan to make money. She couldn't believe it had been delayed by the spring planting. The 2 of them immediately grabbed their baskets and headed to the county town. They couldn't afford to delay their earnings, and more importantly, they needed a break from all the talking. They had been repeating the same instructions endlessly and even had to check the temperature at every household. But now that everyone seemed to have grasped the basics, they could handle things themselves by afternoon. With Zhou watching over things at home, the 2 of them set off. At the market, their neighbor Aunt Zhao was delighted to see them. "Oh, you're here. Were you all right with all that heavy rain?" Concerned Aunt Zhao asked, knowing their absence must have been due to the weather. "Thank you for your concern, Auntie. Thankfully, nothing major happened, but the roads were quite difficult to travel. The journey had indeed been rough. Otherwise, they would have arrived much earlier." Aunt Zhao helped them set up their stall. "It's good you could make it. With all this rain, some villages have been flooded. The heavens are truly cruel. Life is already hard enough, and now this." Yuan Man smiled, but didn't respond, knowing Aunt Zhao spoke for many. Even their business had been affected. Seeing the flooded fields, many people rushed to buy grain, fearing prices would rise, so fewer bought mushrooms. Fortunately, they managed to sell everything by noon. Instead of buying grain, Yuan Man took Jose to buy some cloth. The truth was, everyone in the family had only one set of clothes. When it got warm, they simply removed the cotton padding and wore the same garment through summer, then stuffed the padding back in when it got cold. Sometimes when there wasn't enough padding, they wore just a thin layer and shivered through winter. She couldn't bear this anymore, so she took Jose to the cloth shop. At the very least, everyone needed a change of clothes. It didn't have to be fancy. The cold weather masked the problem, but in summer the smell would be unbearable. On the way, Jose pulled her into the benevolence hall. At first, Yuan Man was curious about why they were going there, but then she suddenly remembered the ginseng he had obtained earlier. The shop assistant saw them coming and quickly approached. What can I help you with, sir? Jose glanced around, leaned in, and lowered his voice. Shop assistant, I have a ginseng here. Could you take a look and tell me what price you can offer? He had already asked the system. If he sold it to the system, it would be 120 taels. He just wondered how much they would offer here. No matter who he sold it to, the highest bidder would win, so it was worth asking. In fact, the system was also curious to see what price would be offered, as it had set its price based on the ginseng's age. This was wild ginseng, rarely found in modern times, so the price was relatively high. Upon hearing it was ginseng, the shop assistant quickly ushered them to the back courtyard. Please have a seat, sir. I'll go fetch our shopkeeper right away. After all, this was beyond his authority. As it happened, they were in need of some ginseng, for the Sun family had recently requested a fresh one with no less than a certain age. Shopkeeper Wong of the Benevolence Hall had been troubled by this, never expecting the opportunity to come knocking so soon. After pouring them a cup of tea, the assistant hurried off to summon him. As soon as Shopkeeper Wong heard about the fresh ginseng, he came at once. With this ginseng, the subsequent business with the Sun family would surely be secured. Thus, all the medicine halls were now collecting fresh ginseng. Not just fresh, but also with some age to it. Where's the ginseng? Shopkeeper Wong rushed into the backyard and saw Jose and Yuan Man sitting there. Realizing his rudeness, he quickly straightened his clothes and clasped his hands in greeting. Apologies for the wait. This is our shopkeeper Wong. Could you show us your ginseng? Wong Fu stepped forward to introduce, seeing his master's eagerness. Shopkeeper Wong sized up their clothes, which were patched and looked like those of village farmers. Yet as he studied them, he felt they didn't seem like ordinary villagers. They were spirited, with bright eyes, and carried themselves with neither arrogance nor servility. They didn't act proud just because they had ginseng in hand. When they bowed to him, there was no hint of flattery. This left Shopkeeper Wong somewhat puzzled. Having run his shop in this county town for so many years, he had seen all kinds of people, but those like these two were truly rare. Jose and Yuan Man stood up and bowed. Shopkeeper Wong, I am Jose, and this is my wife, Jose said, almost forgetting the ancient term for one's spouse. Shopkeeper Wong nodded and gestured for them to sit. Please have a seat. I'd like to see your ginseng. He got straight to the point, as getting the ginseng to the Sun family was the top priority. Unhurriedly, Jose carefully took it out from his basket wrapped in a cloth. With the system's help, he had even covered it with some soil beforehand to keep it fresh. He had only placed it in the soil that morning, so when he took it out, it looked as if it had just been dug up. Shopkeeper Wong's eyes lit up at the sight of the ginseng. These two were practically his saviors. He needed this very thing, and here it was delivered to his door. A quick glance told him it was about 250 years old. The age was sufficient, and it was perfectly fresh. What price are you thinking? Shopkeeper Wong asked, his gaze fixed on the ginseng, as if it were a moving piece of gold. If he could establish a connection with the Sun family, then he might also make moves in the capital. No matter the cost, he had to buy it. Seeing his expression, Jose knew he was eager. What price can you offer, Shopkeeper Wong? Shopkeeper Wong immediately sensed that this man was not to be underestimated. He had asked to gauge a suitable price. If Jose named a low one, he could hesitate and then agree. But if he had to name the price himself, it was unpredictable. He didn't know the upper or lower limits. Looking at the ginseng, he went by the usual purchase price. How about this, young friend? I take a liking to you and your wife. 100 taels, what do you say? Jose glanced at Shopkeeper Wong and then at the ginseng on the table, knowing that the price was actually fair for this small county town. But compared to the system's offer, it was 20 taels less. 20 taels could sustain their family for a long time. Seeing Jose silent, Shopkeeper Wong added 110 taels. How about that? That's the highest I can go. He had hoped to make a bit of profit, but the other party didn't agree, so he had to raise it by 10 taels. Jose looked at Shopkeeper Wong. Shopkeeper Wong, 130 taels. Wong Fu was stunned. Shopkeeper Wong hadn't expected Jose to name a price directly. He pondered for a moment and glanced at the ginseng on the table. It was worth that price, but it meant he couldn't make any profit. Yet he wasn't planning to use it for profit. His mind was on more important matters. After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. Fine. 130 taels. It's a deal. Wong Fu, get the money. Shopkeeper Wong grabbed the ginseng, unwilling to let it slip away now. Yuan Man smiled at Jose. He had done well. This was the price they had discussed earlier. She knew the system offered 120 taels, so getting 130 was a win. Wong Fu quickly fetched the money and handed it to Jose. Please count it, sir, to make sure the amount is correct, he said, glancing at Yuan Man and Jose. He suddenly wondered if they might be wealthy people who had just dressed in shabby clothes for some reason. Wong Fu wasn't alone in this thought. Shopkeeper Wong thought the same. Jose took the money and looked it over. On top was a 100-tael banknote, followed by 30 taels of silver fragments. The amount is correct. We'll take our leave now. Sensing that Shopkeeper Wong's mind was elsewhere, Jose bade farewell. When they entered the cloth shop, the shopkeeper was sitting at the entrance drinking tea. Times were hard, and the only customers buying clothes were the wealthy families in the county town, who mostly brought their own fabric. Business was slow, so the shopkeeper sat drinking tea at the door. Seeing Yuan Man and Jose approach, he assumed they were asking for directions and didn't move. Yuan Man paid him no mind, thinking he was just an idle tea drinker, and pulled Jose inside. By the time the shopkeeper realized what was happening, they were already inside. He quickly got up and followed them in. "Sir, what would you like to buy?" Having finally found a customer for fabric, he dared not be negligent. Every coin counted now. He wondered if his shop could even stay open. Hurriedly following behind, he entered with a smile and asked, "Two gentlemen, are you here for cloth or ready-made clothes?" However, based on their attire, he could roughly guess they were here for cloth. After entering, Yuan Man glanced at the garments on display, finding them mediocre. Ready-made clothes were surely expensive. Though she had just come into some money, it was better to buy cloth and have Zhou Shi make the clothes at home. This way money was saved and Zhou Shi would have something to do which would surely make her happy. "Shopkeeper, I'd like to see some cloth." Yuan Man pointed to a pile of fabric. The shopkeeper quickly led her over. "Here are all the cloth. Our cotton fabric is 800 won per bolt, and linen is 400 won per bolt." Yuan Man reached out to feel it. Cotton was softer, suitable for undergarments, though some could also be used for outerwear. Linen was coarse and stiff to wear. The clothes she had on were made of it. Yuan Man surveyed the fabrics above. She first picked a bolt of navy blue, thinking it would work for Jose and Zhou Yan's clothes. Then she picked up a light green one, planning to make clothes for herself and Zhou Mei, enough for summer and spring. Finally, she chose half a bolt of gray and half a bolt of reddish-brown for Zhou Shi and her husband, colors that weren't too flashy nor aging. She also selected a bolt of soft yellow cotton for undergarments. The cloth shop owner hadn't expected them to take so many bolts at once. He stood there dumbfounded. This was a major deal. "Wait a moment, I'll pack these up for you." The shopkeeper grinned, his back teeth almost showing. Yuan Man looked at him. "Shopkeeper, since we're buying so much, could you give us a discount?" Even without Yuan Man asking, the shopkeeper had already planned to lower the price. "Rest assured, I'll give you the best price. This cotton will be 760 won per bolt, and this linen 380 won per bolt." Yuan Man found the price reasonable. "All right, deal." In the end, they took 1 bolt of cotton and 3 bolts of linen, totaling 1,900 won. That's 1,900 won in total. "They'll throw in some fabric scraps. You can use them for whatever you like," the shopkeeper said as he gathered a few remnants for them. Those scraps were of little use anyway. Better to give them away and earn goodwill. Yuan Man genuinely thought the shopkeeper was decent. She hadn't haggled much, knowing the price was close to what Shed expected. It couldn't possibly be at cost. So the deal was settled swiftly. In the end, he even provided a bundle to wrap the cloth. Before Yuan Man could react, Jose had already hoisted it onto his back. "Thank you, shopkeeper," Yuan Man said with a beaming smile. With this cloth, she could finally make clothes. She'd been wearing the same outfit for days and could barely stand it. "You're welcome. Take care and come again." He liked customers like these, decisive shoppers. They didn't seem like people short on money. Yuan Man thought, "How could you tell?" "Wife, how about we grab a bite before heading home?" Jose asked, nodding toward a wonton stall nearby. Yuan Man was still worried about the seedlings at home. Jose knew what was on her mind. They want her to eat first. Those seedlings won't grow overnight. Besides, once we're back, you'll be running all over the village anyway. So let's eat quickly and then get to work. Yuan Man realized he had a point. Before, she'd been gathering mushrooms, which was fun and felt like finding money. But lately, with the seedling cultivation, she'd been dashing from house to house. She hadn't spent a moment at home. So she simply followed Jose. "Boss, 2 bowls of wontons." Yuan Man sat down and looked at Jose. "In the afternoon, we'll still need to check on each household. Otherwise, some might not get it right." She recalled from their village rounds that many households had made mistakes. Jose smiled at her. "Yes, we have to check. This plot is the family's entire harvest for the year. They rely on it." Suddenly, he felt that Elder Yuan was truly great. They had never known hunger growing up. The greatest fortune in life was being born in Huaxiao, where they could eat their fill and face few dangers. Great figures had paved the way before them, and they could stand on the shoulders of these giants to continue their research. So they had never considered not helping the villagers. "Your wontons, enjoy." The waiter set down 2 bowls. Yuan Man inhaled the aroma, fresh and savory. So fragrant. She felt that wontons in modern times were all frozen, but these were truly fresh. Hearing this, the waiter replied with a smile. "Our wontons are made fresh with meat, using a secret family recipe. You'll be satisfied." Jose tried one and agreed. It was excellent. They hadn't had wontons or dumplings since arriving here. After finishing a bowl, Yuan Man felt warm all over, as if filled with energy. 2 bowls of wontons cost 10 won. Yuan Man placed the money on the table. They quickened their pace on the way back. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the yard, someone came looking for them, asking Yuan Man to check if the temperature at their home was right and how the seedlings were growing. Yuan Man put down her things and followed. No sooner had she left than another person arrived to call Jose away. They visited several households and found that most were fine now. They just needed to continue following the instructions. Yuan Man had just stepped out of a neighbor auntie's house when Yuan Shi blocked her at the door. Seeing the visitor, Yuan Man stopped and pursed her lips. This person had surely come for something. Before Yuan Man could speak, Yuan Shi grabbed her and pulled her aside. You think you're something now, helping others, but not your own family. You little wretch. After marriage, your wings have hardened. You don't even come back to visit us. Don't you consider us family anymore? Now you're helping these people with their seedlings, but not your own kin. What on earth is going through your mind? Yuan Man heard her rambling on and let out a cold laugh. Aren't we already completely unrelated? You sold me off for a mere tale of silver. So what connection is left between us? Back then she couldn't wait to be sold off, and now she dares to ask if they are unrelated. Yuan Shi never expected Yuan Man to be so bold now. You little wench, after marrying that bastard Zhou Zhe, you've grown bolder. Do you really think he'll protect you? The Zhou family's life can't be much better. If you still remember us, your brother will surely back you up in the future. Yuan Shi was convinced that Yuan Man would want her natal family's support. Without it, a woman would surely be bullied in her husband's home, just like her. Yuan Man thought she might say something worthwhile, but that so-called brother of hers was nothing but a good-for-nothing raised by them. How dare they boast about supporting her? They had bullied her plenty in the past. No need. If you want to know about seedling cultivation, just ask the villagers. Most people have mastered the technique now. We have no connection anymore. If you come looking for me again, beware of retribution. Yuan Man said with a sly smile. Yuan Shi was instantly covered in goosebumps. Suddenly she recalled that night's events. Could it be that little wretch Yuan Man? But she hadn't seen anyone. Seeing her reaction, Yuan Man knew she had remembered that night. She smiled again, and Yuan Shi fell to the ground in terror. Pointing a trembling finger at Yuan Man, her eyes filled with horror. It was you. It was you that night, wasn't it? Yuan Man paid her no mind. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I've said all I need to say. Goodbye. Yuan Shi was furious at her attitude. Though she hadn't seen anyone that night, her instincts told her it was Yuan Man playing tricks. Yuan Man didn't care what she said. Even if it was her, there was no evidence. After Yuan Man had walked far away, Yuan Shi finally staggered to her feet. Only then did she remember why she had come looking for Yuan Man. She stomped her foot in anger. "Ah, you little wench." When Yuan Man returned home, Zhou Shi and the others had also come back with their baskets. After the rain, there were far more mushrooms on the mountain, and they had unexpectedly gathered 2 full baskets. Zhou Daqiang had also carried back 2 bundles of firewood, setting them in a corner. "Mother, did you go up the mountain?" Yuan Man came out of the house and saw what they had brought back. Zhou Shi patted the dust off her clothes, beaming. "Yes, I figured you two would be called away by the villagers when you returned, so I took the little ones up the mountain. I don't know if it's because of the rain, but there's so much more up there." Zhou Zhe also returned then. Seeing the mushrooms, he was quite satisfied. He wondered if he should go up the mountain to exchange more for the system. The system's points hadn't increased lately. He glanced at the sky. It would be dark soon. He could go early tomorrow and come back. Most villagers were free now, so he could exchange some points for the system in case of urgent need later. "You all rest for a while. He'll go cook," Zhou Shi said, eager to prepare dinner since they had been working all day. Yuan Man first checked their rice paddies. They were growing well, then added some firewood to keep the house warm. "Mother, let me help you." Yuan Man thought cooking would be faster with 2 people, but Zhou Daqiang waved her off and plopped down on a small stool. "You go ahead and do your work. Your mother and I will tend the fire." With Zhou Daqiang seated, Yuan Man couldn't get into the kitchen anymore, so she continued tending to the seedlings. Jose called her over. "Wife, come here first." Seeing his expression, Yuan Man thought something was wrong and hurried over. "What is it? Has something happened?" The concern on Yuan Man's face warmed Jose's heart. He took her hand. "No, I just wanted to ask if we should fertilize again when transplanting the seedlings." The soil's nutrients were certainly insufficient, so they would need to prepare some fertilizer. Yuan Man tilted her head upon hearing this. "We could, but composting takes time, and we're running short. Maybe we should wait until the ears emerge and apply plenty of fertilizer then. The yield shouldn't be too bad." After washing their hands, Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin came over to cling to them. "Sister-in-law, there were so many mushrooms on the mountain today. Second brother and I saw them," Zhou Mei said in her childish voice, looking utterly adorable. Jose, who doted on his little sister, immediately picked her up. Ame was so amazing today. Seeing her proud little expression, Jose couldn't help but praise. Yuan Man noticed the envy in Zhou Yan's eyes as he looked at them, so she bent down and picked him up. Yin must have been amazing too. Zhou Yan's face flushed red. Sister-in-law. Seeing his shyness, Yuan Man chuckled. "Come on, let your big brother hold you both." With that, she handed the boy to Jose, who now had both children in his arms. Thanks to the better meals at home lately, the kids had gained some weight and looked much healthier. Especially Zhou Mei, who looked dewy and fresh. Jose watched the two in his arms, one chattering nonstop, the other pretending to be mature, but blushing furiously. Tomorrow your big brother and sister-in-law will come back early. How about we go up the mountain together in the afternoon? Jose was eager to earn more points. The little ones couldn't stay idle at home either. If the roads weren't so bad, he would have taken them to the county town. Looking at the two children, Yuan Man suddenly remembered she hadn't bought them any pastries despite earning money. She silently resolved to buy some tomorrow. After all, they had contributed their fair share of effort to earn the money. That evening, after dividing the money, Yuan Man returned to her room exhausted from the past 2 days. But no sooner had she lain down than Jose pressed up against her from behind. "Oh, stop it. I'm tired." Yuan Man shrugged her shoulders, wondering why this man never seemed to get tired. She was with him all day, and he even did more work than she did, yet he was always so energetic, even keeping her up until dawn. The next day, he was as fresh as ever. Jose kissed her. "It's fine. He'll do all the work. You just rest, my wife." Yuan Man was speechless. Listen to him. Was that even human speech? But truth be told, she did enjoy it every time. Jose cradled the other in his arms, his hands wandering restlessly, and their playful tussle stretched deep into the night. By the end, Yuan Man's voice had grown hoarse. Only then did Jose finally relent. Sated and content, Jose wrapped his arms around him and drifted off to sleep. Just before slipping into slumber, a thought flickered across his mind. He could exchange a few sets of sleepwear with the system. But that could wait. There was time enough for it later. It wasn't until morning that Yuan Man recalled with a start having forgotten to hand the cloth over to Mother Zhou the day before. "Mother, yesterday we bought some cloth. Please make a set of clothes for each of us, and see what else you might fashion from the scraps." When Yuan Man placed the bundle before her mother, Zhou blinked in disbelief. Several vibrant hues lay side by side, a purchase so lavish she had never dared make before. Her first thought was of the cost. Man. 2 sets, one for each of you, is more than enough. Your father and I still have ours. She reasoned inwardly, what need had an aging couple for such fine garments? It would be sheer waste. Yuan Man knew her hesitation stemmed from frugality. "Mother, this is coarse cloth, not expensive and not much of it either. Look at our family's clothes. They're patched upon patched. These will serve well for labor. On ordinary days, wearing something new does no harm. Besides, we all work now. Even your 2 younger children help. A little cloth is hardly extravagant." Hearing this, Mother Zhou understood their intention was kindness, not extravagance. "Very well. I'll sew each of you a handsome set. You may trust my needlework. It's famed throughout the village." And indeed, hers was no boast. Hers was the finest handiwork in the entire hamlet, often employed to supplement the household with delicate mending and sewing. Had it not been for her skill, the family might well have starved, especially given how Zhou Daqiang year after year siphoned money away from home. Once Mother Zhou accepted the cloth, Yuan Man briefly outlined who should receive which garments, but ultimately left the final decisions in her capable hands. After all, Yuan Man herself lacked such skill, and thus could offer no further aid. They ate a simple meal and hurried toward the county town. En route, Jose quietly exchanged half the mushrooms in Yuan Man's basket with the system. System, I'd like to exchange half the mushrooms in my spouse's basket." Jose mentally addressed the system. Instantly it replied, "Understood. Transaction confirmed." "Ace, why does my basket feel so light?" The sudden weight loss startled Yuan Man. Indeed, it had halved in heft, something clearly amiss. Jose took her hand gently. "I exchanged half with the system. Today's haul was even larger than yesterday's. We labored until late last night, but today we'll sell less. What the system gives is still wealth, merely stored within its realm." Yuan Man considered this and nodded. It made sense, and meant they could return home earlier at noon. "Spouse, what do you suppose is happening in the neighboring village just now?" Jose reflected they'd been wholly absorbed in their own village's affairs. If only their fields bore green shoots while others remained barren. Unrest, or worse, might soon follow. Yuan Man recalled an incident from the previous day. The aunts and elders surely spoke of it when visiting their natal homes. None would stand idly by while their parents' fields yielded nothing. Once word spreads, Qinjia village's headman will certainly seek answers from ours. Yesterday at Aunt Pang's house, she'd fielded numerous questions, many of which clearly concerned others, not her own family. Still, Yuan Man had answered each patiently and thoroughly. Hearing this, Jose breathed easier. Their headman too would not ignore the neighboring village, so such matters required no further worry from them. As they'd anticipated, many aunts, elders, and young wives, seeing their own seedlings thrive, rushed back to their parental homes determined to share the technique. For if only their own households reaped grain while their natal families starved, they'd be obliged to share their harvest. Far wiser than to teach the method early, safeguarding both kinship and sustenance. Indeed, their headman had visited Qinjia village's headman Chun Lai several times. After personally inspecting Zhoujia village, Chun Lai returned home and urgently convened his villagers to relay the method. With guidance from their daughters, many households had already begun seedling cultivation, placing Qinjia village merely 2 or 3 days behind Zhoujia village. Though they never approached Jose directly, first because they didn't know him and felt hesitant, second because their daughters were already experienced, they held deep gratitude for his unseen contribution. Upon arriving at their usual spot in the county town, Jose and Yuan Man found, as expected, few buyers for mushrooms, even fewer than the day before. Clearly the failed rice planting had already cast its shadow far and wide. Jose selected the finest specimens and placed them into Aunt Zhao's basket. Aunt Zhao, take these home for your children's meals, and go home early. Aunt Zhao sighed deeply. Alas, the heavens refuse us life. With no grain harvest, her eggs had gone unsold. She'd sold barely a handful all morning. Waiting longer served no purpose, so Jose urged her to leave early. Lately their family's vegetables had come entirely from the mushrooms Jose and Yuan Man supplied. Since eggs brought no income, they'd stopped buying greens altogether, spending every coin on grain instead. The pair quickly packed up and headed home. But before departing, Yuan Man stopped at the pastry shop and purchased 5 pastries for 31. She couldn't help but whistle softly. Truly, these pastries are fit only for the wealthy. 5 pieces cost as much as several jean of rice. Jose glanced over. No matter, I'll simply exchange for them via the system. They're far cheaper there. Ah yes, I'd forgotten you had the system. It's like a modern-day treasure trove. Yuan Man often forgot about Jose's system. System, what pastries do you offer? Jose browsed the system's interface, searching under pastries. Sure enough, all the delicacies of modern times appeared, elegant, refined, and beautifully rendered. He selected ox-tongue pastries and hawthorn guacue, choosing only a few pieces, wary of drawing reproach upon returning home. Gazing at the pastries Jose conjured, Yuan Man gazed at him with open envy. Both had transmigrated, yet only he possessed a system. Unfair treatment. Though the timing has simply not yet arrived. When the two arrived home carrying their bamboo baskets on their backs, Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin had been waiting at the doorstep all along. Upon catching sight of them, they immediately dashed out. Big brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Zhou Mei called out sweetly. Zhou Yin ran up to them and obediently said, Big brother, sister-in-law, let's go home. Mother has cooked dinner and is waiting for us. Just as lunch was ready, seeing Jose and the others return, Zhou Shi was especially delighted today. I was wondering if you'd make it back early. These 2 little ones have been waiting at the door since morning for your return. Zhou Shi said as she began carrying dishes into the house. Yuan Man held one child with each hand as both little ones wanted to be led by her, leaving her no choice but to do it this way. Yuan Man took out the pastries she had bought for them. May, these pastries are for you. Put them away for now and eat them when you're hungry. Remember to share some with your parents. Zhou Yin and Zhou Mei could hardly believe what Yuan Man had just said to them. It was Zhou Yin who first snapped out of it and looked at Yuan Man. Sister-in-law, did you really buy these pastries for us? They had only heard of pastries before, never actually tasted them. Yes, hurry up and put them away. Don't forget to share them with your parents. Yuan Man ruffled their heads as she saw their expressions. But now let's go eat. Time to eat. Time to eat. Zhou Mei chirped happily. When Zhou Shi came over carrying the dishes and saw the pastries Yuan Man had bought for the children, she chided with a smile. These little rascals, they eat, and then it's straight out the other end. Why buy them such things? Yet in her heart, she was overjoyed. Yuan Man still cared for the children. It seemed she had worried needlessly again, fearing that Yuan Man might resent these 2 little ones. Zhou Yin stomped his foot and looked at his mother. Mother, you. Zhou Shi noticed that Zhou Yin was actually blushing. Look at this little brat, so concerned about face. All right, I'll stop. Why don't you quickly thank your sister-in-law? At that, the 2 little ones finally behaved. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yuan Man ruffled their heads. All right, hurry up and eat. The dishes Zhou Shi had prepared were modeled after what she had seen Yuan Man cook before. Though slightly lacking in flavor, they were still quite delicious. After lunch, Yuan Man and Jose inspected the seedlings at home. They were growing vigorously, and in about another week, they could be transplanted into the fields. The seedlings are growing decently, Jose said, examining them. Let's start preparing the compost this afternoon. Jose thought that if they started preparing the compost now, the main concern was whether they would succeed on their first attempt. So it was better to begin early. Yuan Man calculated the time and felt it was about right. All right, are we starting at home? There was no time in the fields for composting, and another issue was the temperature. Let's start preparing. The temperature isn't high enough yet. Jose had also considered this problem. Temperature was crucial. He could exchange for a thermometer from the system later to keep accurate data. Jose remembered his promise from yesterday and urged, Father, Mother, hurry up and eat. We need to head up the mountain soon. Today he aimed to exchange for several thousand points from the system. Zhou Daqiang and Zhou Shi, upon hearing they were going up the mountain, quickly finished their meal. Gathering mushrooms on the mountain could also earn them money. These past 2 days, Jose and the others had left for the county town early each morning, so no one had noticed their trips. Jose knew this business wouldn't last forever. Sooner or later the villagers would find out, and then it wouldn't just be about him selling mushrooms anymore. Moreover, he couldn't refuse to teach the villagers when the time came. He hadn't planned to rely solely on selling mushrooms for money anyway. Right now, he just wanted some startup capital and to exchange for more points from the system. No one ever had too much money, and he wouldn't complain about having too many points. After the meal, Zhou Yan and Zhou Mei helped Zhou Shi quickly wash the dishes and pots. Then the whole family shouldered their baskets and headed for the back mountain. To keep a low profile, they took some small paths. Along the way, Zhou Zhe kept feeling like someone was following them, but even after reaching the mountain, he saw no one. Yuan Man noticed him constantly looking back, so she also glanced behind them, but saw nothing. Unable to hold back, she asked, "What's wrong? Is something off?" In that instant, Yuan Man's mind conjured up a dramatic scenario. Could this world she was in be fake with some glitch that would let her go back? Jose pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "I keep feeling like someone's behind us." Yuan Man looked back again, but saw no one. "Let's go. If someone is following, well, definitely see them once we're up the mountain." Jose glanced back once more, thinking that today's main task was to find mushrooms, rack up points, and see if they could also find some ginseng. His deep eyes scanned the mountain. Zhou Shi and Zhou Daqiang had already started searching for mushrooms. "Father, mother, look. I found one." Zhou Mei's crisp, childish voice rang out not far away. Yuan Man looked at him and smiled. "Hurry up and go, or else a Mei and a Yin will have found more than us. Let's go. How can we let them surpass us?" Jose suddenly laughed like a child and charged up the mountain. Yuan Man shook her head helplessly. Was this man suffering from split personality? His expressions kept changing every moment. Jose deliberately kept some distance from the others, afraid of being discovered when he exchanged with the system. Yuan Man stayed with the group, searching for mushrooms and occasionally digging up some bamboo shoots. Zhou Daqiang gathered firewood from time to time. The seedlings at home had consumed too much firewood lately, so he needed to bring back plenty more. Wherever the system prompted him, Zhou Zhe made an exchange along the way. As a result, he hadn't put any mushrooms in his basket. Amei noticed this, planted her little hands on her hips, and grinned, showing her teeth. "Big brother, you're so slow. You haven't found any mushrooms yet. We've found so many." Her remark drew everyone's attention to this fact. Jose rubbed his head awkwardly. "Ahem, well, I was looking for something more valuable like ginseng or something." Zhou Daqiang twitched the corner of his mouth at that. This son of his, after finding ginseng once, had started dreaming. If anyone could dig up ginseng, wouldn't everyone be up the mountain instead of staying home? Zhou Daqiang twitched the corner of his mouth at that. This son of his, after finding ginseng once, had started dreaming. If anyone could dig up ginseng, wouldn't everyone be up the mountain instead of staying home? Yuan Man knew he was exchanging with the system and remained silent. Zhou glanced at her son and then at Yuan Man. Suddenly she felt how reckless this boy was being again. After finally marrying a wife and settling into a proper life, he was now daydreaming once more. What if this daughter-in-law found him unworthy? Jose hadn't thought that far ahead, saying, "May, don't worry about me, you all do what you need to do." He had important matters to attend to. Right now he was thinking about exchanging points for more mushroom bags. It wasn't feasible to keep going up the mountain for mushrooms. A shadow was watching their family from a distance. Then, glancing at the items on the ground, he wondered if the Zhou family had really gone crazy from poverty, searching the mountains for food. Eating these could be deadly. However, if they died, everything would belong to his family. Finally satisfied, he nodded and walked down the mountain. After picking up 2 baskets, Zhou Daqiang carried firewood, while Zhou Zhe and Zhou Shi each carried a basket of mushrooms back home. Yuan Man held on to the 2 little ones, telling them about the things they saw along the way. Jose looked for suitable items to use for fertilizer, ultimately gathering some fallen leaves to cover the mushrooms they had picked earlier. Zhou Shi could not help but frown at the amount of fallen leaves her son had collected and quietly reminded him, "Zhe, what are you doing with all these leaves? These leaves are wet. They won't be any good when you bring them back." Jose glanced at the fallen leaves he had just gathered. "Mom, these leaves are for making fertilizer. The seedlings need nourishment when planted in the ground, just like people. They need to eat well to work effectively. If the land is wealthy, our crops can grow better." Zhou Daqiang nodded after hearing this. "Yes, that's quite true. However, we usually use the fertilizer from the latrine, which is generally insufficient. In previous years, that little bit of fertilizer was only enough for 1 plot of land. It was impossible to use it on all the fields." Suddenly, Zhou Daqiang realized something and quickly walked over to Zhou Zhe, grabbing his shoulder. "Zhe, do you mean you can make fertilizer? Can you produce fertilizer for all our fields?" Zhou Shi became excited as well. "Oh my, if this is true, then their family could harvest more grain this year." "Zhe, is what your father said true?" Zhou Shi could hardly believe what she had just heard and asked eagerly. Zhou Yan and the other child looked at Zhou Zhe with sparkling eyes. Zhou Zhe nodded. "Theoretically, it should be possible, but I need to experiment a few more times. I'm not sure which method is the most effective." Suddenly, they remembered the immortal from Jose's dream, realizing that the old immortal had taught him these skills. Good, good, good. Then let's hurry home. If you need these things tomorrow, your mother and I can carry a few more baskets for you. Zhou Daqiang felt as if he could see golden rice waving at him. Zhou Shi quickly nodded yes, yes, yes. If you need it, well, come help you tomorrow. Seeing them so happy, Yuan Man guessed they were thinking about how they could harvest more. On their way back, Jose suddenly spotted Zhou not far away, his eyes widening, thinking that this boy still hadn't learned his lesson. Yuan Man tilted her head to look at him, wondering if he hadn't remembered the last time he still dared to come. When Zhou saw Yuan Man, his eyes darkened and fixed on her, blaming this little brat. If it weren't for that kick she gave him, he would surely be comfortably lying in the embrace of a beautiful woman right now. After that day, he hurried to the county town to find his old flame, but no matter what tricks he tried, he simply couldn't succeed. Later, he secretly went to find a doctor, only to discover that the old doctor said he might never be able to rise again in this lifetime. How could he not take revenge for this grievance? He must make Yuan Man, this little brat, sincerely apologize beneath him. However, seeing that so many people had come, he chose not to approach and simply turned away. Zhou Daqiang found Zhou Da's behavior strange. Did he offend someone at home? This person was no good, and he needed to remind the two little ones to stay away from him in the future. Once home, Jose began assembling the previously used crooked plow to test it out. Just then, Yuan Shi pointed to a patch of land, saying they would plant vegetables there in the future, and asked Jose to help turn the soil. The main concern was to see if this tool worked, otherwise they'd have to rely on people to till the land. Jose tied a rope to it and had Yuan Man hold it at the back while he started to plow. After one round, Zhou Daqiang couldn't help but stand aside, staring at the soil, amazed at how well it could be tilled. He rubbed his hands together and wanted to try. Well, Aze's wife let me give it a shot. This tool was simply miraculous. When people plowed, it was done gradually, but this device could complete a whole row in one go. Moreover, the results were even better than when done by hand. Yuan Man smiled and stepped aside to let Zhou Daqiang have a try. Instantly, Zhou Daqiang wished he could go back to the field and redo all the tilling. If he had had this tool earlier, who knew how quickly the fields would have been tilled? But now that they had it, things would be much easier later. Aze, this crooked plow of yours is truly amazing. I can't believe it has such an effect. Zhou Daqiang couldn't help but exclaim from behind. He could imagine how envious others would be if he took this tool to the fields. Many families would definitely ask what this thing was. Jose pulled ahead, glancing back at his father. Suddenly, he felt as if he were a cow. But seeing his father so happy, he said nothing and resignedly finished tilling the rest of the field. After finishing, Zhou Daqiang still felt unsatisfied, wishing he could go back and till the field again. Jose noticed his eagerness and said, Dad, if you want to do it, we can buy a cow later. You can just use the cow to plow the fields. Using a cow to plow? I've never heard of that. They had always used hoes before. They never expected they could use a cow for plowing. He truly learned something new today. Jose nodded and pointed to various parts of the crooked plow. Here in the front, it can be pulled by either a person or a cow. Oh, if someone holds it at the back, it can be used for deep or shallow plowing. Under Zhou Daqiang's efforts, the vegetable plot was plowed in no time. Jose sat directly on the ground beside it. A pure workhorse. He was foolish himself, not thinking to switch with him, just stubbornly pulling. At least he was strong. Although the original body had gained some weight, overall, it was still too thin. Yuan Man saw him sitting there, brought a bowl of water over, and said, Have some water. Take a rest. He was so earnest that he finished pulling in no time. Zhou Daqiang watched his daughter-in-law bring water to his son, a picture of happiness. Then he glanced at his own wife, who didn't even look at him. He suddenly looked up at the sky with a hint of envy. Zhou Shi thought, be content that I'm still living with you. If she knew what he was thinking, she would roll her eyes and say it's good she didn't give him poison. Jose stood up, patted the dirt off his clothes, and thought about buying an ox tomorrow. Running back and forth every day was too tiring, and with an ox, speed would increase, and it could also be used in the fields. But then he reconsidered. Why not buy a horse? He wished he could exchange for a bicycle from the system, but he knew it would be unusable since it didn't belong to this dynasty. System, can I exchange for a bicycle? Jose decided to give it a try. Dear, this is your exclusive system. A bicycle can be exchanged, but it would be unusable because it doesn't belong to this dynasty. After exchange, it cannot be used. The system directly displayed the instructions. Jose glanced over. Anything beyond the dynasty's era, even if obtained, couldn't be used, so it would just be a decoration. He suddenly felt the system was somewhat useless. So I can exchange items from this dynasty for money, right? Jose asked uncertainly, thinking if not he would just keep exchanging things to exploit the system. Dear, yes. Ownerless items from this dynasty or unidentified objects are acceptable. When the system's voice came through, Jose finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly he realized something was off. Wait, what do you mean by unidentified objects? Ownerless items were easy to understand. Like the mushrooms they found on the mountain. Those were ownerless and could be exchanged for money or points. So what were unidentified objects? Like stolen goods? Jose asked hesitantly. Yes, dear, those can also be exchanged. Jose was stunned, not expecting the system to work this way. Little did he know that one day he would actually use it. Father, mother, I'll go sell the mushrooms alone tomorrow. Business hasn't been good lately, so let man rest at home. Then we'll dry some mushrooms so we can eat them in winter. Jose suddenly thought of the recent business situation. Zhou Daqiang and Zhou sure thought business was thriving, but it turned out not to be. Zhou Daqiang asked anxiously, Is this business affected by the heavy rain? They had just started a livelihood, and now it was struggling. Jose nodded and explained in a low voice. Yes, people in the county are worried about grain prices rising, so they're all buying rice and flour. Although half of their village's problems were solved, other villages might not be able to grow these grains. So everyone was still very worried, afraid of a famine later, and even more afraid of grain price hikes. Their savings would have to be spent on rice and flour. Thus fewer people came to buy mushrooms. Zhou Daqiang and the others understood the situation. Yuan Man saw their concern, and with a smile said, But father, mother, if we gather mushrooms and dry them, we can sell them in autumn and winter at higher prices. We don't know what will happen later, so there's still a chance to make money. Hearing this, the whole family's eyes lit up, as if seeing hope. Zhou Mei thought if they couldn't make money, they wouldn't eat, well, let alone have pastries. Zhou Yin wanted to improve the family's life. Zhou sure grabbed Yuan Man's arm excitedly. Man, is that true? Then let's gather mushrooms tomorrow and dry them in the yard. The family had finally found a livelihood, they had to hold on to it. Jose looked at Yuan Man with a smile in his eyes. His little wife knew how to comfort people. When they returned to the room, Jose pulled her into his arms. Man, I'm so lucky to have you. Yuan Man rolled her eyes. This dog of a man hadn't discussed things with her before making decisions. Seeing her ignore him, Jose knew she was angry and began to coax her. Wife, listen to me. I didn't want you to go, not just because sales are slow now. Our seedlings are about to sprout. You need to watch over things here so no one messes with them. Also, on the way back today, I saw Joda. He won't let things go easily, so you need to stay home. Reminded by Jose, she understood and nodded, then glared at him. But you could have discussed it with me first. What is this now? Jose saw her like this for the first time, and she looked so much like her modern self. Man, I deserve punishment. So we'll punish you. He directly cupped her face and kissed her. Yuan Man was stunned for a moment. Was this punishment? This was clearly a reward. Jose lightly bit her lip. Man, you're not focused. He lifted her onto the table beside them, holding her securely in his arms. Yuan Man tried to break free several times, but failed, finally becoming dizzy from his kisses, feeling as if she were floating. Jose looked at her rosy lips and couldn't resist kissing her again. Yuan Man's eyes widened. Was this man a kissing fiend? But she loved it too. Later she lost all awareness and fell asleep. The next day Jose quietly got up alone. Since only he was going to the county and Yuan Man wasn't, he wanted her to rest more at home. The next day Jose quietly got up alone. Since only he was going to the county and Yuan Man wasn't, he wanted her to rest more at home. The next day Jose quietly got up alone. Since only he was going to the county and Yuan Man wasn't, he wanted her to rest more at home. The next day Jose quietly got up alone. Since only he was going to the county and Yuan Man wasn't, he wanted her to rest more at home. Seeing that Yuan Man was finally enjoying a rare Lian, the Zhou family decided not to call her, intending to let her sleep a little longer. This marked the first time Yuan Man had slept in until she naturally woke up here. When Yuan Man awoke, it was already broad daylight outside. She scrambled to her feet. As expected, the courtyard was empty. They must have already gone up the mountain. She opened the pot and found a bowl of congee left for her. Yuan Man quickly finished the congee, then checked the seedlings at home. They were growing splendidly. After locking the door, she headed up the mountain. This time she could gather plenty of mushrooms to bring back. Aze's wife, heading up the mountain, are you? Aunt Fat greeted Yuan Man with a cheerful smile. Yuan Man smiled back and nodded. Yes, Aunt Fat, I'm going up the mountain. All right then, take care. Aunt Fat's fondness for Yuan Man grew with every glance, as she couldn't help but praise Zhou for finding such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Thank goodness they had stopped their foolishness, or else she would have wished to marry such a fine daughter-in-law herself. If only her own son were not so young. When her family encountered numerous problems with seedling cultivation, Aunt Fat was frantic with worry, but Yuan Man resolved them all step by step. So now, thanks to Yuan Man, she found the old Zhou family much more agreeable. On her way, Yuan Man ran into many aunties and elderly women who all greeted her warmly and enthusiastically. Yuan Man hadn't expected to meet so many people on a single trip up the mountain, all greeting her. She figured it was because of all the help she had been giving them around the village lately, so she returned their greetings. After leaving the village, Yuan Man quickened her pace, completely unaware that a figure was trailing behind her. She reached the foot of the mountain without seeing any of her family. Assuming they had already gone up, she decided to forage for mushrooms on her own. Zhou, seeing that they were now a good distance from the village and the area was deserted, sprang out from behind a large tree. Yuan man, you little wench, stop right there. Startled by the gruff voice, Yuan man stopped and turned around to find Zhou. Frowning in displeasure, she asked, Zhou, what do you want? Why was this man like a persistent plague still looking for trouble? He even dared to confront her when Zhou wasn't around. Truly a coward who bullied the weak. She lifted her eyelids and studied his twisted, ferocious face, wondering what he intended to do. Zhou let out a lecherous sneer and stepped toward her one pace at a time. Yuan man, you little wench, what do I want? I want to have my way with you, you tramp. You dared to kick me down there. He'll settle the score today. He spread his arms to grab her. Yuan man hadn't expected him to resort to force. As he lunged, she kicked him straight in the gut. But Zhou had anticipated this move and dodged aside just in time. If I knew you'd try that again. Today that useless Zhou isn't here to save you. And we're far enough from the village. You can scream all you want, but no one will hear you. He lunged at her again with vicious intent. Just then Yuan man spotted a sturdy stick nearby and snatched it up as he charged. It looked just like a modern baseball bat. She weighed it in her hand and found it quite satisfactory. Zhou, do you think you can bully me just because I'm a woman? What kind of coward picks on the weak? This man simply never learned his lesson. Zhou gave a lewd grin. How what good are your words? Once you've had a taste of pleasure under me, you'll go back to the village and brand you a whore. That waste Zhou will never want you again. Besides, if a woman gets bullied, it's her own fault for being weak. Yuan man sneered coldly at his words. So the weak deserve to be bullied, do they? Fine, today she would show him what it meant for the weak to deserve a beating. You said it yourself. Don't cry later. Yuan man lifted her head, her eyes icy as she fixed them on him. Zhou suddenly felt a pang of unease, but then he thought, what could a mere woman really do? He planned to take her now and then ruin her reputation back in the village. He was sure the two of them wouldn't have the face to go on living. Yuan man kept a close watch on his movements. The moment he lunged, she sidestepped and swung the stick with all her might, striking him squarely on the back. Ow! Zhou hadn't expected her to pull that move. The pain drove him to his knees. You little wench, how dare you hit me? He had thought the stick was just for show, but she had actually used it. Yuan man didn't give him a chance to speak, landing several more blows on his back. Didn't you say the weak deserve to be bullied? Then today you deserve this. Stunned by her words, Zhou scrambled angrily to his feet. How could he let it be known that he was being beaten by a woman? That would be a disgrace. What utter nonsense. As he stood, Yuan man punched him squarely in the face. She decided to teach him a lesson once and for all today. She would make him fear her from now on. Yuan man, he'll kill you today. This woman was so ruthless. She struck without a hint of hesitation. Could this be something Zhou had taught her? But how could that waste possibly know such a thing? It seemed this woman was a shrew through and through. Zhou had actually married a shrew. No wonder he had been so bold that day. Zhou utterly wronged. Stop. I won't stoop to your level. Get out of my way. If this continued, he would be beaten to death. Yuan man blew on her fist. This man was both ugly and tough. Hitting him hurt her hand. The stick was far more effective. You dare say that? Well, I'll gladly stoop to your level. She struck him again with the stick, aiming straight for his back. Terrified, Zhou threw himself to the ground. Please spare me. I can't die yet. Seeing Yuan man pause, he scrambled to his feet and fled toward the village. This woman was absolutely insane, a complete shrew. How could she be so fierce in a fight? And that waste Zhou was a fool to marry such a shrew. Now he almost felt sorry for Zhou. Zhou, no need for that. I'm perfectly happy. Watching Zhou hobble down the mountain, Yuan man dusted off her hands and stuffed the stick into her basket. This man would never learn, but the stick was handy. If he dared come again, she would beat him black and blue. Watching Zhou hobble down the mountain, Yuan man dusted off her hands and stuffed the stick into her basket. This man would never learn, but the stick was handy. If he dared come again, she would beat him black and blue. Zhou ran down the mountain, his face bruised and swollen. Only when he reached the village and saw no one chasing him did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly a thought struck him. Since Yuan man had treated him so harshly, he might as well stir up some trouble for him. Yuan man had been gathering mushrooms on the mountain when he gradually heard voices. Overjoyed, he shouted, Father, Mother, Ame, I, Mother, it's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is here. Zhou exclaimed happily upon hearing Yuan man's voice. Without waiting for her mother's reaction, she dashed off toward the direction of the sound. Zhou Yin immediately followed. Mother'll go keep an eye on our sister. Zhou smiled helplessly and scolded playfully. This brat, he's not really watching over his sister. He's clearly running off to find his big sister-in-law. Zhou and Zhou Yin hadn't run far before they spotted Yuan man. They quickly waved to her. Sister-in-law, we're over here. Hurry up. Yuan man waved back at them. Coming. Just wait there, he'll be right there. Since it was a slope and the two were still young, Yuan man told them to stay put. In no time, Yuan man joined the group and began picking mushrooms. Meanwhile, Jose had arrived at the county seat with his basket on his back. Along the way, he had already seen many people leaving their homes behind. Jose couldn't help but frown. He thought that after returning home, he could suggest to the village chief to approach the magistrate about starting seedling cultivation so that the villagers wouldn't have to abandon their homes. Staying at home was still the best option. Jose arrived at their usual spot. Aunt Zhao saw him alone and asked, "Oh, why isn't Man-Man here today?" Having heard Jose call her Man-Man every day, she had picked up the habit. Jose set down his basket. "We've been selling quite a bit lately, so I let her rest at home. They'll handle the sales today." Aunt Zhao nodded and sighed. "Our times are tough now. Who knows what will happen next?" She too was worried. She had raised some chickens at home hoping to earn a bit more money from the eggs, but then the famine struck. If things continued like this, even the eggs might not sell. Jose laid out the mushrooms. "Don't worry, Auntie. Things might get better soon." Aunt Zhao assumed he was just trying to comfort her. She helped him arrange the mushrooms, feeling obliged since she had bought so many from them these past days. Once everything was set, Jose started calling out, "Mushrooms! Fresh mushrooms!" The batch he brought today wasn't large, and with his shouts they sold quickly. Before noon, everything was gone. He packed up the cloth, put it into his basket, and looked at Aunt Zhao. "Auntie, give me 20 eggs." Aunt Zhao was taken aback at first. "What? Don't joke with me. Don't buy so many just to help me out. Your business isn't easy either." She refused as soon as she realized. Having sold goods together these days, she knew how their business was doing. Jose smiled. "Auntie, it's not to help you out. We really don't have any eggs at home. Also, could you sell me one of your laying hens?" He knew Aunt Zhao kept quite a few hens. Given their current situation, raising a few more hens for eggs would help nourish the family. Seeing he wasn't joking, Aunt Zhao said, "Joe boy, are you serious? Come on, let's go home, and he'll get you fresh ones." She quickly packed up and led him home to get the eggs. Since she didn't have enough eggs on hand, she had to take him there. "No rush," Jose said, seeing her hurry. It was still early, so there was no need to rush. Aunt Zhao had little to pack, just her basket and cloth. After covering the basket, she led the way. "They'll give you 1 hen and 1 rooster. A hen alone would be lonely, and it can't hatch chicks," Aunt Zhao said, assuming they wanted the hen for eggs and to hatch more. Jose quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao. It's nothing. You two are hardworking folk. I trust you'll treat them well and not kill them for meat." Having known them for so long, Aunt Zhao thought highly of them. "We won't kill them for meat." Jose chuckled. They could just buy meat instead. Today he bought the chickens for eggs to nourish the family and also to help Aunt Zhao, whose business was struggling. Following Aunt Zhao through winding alleys, they entered a small lane. Aunt Zhao continued ahead. "Don't mind the place." At the innermost red door, Aunt Zhao pushed it open and invited Jose in. He glanced around. The yard was fairly tidy with a chicken coop in the southeast corner. "Mother, who is this?" A young woman in simple clothes came out holding a child. Aunt Zhao smiled and introduced her. "This is my daughter-in-law, Imo Nyang, and my grandson, Xiaoshan. And this is the young man Joe I told you about. He wants to buy some eggs and a hen today." Their family had too many hens. If they kept raising them, they could barely afford it, especially since eggs weren't selling. "Please have a seat," Imo Nyang said upon hearing it was young Zhou. She quickly poured him a cup of tea. These days they had eaten many of his mushrooms, which were incredibly fresh. Knowing the price, she thought highly of him. Jose waved his hand. "No need to be polite. They'll just take the eggs and go." Aunt Zhao gathered a few more eggs from the nest and put them in the basket. Young Zhou count them. Then she grabbed a plump hen and a rooster. Jose examined the eggs. Aunt Zhao had picked the largest ones, and the hen was among the fattest. "Young man, this hen will start laying as soon as you take her home. Just make her a nest," Aunt Zhao said, tying the hens and rooster's feet together. "How about 31 for the hen, 21 for the rooster, and 2 won per egg?" Aunt Zhao offered a fair price. She usually sold eggs for 3 when each on the street. "How about 31 for the hen, 21 for the rooster, and 2 won per egg?" Aunt Zhao offered a fair price. She usually sold eggs for 3 when each on the street. After listening, Jose knew that Aunt Zhao had offered the lowest price. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." In the end, however, Jose still paid 100 coins. Aunt Zhao sold eggs to make a living, and he had already taken advantage. He didn't want to take more. So he ultimately gave 100 coins. Aunt Zhao counted the money and realized Jose had given more. This lad, he actually gave extra. Imo Nyang, who was playing with the child, heard her mother-in-law's words and looked up. "Mother, did that man just give you extra money?" "Yes, it should have been 90 coins, but he gave 100. He must have seen me selling eggs at 3 coins each and wanted to let me earn a bit more." Aunt Zhao placed the money on the table and shook her head with a smile. Imo Nyang hadn't expected Jose to be this kind of person. It seemed he was worth befriending. Jose put the eggs in his basket and tied the 2 chickens to it. Thinking about how his family hadn't eaten much meat lately, he headed to the market to buy some. The butcher, sitting idly and looking around, saw Jose approaching and quickly stood up to greet him. "Young man, what would you like to see?" Jose looked around. "How much is the meat now?" The butcher began to explain pork belly is 22 coins per caddy, leaf lard is 30 coins per caddy, and lean meat is 17 coins per caddy. Jose compared it to the previous prices and felt the difference wasn't significant. Then give me 2 caddies of pork belly. With this meat, he could add it to dishes. Recently their meals had been mostly mushrooms and bamboo shoots. Stir-frying them with meat would be wonderful. Jose counted out the money and handed it over. Exactly 22 coins. The butcher counted it. Jose placed the meat in his basket and headed straight home. Walking alone, he picked up his pace, his mind occupied with thoughts of how to sustain their livelihood. But one more important matter was to ask the village head to go to the county office. He wasn't sure if the head would listen, but if the official above was a good one, the policy could be promoted and the villagers' lives would no longer be so hard. All the way Jose pondered how to proceed. In the afternoon, he would first discuss this matter, then check on each family's seedlings as they would need to be transplanted into the fields in a few days. There was also the matter of composting, which now needed to be scheduled. Thinking about it, Jose felt overwhelmed by the tasks ahead. However, Yuan Man also knew about composting and could handle it at home. At the thought of Yuan Man, a smile involuntarily tugged at Jose's lips. Thank heavens she was by his side. Meanwhile, Yuan Man had gathered some mushrooms on the mountain and then started collecting dry leaves. Zhou Daqiang saw her doing this and quickly joined in. Az's wife, get up. Let me do this, these things are prickly. You stand up. Saying this, he pulled out a worn cloth bundle from his own basket and stuffed the leaves into it, filling an entire large basket. Z's wife, is this enough? Afraid it might not be, he thought of making another trip after returning home to ensure they had enough materials for composting. That way this year's harvest would be bountiful. Yuan Man looked at the large basket and considered their fields. Father, let's take this back first. We can come down again in the afternoon to gather more. Zhou looked at the sky. Man, let's pack up and head home. Time to cook. Ever since they started having lunch, her stomach would growl right on time. Yuan Man checked the sky and felt it was about right. All right, let's go home. We'll come back in the afternoon. As she spoke, she added more leaves to her basket, mindful of the many people they might encounter on the road. Their business had just started, and she didn't want the villagers to discover it too soon. Zhou followed her example, stuffing leaves into her own basket, now understanding the need for secrecy. Everyone except the little one carried a basket on their backs. Zhou Daqiang asked curiously Z's wife, besides these leaves, what else do we need for composting? He'll prepare it all in advance, so you two can just do it directly. Though he didn't know the process, if there were things he could help with, he was determined to assist. Lately the couple had been so busy they barely had a moment to rest, so he wanted to help as much as possible. Yuan Man thought about it. For composting they needed to cover the pile with something. Father, mother, do we have any straw mats at home? We'll need them to cover the pile. This would maintain the temperature inside, otherwise success was uncertain. Zhou looked at Zhou Daqiang with hesitation. They didn't have any such mats at home. Zhou Daqiang shook his head. They'll figure something out with your mother this afternoon. How many do you need? Even if they didn't have any, they would prepare them for the children. 3 or 4. I can make them. Let's go to the river to gather some reeds first, and he'll teach you this afternoon. With more hands, they could get it done quickly. This way the composting plan could move forward swiftly. Good. Oh man, you're so skilled at everything. Zhou felt that marrying Yuan Man was their greatest fortune. Not only was she hardworking, but she also knew many things they didn't. Yuan Man scratched her head, unsure what to say. Mother, let's hurry home. I don't want your son-in-law to come back and find us not home yet. She quickly changed the subject, not wanting to reveal herself too much. Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin walked hand in hand between them. The two little ones had been helping them a lot. They could find plenty of mushrooms every day. When they arrived home, Jose hadn't returned yet. Yuan Man first took the two little ones to wash their hands, then let them go play. The two were hungry, so they took out the pastries Yuan Man had bought for them yesterday. They each ate one, then gave one to each adult. Zhou was deeply moved. She took the ox-tongue pastry from Zhou Mei, broke it in half, and said, Mother will just have half. Give the rest to your father and sister-in-law. Zhou Mei then trotted over to Zhou Daqiang and handed him a share. He also only took half. Zhou Yin gave one to Yuan Man, who only broke off a small piece to taste. It was quite good. Good children, take your sister to rest for a while. He'll start cooking now, and we'll eat soon. Zhou Yin gave one to Yuan Man, who only broke off a small piece to taste. It was quite good. Good children, take your sister to rest for a while. He'll start cooking now, and we'll eat soon. Zhou Yin gave one to Yuan Man, who only broke off a small piece to taste. It was quite good. Good children, take your sister to rest for a while. He'll start cooking now, and we'll eat soon. Yes, sister-in-law, he said obediently, then led Zhou Mei to sit on a small stool nearby, quietly nibbling on the pastries in his hands. Madame Zhou came over to cook, while Zhou Daqiang tended the fire. A's wife, go rest for a while, I'll handle this, Zhou Daqiang said, feeling that life was now quite good. Ever since Yuan Man had entered the household and the old homestead had cut ties, each day grew better than the last. He had initially thought this year would pass him by in despair. Back then, lying on the Kong, his mind swirled with countless thoughts, all about how to help the family save money. Yet at that time the family had no money left at all. When he lay ill in bed, the old homestead came demanding money without so much as a glance his way. In his moment of utter despair, he finally understood. They held no true familial affection for him. They only sought to exploit him. Especially his parents. He had always yearned to feel kinship from them, to cling to that fragile, insignificant bond, only to realize it was sustained solely by his money. They came looking for them only when in trouble, never considering how their family was faring. They even schemed to sell his daughter off. He lifted his head to look at Zhou Mei in the distance, relieved that he hadn't done anything foolish back then. Seeing the elderly couple busy, Yuan Man didn't approach. Instead, she gathered all the dry leaves, laying them out to dry. There weren't enough yet. Then she went inside to check on the seedlings. She watered them. They were growing well. But for the weak ones, Yuan Man pulled them out directly. Even if planted, they would never thrive, so it was better to remove them now, saving the nutrients for others. Yuan Man sorted through them and then laid out the mushrooms to dry. The plan was to dry the morning-picked mushrooms now and gather more in the afternoon, keeping the fresh ones for the next day. Before long, Jose returned with his bamboo basket on his back. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Yuan Man knew he must have rushed back the entire way. Setting down the basket, he handed the eggs to Yuan Man. "Wife, take these eggs and meat inside." Yuan Man noticed the 2 chickens on top. "You bought chickens." Yet the household truly needed to raise some. Madame Zhou had kept chickens before, but the old homestead would find excuses to take them away every few days. Furious, she eventually slaughtered and ate the last chicken herself. If she kept raising them, they'd only end up with the old homestead. Better to eat them herself. Her own children had barely tasted any. Once after Zhou Daqiang delivered a chicken, she went to the old homestead in anger to see how the old lady was doing. Who would have thought she'd find Zhou Gui and his family feasting on chicken, their mouths greasy? Her own children had never even had a bite. Furious, she returned immediately and gave Zhou Daqiang a thorough scolding, but it was of no use. "Yes, I bought them from Aunt Zhou. She has many chickens. I initially wanted just 1 hen, but she suggested buying 2 so the hen could hatch chicks. So I bought both. Aunt Zhou gave me the biggest ones." Jose set the chickens on the ground as he spoke. Madame Zhou covered the pot and hurried over to see the chickens Jose had bought. "Oh, these chickens are well fed. Are they laying hens?" Madame Zhou never expected Jose to one day bring chickens home. Jose nodded. "Yes, a hen that's just started laying, and a rooster too. That way if we want to hatch eggs later, we can." Madame Zhou's eyes reddened at the sight of the 2 chickens. She had raised many before, but this time no one would touch her chickens. "Leave this to me." Madame Zhou patted her chest in assurance. Zhou Mei and Zhou Yin, the little ones, gathered around the hen, marveling at how big it was. "Mom, let's put the hen and rooster into our chicken coop." Zhou Yin pointed to the distant enclosure, a simple fence made of sticks. Jose carried the 2 chickens over and placed them inside. "From today on, you 2 little ones must remember to feed these chickens. When they lay eggs, they'll be for you to eat." After saying this, Jose realized a problem. A hen lays only 1 egg a day. Who would get to eat it then? But there was no need to worry about that now. They'd figure it out when the eggs came. Zhou Daqiang watched them gather around the chickens, but felt too shy to join in. The meat Jose brought back would have to wait until the evening meal. For lunch, they had stir-fried bamboo shoots, mushroom soup, and a ring of corn cakes. Yuan Man had just made the corn cakes. Without carbs at noon, Oished feel drained by afternoon. At the sight of the cakes, Zhou Mei's mouth watered. "Sister-in-law, these cakes smell amazing." Yuan Man patted her head. "Little glutton, eat up while they're hot." After lunch, they rested briefly, then Yuan Man led them up the mountain. Jose went straight to the village chief's house. Seeing him, the chief hurried him inside. "Come and sit. I was about to come find you. When are we planting these seedlings?" "They're all looking great." The chief hadn't been idle these past 2 days, visiting Chun family village several times to check on every household seedlings. But he didn't visit the Yuan family or the Zhou old homestead. Those people were stubborn. They wouldn't listen when he spoke, so he didn't bother with them. Everyone else's seedlings were thriving. The chief had planned to find Jose to discuss transplanting them. Jose bowed to the chief. "Grandpa Chief, there's no rush. We can do it in 3 days. But there's something troubling me." He furrowed his brow, alarming the chief. "What had happened?" "A's, tell me slowly. They'll help you figure it out. Don't worry." The chief raised his hand, urging him to explain. The chief gestured for him to speak. Jose sighed. "Chief, it's nothing major. But when I went to the county town today, I noticed many people leaving with their bedding and belongings." The chief was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Are you sure they were leaving for good?" He stepped forward anxiously. The chief moved closer, pressing for an answer. Jose nodded. "It's absolutely true. I couldn't have been mistaken. I even went over to ask what they were doing. Then an old man said that this year's heavy rains had made the land impossible to cultivate. Staying here any longer would only lead to death. so they were all hurrying off to find some other means of survival. The village chief sighed after hearing this and sat down on a stool. You know, he had actually thought of telling this method to the county magistrate himself, but he feared his lowly status meant his words would carry no weight. Chief, what do you think we should do? I really want to help those people too, Jose said, deliberately feigning helplessness to prompt the chief to speak. The village chief suddenly looked up at Jose. Would you be willing to accompany me to the county office? We'll bring some seedlings, not too many, just a dozen or so. He planned to go to the county office and present the method to the magistrate, but he had to bring Jose to explain it as the idea was his. He couldn't take credit for it. Bringing the seedlings would also make them more credible. Jose nodded, then put on a hesitant expression. Chief, do you intend to see the magistrate? Will they even listen to us? I'm a bit scared. Seeing this, the village chief sighed. It's all right. If anything happens, they'll have the magistrate come after me. Let's go now, or we won't make it back by nightfall. With that, he went into his small house and grabbed a handful of seedlings. Jose immediately followed behind him. His initial goal was achieved. Once at the county office, he was certain he could convince the magistrate of his method's worth. It wouldn't be proper for him to barge in alone, so bringing the village chief along made things much easier. The chief carefully wrapped the seedlings in cloth and then hurried toward the county town. Along the way, Jose saw the situation outside for himself. Having been cooped up at home and in Chun family village lately, he hadn't realized how severe things were elsewhere. Our village owes a great deal to you and the old immortal you dreamed of. He truly came to save our village. If things had continued as they were this year, by winter there would surely be deaths from cold and starvation, the very thing he dreaded most. Food is the first necessity of the people. With grain they could sell it for money and fill their bellies, making winter less harsh. But if this continued, winter would surely bring casualties. Jose waved his hand. It's the old immortal who couldn't bear to see us go hungry. Could Yuan Longping also be considered a divine figure? The two hurried into the county town. Under the chief's guidance, they headed straight for the county office. At the gate, the chief straightened his clothes. He approached a yamen runner and slipped a few copper coins into his hand. Sir, please trouble yourself to inform the magistrate. I am Zhou Chongsai, village chief of Dazhou village. I have urgent business with him. I can resolve the disaster caused by this heavy rain. The runner glanced at him, then at the coins in his hand. Wait here. They'll go in and report it. Whether the magistrate will see you or not, I can't say. After all, he was just running an errand. He had no idea if the magistrate would receive them. But recently the magistrate had indeed been troubled by the heavy rains. Many villages' fields were flooded, making farming impossible. The price of rice and flour had been rising as a result. Magistrate Su was racking his brains in frustration when a subordinate reported, Your Honor, there's a man named Zhou Chongkai at the gate, the village chief of Dazhou village. He claims to have a solution to the heavy rain problem. Magistrate Zu's eyes widened. What is that true? Bring him in immediately. He even started walking out himself. Could it be that heaven itself was helping him? This matter was tied to his promotion. As he reached the doorway, he saw the village chief and Jose talking outside. Magistrate Su is here, why aren't you bowing? The runner chided when he saw them chatting. Hearing the commotion, the chief quickly pulled Jose over. Zhou Chongsai, village chief of Dazhou village, pays respects to Magistrate Su. Jose followed behind, offering his own bow. Rise, no need for formalities. Come inside and speak. The magistrate led them directly to his office. Someone just reported that you can solve the heavy rain crisis. Is that true? Do you understand that the problem lies in the fields themselves? They're completely unplantable now. After the rain, he had personally inspected the fields. There was far too much water, sowing was impossible. Even if they planted, the seeds would be wasted. And the fields were still just as flooded. The village chief took out the cloth he had prepared and unwrapped it layer by layer. Your Honor, please take a look. These are seedlings I've raised at home. They're growing well, and in 3 days they'll be ready to transplant into the fields. Magistrate Su stood up immediately and took the seedlings from his hands. They were indeed thriving. Where did you grow these? And what do you mean by transplanting? Are you saying these seedlings weren't grown directly in the fields? The magistrate found it hard to believe. The village chief briefly explained Jose's dream to Magistrate Su. The magistrate turned his gaze to Jose, suddenly intrigued. This young man had remained silent since entering, but his eyes had been fixed on him the entire time, showing respect but not fawning. He stood there with neither arrogance nor subservience, clearly waiting to be questioned. But for now the most pressing issue was the grain problem. Other matters could wait. Is what village chief Zhou said true? What exactly is this seedling raising method? Can you explain it to me? Magistrate Su looked at Jose, hoping for a brief explanation. Jose nodded. Certainly, Magistrate Su. Seedling raising simply means growing the seedlings in a different place. Previously, we sowed seeds directly into the fields and waited for them to sprout. But now after the rains, the field conditions are unsuitable. So we create a controlled environment for them to grow anew. With the right temperature and moisture they thrive. Then we can transplant them directly into the fields. Jose gave a simple explanation. Magistrate Su examined the seedlings in his hand again. Is this how everyone in your village does it? He asked, turning to village chief Zhou. The chief, unsure why he asked, nodded anyway. Yes, nearly every household does it this way, and everyone's seedlings are growing well. Magistrate Su pondered for a moment. Let's go. Harness a carriage. I'm going to your village. The village chief was stunned. What? He couldn't believe his ears. The county magistrate had just said he wanted to visit their village. Seeing the village chief frozen in shock, Jose quickly tugged at his sleeve. Grandpa Chief, the magistrate, said he's coming to our village. Shouldn't you lead the way? All right. Magistrate, this way, please. The village chief turned to leave, but Jose hastily pulled him back. He whispered, Chief, the magistrate said, would take his carriage to the village. You should mention that to him. The village chief glanced back at the magistrate, inwardly grateful that he had brought Jose along. Otherwise, he might have made a fool of himself. Magistrate Su, seeing his flustered state, knew the man harbored no ill intentions. He smiled. No matter, Chief, Zhou is merely eager. Traveling by carriage will be faster. With that, he ordered the carriage to be prepared. Observing the two, he realized they must have hurried over on foot, or they wouldn't have instinctively thought to walk back. Magistrate Su now held a favorable impression of the village chief, seeing him as a good official who prioritized his people. Magistrate, the carriage is ready. The attendant who had spoken earlier entered to report. Donning plain clothes, the magistrate followed them. Initially, the village chief argued with Jose over who should sit outside to guide the way. Magistrate Su finally interjected. Chief, Zhou, you may ride inside with me. Let this young man guide us from the front. I have some matters to discuss with you. The village chief nodded, and after the magistrate entered, pointed at Jose. Jose, guide us well. With that, he scrambled inside. He had no choice but to comply. Inside the carriage, the village chief barely dared to breathe. Had he known the magistrate would accompany them to the village, he would have worn his finest shoes and clothes. His attire, though considered decent in the village with few patches, seemed shabby compared to the magistrate's garments. Jose calmly gave directions from outside. Magistrate Su glanced at the road. Chief, show how many people in your village have mastered this method. He was already planning how to motivate other villages near the county seat. First, he would have their chiefs come to Dazhou village to learn, and second, he would send a few reliable people to guide them directly. Otherwise, if these techniques were poorly applied, the grain would be wasted. The village chief pondered seriously. I'd say over 90% of households have mastered it now. We're sure to succeed in planting. 90%. Magistrate Su was astonished by the figure. So many had learned in such a short time. Are you certain? He asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. The village chief nodded with pride. Yes, nearly 90%. We all rely on the land for a living, and Aze and his wife taught us diligently, checking on every household daily. So most families in the village have mastered it. Even many from Chun family village learned from our people. That I can guarantee. Hearing the chief boast so quickly, Jose felt a bit anxious for him. After listening, Magistrate Su had a clearer picture. With so many skilled people in the village, the county office could fund hiring them to teach the method in other villages. This way, the surrounding villages would likely improve, and many wouldn't have to leave their homes. Throughout the journey, Magistrate Su asked many detailed questions, mentally preparing for the work ahead. No amount of preparation would be useful without seeing things firsthand. He needed to have a firm grasp on the situation. The carriage was much faster than walking, and they arrived in the mid-afternoon. As they entered the village, Jose directed the carriage straight to the chief's home, thinking it was only proper since the chief had invited the magistrate. When they reached the chief's doorstep, Jose quickly dismounted. Magistrate Su, Chief, we've arrived. The magistrate had already observed the village during the ride. Dazhou village appeared even poorer than those near the county seat. At least those villages had some brick houses, but here there were none. After alighting, he surveyed the surroundings more closely. The carriage drew considerable attention, and many villagers followed it to the chief's home. The chief stepped down and respectfully invited the magistrate inside. Magistrate, please come in. Hearing the commotion, Zhao came out. Seeing her husband's deferential manner, she knew the visitor was important. She hurried to boil water and brought out the best tea leaves they had. No need to sit just yet. Let me see your seedlings. The magistrate glanced around the house, noting it was tidy, a sign of industrious people. But the courtyard was full of thatched huts. The chief dared not delay and led the magistrate straight to the room where the seedlings were nurtured. Upon entering, the magistrate felt the air was noticeably warmer than outside. He spotted a brazier in the corner. So this was how they raised the temperature. Aze, come explain. How should this brazier be managed? The magistrate pointed at the brazier in the corner. Jose, hearing his name, quickly approached. The fire in this brazier must never go out, as the temperature here is still quite low. But it shouldn't be too high either, just slightly warmer than outside. We rely on this temperature difference to help the seedlings grow faster. After inspecting the chief's seedlings, Magistrate Su, guided by the chief, visited several other households. Seeing their seedlings thriving, he felt more reassured. The villagers, noticing the chief constantly accompanying this man, speculated about his identity, but dared not ask. His demeanor suggested he was someone they couldn't afford to offend. After a thorough tour, Magistrate Su returned with the chief to his home. Chief Zhou, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. As you've seen, many people are already leaving their homes to seek a living elsewhere. As the magistrate, this is the last thing I want to witness. Tomorrow I plan to invite the chiefs of nearby villages to come here and learn. Would it be possible for your villagers to teach them? Though he was the magistrate, when it came to asking the villagers to teach, the chief's approval was essential. The village chief was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Magistrate Su, leave this to me. He'll make sure everyone teaches well. After concluding this matter, Magistrate Su promptly boarded his carriage and departed. After all, upon returning, he needed to consult with the village heads of the surrounding villages about this matter. Since temperature could be controlled to cultivate these seedlings, the neighboring villages could also adopt this method to grow them. Throughout the journey, he clapped his hands in delight. Zhao had prepared some dishes, but when she entered, she found the magistrate was already gone. Husband, why didn't you ask the magistrate to stay for a meal? I've already cooked. Zhao was flustered, thinking how tactless her husband was. The village chief chuckled. It's fine, the magistrate will return tomorrow. Besides, you didn't even slaughter a chicken. What reason would he have to stay at? Zhao clapped her hands. I was actually planning to, but I couldn't manage cooking and slaughtering a chicken alone. Most importantly, I didn't know he was the magistrate from the start. Who told you not to inform me earlier? Now we rely on these few chickens to get by. These chickens were kept for laying eggs to sell. The village chief waved his hand. Enough, just cook a few dishes for the family. Invite Jose and his father to join us for some cheer, and he'll go find a few people. In truth, he had already sent Jose to summon people from the village. Before long, Jose returned with nearly 20 people. Jose, did the village chief tell you why you called us? Yes, who was that man with you this afternoon, arriving in a carriage? It was so splendid and majestic. Speaking of the afternoon carriage, everyone grew excited again, as if it had come to their homes. Jose remained tight-lipped along the way. The village chief will explain everything once we arrive. He said no more, thinking that if he revealed it, the village chief would have nothing left to say. So his main task now was to bring these people to the village chief. Zhou Dacheng was also in the crowd, listening to everyone discuss the afternoon events. His family had gone up the mountain that afternoon, completely unaware of what had happened in the village. At first he grumbled that Jose hadn't joined them on the mountain after returning, only to learn that he had met an important figure in the afternoon. He decided to ask about it later at home, as the crowd was too large and not the right place for discussion. Upon arriving at the village chief's house, the room was packed with people. The village chief sat in his chair, observing the crowd, taking a puff from his pipe, a luxury he had recently been sparing. Village chief, did you call us because something's happened? Thinking of their seedlings, everyone's greatest worry was those very plants. The village chief gestured for everyone to sit on the kong or stand aside. I called you all today to discuss something important. Our village's grain has been saved for now, and we can still expect a good harvest. But other villages lack our method, and you can imagine their plight. Some have already left their homes. Who would do that unless forced? As expected, the crowd fell silent at these words. In truth, if not for Jose revealing this method, they too would have packed up and left. Those 2 days the household was filled with sighs, and no one wanted to abandon this place unless absolutely necessary. Seeing the solemn faces, the village chief continued. As your village chief, I don't want to see you leave your homes and wander abroad. They say a golden nest or a silver nest is no match for one's own dog kennel. Though our houses may be modest, this is our root. I don't want to see you starve. The man who came this afternoon was Magistrate Su. As a parent official, he couldn't bear to see the people suffer. Knowing our village has this method, he asked me to find some people to teach the other village heads tomorrow. I've chosen you reliable folks. After speaking, he carefully observed everyone's reactions. No one expected they would be teaching other villagers. What a Magistrate Su. That man was Magistrate Su. Magistrate Su. Everyone first realized that the afternoon visitor was none other than Magistrate Su. Such an important figure had visited their village. Only then did they grasp what the village chief was asking of them. Village chief, you want us to teach people from other villages? Zhou Dada scratched his head and asked. The village chief nodded. Yes, most households in our village already know the method. With Aze and his wife assisting, how could you fail to teach them? Don't think I don't know. Many ancient family village learned from you all. The village chief was determined not to lose face tomorrow when people from other villages arrived. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. They had planned to teach secretly, but then the village chief went directly to Chin family village. Village chief, we'll do our best tomorrow, but whether they learn is up to them, said an elder. They too couldn't bear to see people leave their homes. Hunger was something everyone had experienced. Since they could help others, they would lend a hand. Yes, village chief, we'll explain as best we can. If they don't understand, Jose and his wife can clarify since they know the most. They thought of turning to the couple for any issues. So they wanted to state up front that it wouldn't be their fault if the teaching failed. Seeing their agreement, the village chief knew it was settled. All right, I understand. If problems arise, let Jose and his wife handle it. The crowd discussed the matter, further planning how to teach the others tomorrow. After they dispersed, Zhou Daqiang noticed Jose hadn't left and approached him. Daqiang, stay and have a bite. I have something to discuss with you. The village chief suddenly remembered he had been so busy that he forgot to inform the village elders. He decided to leave it for tomorrow as it was already dark and they had traveled far. Eating was the priority now. Zhou Daqiang hadn't expected to eat at the village chief's house, but upon hearing there was something to discuss, he agreed. Dinner included the village chief's family. He had 2 sons who had learned carpentry, and the elder brother had taken the younger to work in the county town. The 2 daughters-in-law didn't join the table, eating simply with Zhao in the kitchen. Grandpa, village chief, are you worried that even if the village heads learn tomorrow, the villagers won't? Jose noticed the village chief's absent-mindedness and guessed the issue. The village chief was surprised that Jose knew his concern. Do you have any ideas? The village chief was surprised that Jose knew his concern. Do you have any ideas? The village chief turned to Jose, wondering why he had never noticed how observant this young man was before. Still, he was curious to hear what ideas he might have. Jose gave the village chief a meaningful smile. Actually, Grandpa, village chief, you're already prepared, and the county magistrate has his own solution too. The only thing is we might need villagers from our village to go to their places and teach them. So we just need to wait until the magistrate speaks up tomorrow. But we must pick responsible people to send to their villages. Jose recalled the questions the magistrate had asked him in the carriage that afternoon. The village chief pondered his words for a moment, still uncertain. Do you mean the magistrate already has a plan? Jose nodded. So, Grandpa, village chief, you just need to prepare the right people. Hearing this, the village chief thought about the folks he had summoned today. None of them seemed like lazy or dishonest sorts. If he sent someone shifty tomorrow, the task might fail and bring shame upon them all. Zhou Daqiang, noticing the secretive air between the village chief and Jose, spoke up. Chief, I took a good look at the people you called today. They're all our own folks, honest and reliable. Shouldn't be any trouble. Hearing Zhou Daqiang's assurance, the village chief felt relieved. Good, that puts my mind at ease. Tomorrow you and your son bring your family and come early. Especially Yuan man. We'll need you two there. After urging them to come early the next day, Zhou Daqiang and his son headed home. Once they were a good distance from the chief's yard, Zhou Daqiang pulled Jose aside. What's all this about the magistrate? How could things have changed so much in one afternoon? Now there's talk of the magistrate and going to other villages. Dad, it's like this. Jose explained the afternoon's events, and only then did Zhou Daqiang understand the full picture. Not bad. If we do this, people from other villages won't have to wander off anymore. Next time, tell us sooner. Let's head home. Your mother and wife are probably waiting. Zhou Daqiang approved of his son's plan. Sure enough, when they arrived home, Madame Zhou and Yuan Man were waiting at the door. Seeing the father and son return, Madame Zhou couldn't help asking, why are you so late? Could something have gone wrong? Yuan Man said nothing, simply looking at Jose, suspecting he was involved. Jose took Yuan Man's hand and led her inside. Have you eaten? Yuan Man nodded. Yes, we saved some food for you. But you took so long that mother got worried and came out to meet you. Nothing serious. Dad and I ate at the chief's place. Let's go inside and rest. Jose held Yuan Man's hand and headed straight to their room. Madame Zhou looked at the father and son, wondering what had happened that they ended up dining at the chief's. Yuan Man noticed the smile curling at the corner of Jose's mouth. Looks like things went well. Jose pulled her into his arms and settled her on his lap. Halfway there. The magistrate seems like a responsible man. He came to our village to see for himself today and said that tomorrow morning he'll have all the village chiefs from nearby come here to learn. Yuan Man felt the plan was nearly settled. Once they came, she was confident they wouldn't pass up this method. Before, they had to grow food grain by grain. Now that there was a way to save it, she was sure most people would want to learn. Unless they weren't in their right mind. The old house, who are you calling crazy? The Yuan family, you're the crazy one. Your whole family's crazy. But man, the chief specifically asked us both to help oversee things. We probably won't be able to sell mushrooms for the next few days. Let's just turn them into mushroom sauce or something. Jose thought of the mushrooms in the yard. Some were already laid out to dry, and others were meant for sale tomorrow. But given the situation, they wouldn't be able to go for the next few days. And later there would be transplanting to do. For the transplanting, they'd both have to stay home. Besides, who knew what the magistrate's arrangements would be? Would they pay them anything? If they did, that would be great. Yuan Man nodded, thinking it was no big deal. By the way, did we forget to tell Mom and Dad about selling the ginseng? Yuan Man suddenly remembered. They had money now, but the old folks still didn't. Jose blinked, looking innocent. Right, didn't they say we didn't have to give them any money? We use it to build the house, and the rest is ours. Yuan man sighed helplessly. They don't want it, but we could at least tell them. Oh, it's fine if we don't. Mainly I just don't want them worrying about the family all the time. Yuan man knew the old couple had finally found some hope. If they stopped selling mushrooms, they'd probably be disappointed for a while. Jose thought it was nothing. Don't worry, we'll start transplanting soon. I'm sure they'll be in the fields every day. The mushrooms can wait a few days. They treasured that little plot of land like gold. Yuan man suddenly remembered Joda. Guess who I ran into today? Jose thought for a moment. Joda. Yuan man's eyes went wide. How did you know? That's incredible. I haven't told anyone yet. Yuan man couldn't believe how sharp this man had become. There aren't that many people in this village. We ran into him yesterday, and I told you to be careful. When you asked like that, my first thought was him. Jose explained his reasoning. Yuan man nodded, impressed by his quick thinking. Yes, I did run into him. He followed me all the way up the mountain and tried to threaten me, but I beat him black and blue. Yuan man couldn't help laughing at the memory of Zhou Da's sorry state. Hearing this, Jose looked at her with concern. Are you okay? You didn't get hurt, did you? He checked her over thoroughly and only relaxed when he saw no injuries. I'm fine. Who do you think I am? There's no way he could bully me. Don't worry. Yuan man patted her chest, vowing that if Joda dared come again, she'd beat him so badly he wouldn't recognize his own parents. Jose, however, silently resolved to teach Joda a lesson himself another day. Jose was still unaware that Joda now regarded him as a freeloader, believing that only Yuan man's shrewish support emboldened him to act so arrogantly. Thus Joda lay at home plotting to ambush Jose when he was alone. The next morning, Jose and his family rose early, intending to head to the village chief's house. The county magistrate was expected to arrive today, so they ate hastily and set off in a bustling procession. By the time they reached the village chief's home, many had already gathered. Seeing Jose and his wife, the villagers greeted them warmly. Aze's wife, you're here. Just in time, come on in. Zhao Shi, upon spotting them, quickly ushered them inside. The previous night her husband had confided in her, and she admired Jose's broad-mindedness and concern for the world. She also knew that her husband's chance to speak with the magistrate was thanks to this young man, and she felt certain he was destined for good fortune. Perhaps her husband might even earn the magistrate's favor. As Jose's family entered, the Zhou family's standing in the village improved markedly. Previously their misdeeds had drawn disdain, but now that they had turned their lives around, it was commendable. Moreover, Jose's dream of an ancient immortal hinted at other secrets, making it prudent to stay on good terms. Zhou Shi felt flattered, well aware of how unwelcome they once were. Yuan man followed Zhao Shi to inspect the seedlings. Aze's wife, could you take a look at our seedlings? We're about to transplant them, but I'm still uncertain. Zhao Shi's greatest worry was the transplanting. With so many visitors today for matters concerning other villages, she seized the moment to consult about her own. Yuan man smiled and went with her to examine the seedlings. Grandma, your seedlings are fine. Don't worry. We'll check the fields tomorrow, and if they're ready, we'll start transplanting. The sooner they're in the ground, the better. Hearing that transplanting would begin tomorrow, Zhao Shi was delighted. Good. If you say it's fine, then it's definitely fine. Being their first time, they were deeply anxious, fearing a false hope. Yuan man's words eased many minds. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the magistrate's carriage arrived. Yuan man glanced at the sky. The magistrate had come early, followed by 2 more carriages, 3 in total. Yesterday no one knew he was the magistrate, but now they stood respectfully aside. Some who hadn't been summoned yesterday came to watch the excitement. However, the village chief had instructed them to guard their own seedlings, as no one knew which homes would be visited, sending many back to watch over their crops. Hearing the carriages, the village chief and elders hurried to greet them. Magistrate Su. Magistrate Su alighted and waved. Are these the people you've gathered? Seeing the crowd, he wondered if they were pre-selected. The village chief nodded. Yes, uncertain of your numbers, I summoned the best farmers so they can learn at home. The other village chiefs, upon alighting, quickly approached, bowing to the village chief before eagerly asking to see the seedlings grown in the village. Summoned to the county office late last night, they feared trouble, only to learn they could now cultivate the land. Incredulous at first, they were convinced only after the magistrate showed them seedlings and recounted his afternoon visit. Thus they hastened here at dawn. Understanding their eagerness, Magistrate Su urged the village chief to lead the way. Chief Zhou, please take them to your home to see. Knowing they needed to see for themselves to believe, he let Chief Zhou show them first, ensuring they'd be more diligent in learning later. Jose followed them inside. The other village chiefs and wardens initially doubted their eyes. These seedlings had truly grown. They quickly surrounded the village chief. Chief Zhou, how were these grown? Most had noticed the seedlings were raised indoors where it was warmer. The village chief pulled Jose forward. Jose explained how this is done and what comes next. In their excitement, they wished they could take Jose back to their own villages. Seeing their enthusiasm, Jose said, "Esteemed chiefs and elders, please be patient. Let me explain slowly." Hearing this, they quieted down, eager to hear what he had to say. Jose outlined the process. Being seasoned farmers and having seen the results, they quickly grasped his meaning. "Since you understand, feel free to have the villagers show you around. Ask them if anything is unclear." Magistrate Su encouraged them to see more, knowing one household wouldn't suffice. The village chief nodded with a smile, and soon each village chief and warden was paired with a household to inspect the seedlings. Once the chiefs departed, Magistrate Su pulled the village chief aside. "Chief Zhou, I need to discuss something. Farming isn't learned in a day, and these chiefs must teach their villagers. Could you spare some villagers to help in those villages? The county office will provide compensation." The village chief was startled, realizing Jose had been right about the magistrate's plan. "Magistrate, that's no problem, but we're about to transplant seedlings in the next couple of days, so visits might be brief." They couldn't neglect their own village's grain. Magistrate Su nodded, understanding the concern. "No issue. Your village's grain is paramount. If this succeeded, other villages would follow." Magistrate Su nodded, understanding the concern. "No issue. Your village's grain is paramount. If this succeeded, other villages would follow." Magistrate Su recalled another matter and turned to look at the village chief. "Chief Zhou, by the way, remember to tell everyone that there is a reward." Magistrate Su felt somewhat conflicted at the moment, but thought that if a household had many members, sending one person to assist other villages would be quite good. Most importantly, he had no intention of making them work for free. "Magistrate, rest assured on this matter. Whether there's a reward or not, everyone will still go to help. But of course it's better with one, haha." Chief Zhou said with a chuckle, for this way the villagers would also gain some income. Jose hadn't expected the chief to so bluntly voice his thoughts. The chief suddenly realized what he had said, quickly covered his mouth, then looked at Magistrate Su with some embarrassment. His eyes darted as he hastily explained, "Magistrate Su, that's not what I meant. I'm not coveting the reward. It's just that if the reward reaches the people's hands, they can buy some rice and flour, and life would be a little better, wouldn't it?" Having dealt with him for 2 days, Magistrate Su knew he wasn't after the reward. So he didn't make an issue of it, instead laughing heartily with his hands on his hips. "Chief Zhou, I really like you. You're a man who wholeheartedly serves the people." Chief Zhou never expected such high praise and hurriedly waved his hands. "This is merely my duty, Your Honor. Alright, I'll go take a look at the various households to see how your seedlings are growing." With that, he strolled out on his own. The chief wanted to follow, but was not allowed to. Zhou Daju had been squatting outside the chief's house since early morning, wondering what all the commotion was about. He never expected the arrival of the magistrate himself. And it was all because of Jose's broken seedling method. How could he let this succeed? Even if it did succeed, the credit had to go to his son Zhou. If his son could get in good with the magistrate, their family's future would be bright and prosperous. So he kept lurking outside the chief's door, waiting for Magistrate Su to come out. Who knew that after waiting so long, he actually managed to catch him. Seeing the magistrate walk a distance away, he quickly followed. Then, finding no one around, Zhou Daju immediately stepped forward and grabbed the magistrate. "Your Honor, I, Zhou Daju, pay my respects." Magistrate Su was startled by his sudden appearance and scrutinized him carefully, wondering what he intended. "Is there something you need?" Magistrate Su thought that since everyone else was busy, perhaps this man had come to him with a matter. Zhou smirked, then stood up straight and looked at the magistrate. Covering his mouth with his hand, he pretended to sob. "Magistrate Su, I've heard of your name for a long time. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't have come to you." As he spoke, he wiped at tears that weren't even there. Magistrate Su was completely baffled by his words. This man must be out of his mind to say such things upon meeting him. But mindful of his position, he still asked patiently, "Do you have some grievance? Otherwise, why would he come to him?" It must be some injustice with no one else to tell, so he had to confide in the magistrate. Seeing Magistrate Su ask this, Zhou Daju felt he was gaining ground. "Magistrate, it's not that I have a grievance. It's that I can't bear to see you being deceived. That Jose is talking pure nonsense. This method of raising seedlings is a complete waste, and he's even tricked our village chief into believing him. Think about it, this method has never existed since ancient times. And Jose is just spouting nonsense based on a dream, wanting so many villages to pay the price for his fantasy." Zhou Daju thought that after saying so much, Magistrate Su would start to doubt them. Once doubt set in, everything else would be easy. "Magistrate Su, you don't know this, but many people in our village have already been fooled by them. When the time comes, they won't even have seeds left for planting. How can they possibly farm? If it fails, they'll just blame it on the temperature or the weather being too hot." Seeing Magistrate Su silent, Zhou Daju felt the magistrate was beginning to suspect them. Magistrate Su carefully sized up this man. His surname was Zhou, so he was likely from this village. He wondered why he would say such things. "What's this about a dream you just mentioned?" Magistrate Su wanted to hear if it matched what he already knew. Hearing this question, Zhou Dazhu became even more convinced that the magistrate believed him. After checking carefully that no one was around, he leaned in and whispered, "Magistrate, the truth is this method came to Jose in a dream. No one has ever verified it. He just wanted to grab the villagers' attention, and who would have thought they'd actually fall for his trick? It's also my family's fault. Jose is actually my nephew. It's all because of me, his elder brother, that my younger brother grew distant and wouldn't let us interfere. Before I knew it had stirred up such a huge disaster. I beg you, magistrate, to hold him accountable directly and not let him continue like this." "Humph. Jose, you think you're so clever. Had even taken quite a bit of money from their household, and now he comes up with this scheme trying to steal his son's thunder. Absolutely not. That's why Zhou Dazhu urged the magistrate to hold him directly responsible." Magistrate Su had heard enough by now and looked at Zhou Dazhu. "You said Jose is your nephew? Then why do you want him held accountable? Won't you plead for him?" Zhou Dazhu thought, why in the world would I plead for him? He wished he were dead right now. If he died, everything from the second branch of the family would belong to his household. But of course he couldn't say that. "Magistrate, I can't bear it either. But my nephew, if he isn't disciplined, now who knows what he'll become in the future? It's all my fault as his elder brother for not keeping my younger brother in check, and in the end I indulged my own son into causing such a catastrophe. Throw him in jail right away. Get him out of here." Magistrate Su nodded. "You are quite the righteous man, aren't you?" He sneered inwardly. This man certainly had a silver tongue. If he hadn't asked so many questions beforehand, he might have actually been fooled by this fellow. "Of course, I'm doing this for the villagers too. I can't bear to see them deceived, so I mustered the courage to inform you. I thought that someone as wise and heroic as you wouldn't be duped by him and would save the people from their misery. So you've kept your family's seeds for yourselves? Why?" Seeing how vehemently he opposed Jose's methods, it was clear he hadn't followed them. Indeed, every village has its own rotten apples. Zhou Dazhu thought Magistrate Su was about to praise him, so he quickly nodded. "Exactly, how could I be so easily fooled? That's why I kept all the seeds, otherwise there would be no way to plant the fields later." Magistrate Su pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, "You didn't eat the grain, did you? You didn't eat it." Unexpectedly, he blurted out his inner thoughts. Zhou Dazhu didn't catch on right away. "Well, we did eat some, but there's definitely enough for planting next year." After saying this, he realized what he had just admitted and quickly explained, "Magistrate, that's not what I meant. We kept quite a bit of seed grain, so we took some to eat. You understand, my family has elders and children to support. My parents are my responsibility alone, and my younger brother is an ungrateful wretch who doesn't care for them at all." "Nonsense." The village chief thought he must not let the magistrate continue wandering through the village lest he see who knows what else. So he hurried after them, only to find Zhou Dazhu spouting nonsense to the magistrate. Seeing the village chief arrive, Magistrate Su dropped all pretense and pointed directly at Zhou Dazhu. "This man claims to be from your village and says Jose's plan is utter rubbish. What is the meaning of this?" The village chief was taken aback. "Zhou Dazhu, you rotten egg, are you trying to spoil the whole pot?" The village chief pointed at him in fury. Zhou Dazhu glanced guiltily at the village chief, thinking, didn't he stay behind? Why did he suddenly appear? The village chief cupped his hands towards the magistrate. "Magistrate, don't listen to his nonsense. This man is Jose's uncle. The whole family of Zhou Dazhu has been leeching off Zhou II's household. They bled them dry until there wasn't a grain of rice left for the pot, and then they even wanted Zhou Daqiang's family to sell their daughter to give them money." Magistrate Su hadn't expected there to be so much more to the story. He had initially thought it was just greed, but this went far beyond that. "Zhou Dazhu, is this true?" Magistrate Su hadn't been angry before, knowing that every village has its lazy good for nothings who try to drag everyone down with them. But he never expected such a sordid tale behind it. Zhou Dazhu, now terrified, tried to flee, but was grabbed by Jose, who had followed behind. "Since you've brought it up, let's settle the past right here in front of the magistrate. Let him be the judge." Jose had worried that Zhou Daz's family would cause trouble. The village chief had said it wouldn't happen. Yet the first thing they encountered was Zhou Dazhu spouting nonsense to the magistrate. Zhou Dazhu struggled violently, desperate not to be humiliated here. Jose knelt directly on the ground. "Magistrate, I am not afraid of being talked about, but there are things that must be said. This man is my father's own brother, yet they never treated my father as their own kin. Those so-called grandparents only had eyes for the eldest son's family. Whenever they craved chicken, they would find any excuse to come and take our chickens to kill and eat. When their family was short on money, they would feign illness to force my parents to pay up. If they didn't, they were called unfilial, and they would wail and cause a scene until my parents had no choice but to give in. And when their children went to school, they still demanded we pay. If my parents refused again, they were called unfilial. If there was no money, they took our grain. If there was no grain, they told my parents to sell my little sister. In the end, my father was pushed to his limit, working day after day until he was so exhausted he accidentally fell into a ditch. It would have taken just a few doses of medicine to cure him, but when my mother brought the money home, that whole family snatched it all away, and no one even bothered to check on my bedridden father. Later I went to beg them, and they beat me until my head was bloody. It was only then, with no other choice, that we severed all ties with them. As José spoke, he looked utterly devastated, a picture of pure misery. The village chief stood by, shaking his head in pity and sighing. José's heart was now in his throat. Magistrate, don't listen to his lies. None of this ever happened. He's just saying it to fool you. José knew he couldn't admit to any of this. Magistrate, my parents have always doted on the second son's family. They would never agree to sell their granddaughter. José even pretended to cry. The village chief snorted coldly. Dote on them. Then why is the second son's family all skin and bones while your family is all fat and prosperous? He couldn't stand to see such injustice. No, absolutely not. My family has other means of income, that's why we eat well. José now only wanted to run. But with José kneeling on the ground, he couldn't escape. Magistrate Sue stepped forward and helped José up. Azé, stand aside for now. Don't mind these people. Magistrate, they're all in cahoots. Don't be deceived by them. José panicked even more as the magistrate approached him. Village chief, Jo, have these two families officially severed ties? The village chief stepped forward angrily. Yes, they have. It was done in front of all the clan elders, and we have the official document. Good. A man like this is a blight on your village. If anything like this happens again, drive him out of the village. And for this offense, let him kneel in the ancestral hall as punishment. With that, Magistrate Sue flicked his sleeves and strode away in anger. José wanted to refuse, but the threat of expulsion was clear. If they were driven out, how would his family survive? Village chief, get to the ancestral hall and kneel. If you're not there when I arrive, your whole family will be kneeling. He had guarded against everything except this one troublemaker. José nodded dejectedly and slunk off to the ancestral hall, thinking he could just sit there for a while since no one was around. The village chief quickly pulled José along to catch up with the magistrate. Magistrate, that man is the village's rotten apple. Please don't believe a word he says. The village chief wiped the cold sweat from his brow, worried that his smoothly progressing plans might be ruined by that bastard José. Magistrate Sue suddenly stopped. Do you think I'm that foolish? I can still tell a person's character. That man was clearly no good. There was no way he would believe his words. There was no way he would believe his words. There was no way he would believe his words. There was no way he would believe his words. Magistrate Zu's words so terrified the village head that he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, you surely can recognize them. Glancing back at José, he thought to himself that this young man truly had something. Magistrate Sue, under their guidance, visited several homes. Finding them satisfactory, he followed the village head directly back to his house. After all this commotion, noon had arrived. Lunch would inevitably be had at the village head's home. Inside the house, Xiaoshi was now in distress. Oh dear, I didn't expect so many people. There's simply not enough food in the house. No matter what, this noon meal must be served. Yuan Man surveyed their provisions. Just some rice and flour, mostly coarse rice, along with a chicken Xiaoshi had caught. Thinking of the rice at home, Yuan Man said, Grandma, don't worry. They'll help. We'll definitely manage to make a meal. You handle the chicken first. We'll go home to fetch some things. Wait for me. The eldest daughter-in-law, Li Shi, glanced at Zhou Shi, the wife of the second son. She wondered if Yuan Man could truly accomplish what even their mother-in-law fretted over. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. With so little in the house, what could they do? Seeing Yuan Man's confidence, Zhao Shi spoke directly. Listen to Aza's wife. Hurry up and prepare the chicken. Though unsure of her methods, the chicken had to be slaughtered regardless. For the other dishes, coarse rice would have to suffice, as was the custom in the village. At Zhao Shi's command, Li Shi and Zhou Shi set to work immediately, one boiling water, the other plucking feathers. Yet neither had any confidence, wondering if this would truly work. If not, they could borrow a few eggs from a neighbor. Meanwhile, the village head, engaged in conversation at the front, remained oblivious to the worries at the back. On her way home, Yuan Man met her mother-in-law Zhou Shi. Seeing her, Zhou Shi asked Manon, why are you in such a hurry? Catching her breath, Yuan Man replied, Mother, open the door first. I need to get some things. There are too many people at the village head's house today, and they lack food. I thought I'd bring some mushrooms and flour. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shi quickly opened the door, but voiced her concern. Manon, we know how to eat these mushrooms, but they don't. Won't they say something? This was her greatest worry, recalling their own initial hesitation with mushrooms. Yuan Man pondered this, realizing she would need to explain. Mother, bring all the bamboo shoots we gathered this morning. We'll get some flour. Noon today, she had to help make this meal happen. Cooking was no challenge for her. Lately, their family had been eating mushrooms daily with bamboo shoot stir-fried meat, simply because that was all they had to cook. So she took some flour and bamboo shoots from home and hurried back. On the way, Yuan Man wondered if they would trust her methods and follow her plan. Fortunately, when Yuan Man returned with the bamboo shoots and flour, they had already prepared the chicken. Zhou Shi rushed after her Manon. We have some meat at home too. Stir-fry it with the bamboo shoots. It was delicious when you made it before. Then glancing at Zhao Shi and her family, she added, Annie'll head back now. The two children are still at home. With that she left. Before Zhao Shi could respond, Li Shi reacted first. Quick, take it. You've worked so hard. Oh my, you've brought so many things. Zhao Shi finally realized the quantity Yuan Man had brought. Upon taking it, she saw a good amount of flour inside. Grandma Annie stopped staring. Mix this flour with the dark flour, but use less dark flour. Knead half with hot water and half with cold water, then combine and set aside to rest. Yuan Man handed them the flour, explaining the steps. As seasoned cooks, they understood immediately. Zhou Shi took it. I'll handle this. I'm familiar with it. Grandma, peel these bamboo shoots and well cook them with the meat. She gave the bamboo shoots to Zhao Shi, a simple task. Then she instructed Li Shi to tend the fire. Annie, you watch the fire. They'll start preparing the chicken stew. When she arrived, the chicken was already prepped. Yuan Man took it and chopped it with swift, decisive strokes. Li Shi's eyelids twitched. This Aza's wife was formidable and efficient. She immediately added 2 logs to the fire. What else do you need me to do? Since it was their family's meal, she felt obliged to help. Annie, just watch the fire. When I say high heat, stoke it. Ooh, when I say low, reduce it. Yuan Man knew she needed someone to monitor the fire while she cooked. All right, at your command, Li Shi replied cheerfully. Seeing Yuan Man's orderly instructions, Zhao Shi felt reassured. She then got up to prepare the bamboo shoots. In truth, their family had some savings, but it was all set aside for the children's education, so they lived modestly year-round. Aza's wife, what's this red thing? Zhao Shi asked, spotting a red item while handling the bamboo shoots. Unsure what it was, she dared not discard it. Yuan Man glanced back. It was chili pepper she had grabbed on a whim, ones Jose had obtained through the system, but never used at home. Grandma, these are chili peppers. Wash them and set them aside. I'll use them when I cook. Yuan Man skillfully stir-fried the chicken, then blanched the bamboo shoots before adding them to the pot when the timing was right. Seeing the blanching, Li Shi asked Aza's wife, why blanch them? We've eaten these before and they were always bitter. We wouldn't touch them if we had other options today. Yuan Man smiled. Andy, the bitterness comes from not blanching. A quick blanch removes it, and they become crisp. Try my method next time. It'll work fine. The bamboo shoots were indeed bitter initially, but blanching eliminated that, leaving them refreshing. Yuan Man planned to stir-fry one batch and make a cold salad with another. She had brought plenty of bamboo shoots. She added the blanched shoots directly into the pot.